Hello. I did leg day yesterday. I am spaghetti. Spaghetti.
This guy made a video criticizing your favorite YouTuber. Are you into philosophy still? I have always appreciated your takes. Richie Rich, can I call you that?
What you have there is not clips. These are mags.
If Friedrich Nietzsche was alive today, he would fucking hate Moist Critical.
I searched for great human beings. I always found only the apes of their ideals.
Moist Critical is seen as loving, compassionate, humble, and always looking out for the little guy. But I can see through the facade, and this is because
I don't know what you mean by am I into philosophy still? Like, it's something that you have to use. Thanks for the donation there, Polar Express fan. Is my bike fixed? Not completely. Ran into a couple new snags. It looks like the throttle position sensor actually works. So that's good. It did, like, run. I was able to, like, rev it and everything without any errors coming up, so, and it, like, everything seems fine with that, with that. Something is parasitic, like it's draining the battery super quick, so there might be, like, some open circuit or something. It might just be a headlight. I don't fucking know. So the battery is draining really fucking quickly when it's at idle, and I'm not sure why. And what else? Oh yeah, the rear brake pedal. The brake pedal's stuck. I have to take it apart and grease it up and then put it back together. Willie Mac just uploaded a vid on how Charlie destroyed iDubbbz. Willie Mac is a fucking retard, by the way. Like, dumb as shit.
Can you react?
Yeah, I'll take a look. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, Willie Mac is this massive, retarded, dumb bitch, like, believe all women fucking retard simp. Like, what... I saw his video on Destiny. Like, it just became so immediately obvious and fucking apparent these dumb fucking bitch women are just lying. And he didn't put two and two together and only said Denims is full of shit. When he was able to verify that, like, oh, like, yeah, she's obviously lying, and was able to prove it. But yeah, none of these girl stories made any fucking sense. He treated them all like fucking children, and, like, I've seen him do that multiple times. I don't like Willie Mac. The guy's just a fucking idiot.
may be the most disturbing Valentine's Day gift of all time. South African trophy hunter Marilise van der Merwe drew backlash after killing a 17-year-old bull giraffe during a Valentine's Day hunt her husband reportedly paid for. After shooting the animal, she cut out its heart and presented it to her husband as a Valentine's Day gift, later posting photos with it.
These people need to be eradicated from existence. Like, they're just fucked. Fuck these people.
Because every educated philosopher knows that he's a fraud, a liar.
You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients.
The crowd, the people crave a great leader, someone who is moral, just, and someone who can make an actual difference. That is why so many celebrities like Billie Eilish saying, oh, the immigrants.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
They get so much praise, act like moral people.
Hollywood is made up of complete fucktards. That should get a standing ovation for that. Like, oh my god. You've got a Versys 650. That's a nice bike. I think my dealer had they have a Versys like 1000, right? I've seen that one at the dealership.
Because they're under obligation to, because you're famous, because you have power, we expect you to do a lot with it. And this is a conversation about the audience pressuring the artist.
Well, gotta do this because I'm expected to. Like, anytime I go live, most of chat is just telling me about the latest in whatever's happening in the creator space or some other, like, extremely negative thing going on. And it's like, okay, well, it's all very sad, bad stuff. And it's been making me not happy.
This realization was uploaded 1 year ago, but if you check his content now, he has completely reverted into being the person he tried to avoid, talking about negative drama. Ooh, Epstein, oh, punching a dog, Roblox pedophiles, Discord sucks.
We are so used to disguising ourselves from others that we end by disguising ourselves from ourselves.
Nietzsche is aware of the social pressures we have to face every day. You must act a certain way.
Throughout my entire time on this platform for the last, like, 17, 18.
Obviously, he does the
Can you remember what was the first movie you ever saw in a theater?
No. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Here's everything you need to know about Charlie. This guy cares about nothing. He doesn't give a shit about anybody. The only thing he cares about is himself, and he thinks the best way for people to like him and get what he wants socially is to act like he gives a shit about anything, but he doesn't. This guy has like a 8-year-old's understanding of like what it means to be a good person. And it's like, oh, a good person would say that a bad thing happened if a bad thing happened. So I'm going to tell everybody that I think it's bad that a bad thing happened. That's like literally how he thinks. This guy is a fucking retard. If it wasn't for like YouTube and Twitch and social media, this guy would be selling pencils on the side of the fucking road. This is genuinely one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever come across in my entire life. This guy lost a debate about age of consent to Sneeko. And he had the sensible position that there should in fact be an age of consent, probably somewhere around the age of 18. He was not able to like defend the most defensible position you could possibly fucking debate. And against a literal fucking retard like Sneeko. That's how stupid this motherfucker is. So he's stupid, he's a fucking selfish twat, and I don't know how the fuck this retard has an audience that likes him and he's able to make fucking money. I guess everyone else is fucking dumber. That's why I don't give a shit when I hear about some fucking tragedy like a fucking earthquake and 1,000 people died. Good! The more of you fucking dead, the better. Like, as if this is what's wrong with humanity. Like, it just proves it. Most people are useless fucktards. So, I don't care. Yeah, die. Die. All of you die.
Hello Bitchard, I am back. You commie. Bitchard Rurgis and Richard Burgess. Veganism killed Prismo. Dodo is still a retard.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation. Oh yeah, Charlie buried me. I remember when he said it's okay to eat meat because I go out to the movies. Like, absolutely brilliant argument. The guy's a literal genius. Chill stream, donate chillers. Look at this shirt. Ours pics based. Oh, dude, like, and I mean, it just proves it more. The amount of fucktards, even to this day, who, like, come and tell me, Charlie fucking annihilated you. I can't believe you still have a YouTube channel. People saw Charlie's video and thought he made good points. All of you. I do not give a fuck how you die. Fucking drowning, flood, earthquake, your fucking plane that you're on fucking crashes, you happen to be in a school shooting. I don't fucking care. As long as you're fucking eliminated, like I'm happy. Like, holy crap, I cannot, like, you know, IQ tests really don't test intelligence. I can guarantee you, like, people who, like, would make that comment, they'd probably test, like, somewhere between 90 and maybe 100. Like, obviously you're a fucking retard. Like, so, no, like, on an IQ test, these people would be, like, average to below average, but they're obviously retarded. So IQ tests don't mean shit.
Mist or Death Note?
Death Note.
Okay, Death Note or Code Geass?
Death Note.
Death Note or Monster?
Death Note has L. Death Note.
Okay, Death Note or Naruto?
Naruto.
Naruto or Pluto?
Believe
He likes Naruto over Death Note?
it. Naruto.
Neon Genesis Evangelion or Naruto?
Gee, reruns of Gilligan's Island are better than that. And I know all those words. Yeah, Naruto.
Naruto or Frieren?
Oh, don't make me decide that. I'm going to make people mad. But it's just because I'm kind of smitten with...
His picks are a little weird. Imagine parachuting down and a kangaroo coming to box you. Oh yeah, that's fine.
What's up,
And there's
Skip?
a kangaroo.
Hey, let off! Let off! Go away!
I love how they're just hopping around, see the guy, attack him, and then just hop away. Haters will say it's Photoshop. Take melatonin for a good night's sleep. Average dream on melatonin. I don't recall having any crazy dreams on melatonin. Oh, a tanuki. Oh, what a nice big chubby tanuki. Oh. Oh, he's gonna eat a sweet potato. Oh, yes. Oh, I think that's... Oh, that's a sweet potato, yes. Thought that was meat for a second. It's a nice Japanese sweet potato. Oh my goodness. Oh, tanukis are so nice. I love tanukis. Look how round and chubby they are. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, chill stream.
Can you react to the Sean Baker versus Garth Davis debate, or Chris Bryant's review on it?
Maybe. It's probably just gonna be fucking stupid. Sean Baker versus Garth Davis. I'm not watching 3 hours of that. Oh, this is a year. Yeah. Why would I waste my time? I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, rabbits can be funny. Oh. Oh, rabbits in the toilet.
What are you doing?
Yeah, rabbits do that too.
But you can't just jump out here.
Rabbits. Rabbits are pretty funny. Give a W to space racism / human supremacy.
As a Warhammer, humanity, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. I will never understand rooting for a race that isn't yours. I don't care if the alien race is benevolent and beautiful and their worlds are so nice and pretty. They're not human, and so therefore I'm not going to root for them. I'm going to root for the humans because I am one. Humans could be the most mean and cruel race in the entire galaxy. I'm still going to root for them to win. The stars are our birthright, not theirs. It's humanity on top until the day I die, man. Why are you dressed like that? Dressed like what?
That's a weird position to hold.
Low carb fries. Yeah. Oh, and did I mention they're incredibly high in protein? I guess you can call them.
Here we go. This is going to be disgusting. Is this just chicken chopped up into like weird crinkle shapes?
Protein fries. If you're looking for a low carb, high protein French fry, I highly suggest trying these. I mean, how cute is this
tofu?
knife? Tofu doesn't have any flavor, but neither do potatoes.
Okay, good. It's vegan at least.
So I think I win this
This would not taste anything like a French fry.
argument. It's all in the way you flavor and season it. I make 5 ingredient or less recipes, so if you enjoyed this, be sure to give me a follow. Enjoy.
That would just taste like a fucking baked tofu. How would that taste like a French fry? Agreements with this? Question mark.
Of immigration, I keep hearing that we need to deport only violent criminal illegals.
Yeah.
It is insane that on a public platform you would be willing to put your fellow countrymen aside for foreigners who do not have any right to be here. And this is the reason. This is the reason I say that. I'm sick and tired of seeing articles.
Not even gonna watch that.
Hey VG, do you think our species has a future despite how stupid it is?
Yeah, probably. You know, I'm sure at some point people are going to figure out that eugenics is a good idea and they'll figure out how to actually implement it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. They're all muscle. This is what peak performance looks like.
I'll try again.
Wombats are really weird. They have square-shaped poop. Thanks for the donation, too.
No, and the so-called smartest genius in anime, Light Yagami? Well, it turns out he's actually a complete idiot. Everyone thinks he only made like 5 mistakes, but this man fumbled over 30 times. So today, we're breaking down every mistake Light made in order to get caught, roasting how the god of the new world tripped over his own ego, and diving into the psychology that made him believe his crimes were actually righteous. So despite just how smart Light Yagami is, it really didn't take much time to start slipping up. Now up front, we aren't going to be copping out by saying picking.
It's 10 PM on Valentine's Day, I got no hose, and I'm watching a jacked monkey watch videos, goddamn.
Yeah, that's how life is. Thanks for the donation, James.
Up the Death Note was a mistake. We'll be starting from the point that Light gets the book and realizes that it is the real deal. To be fair, he gets off on a pretty strong foot. The first thing he does is read all the rules. Most of us never read the terms of service of anything and suffer from reading comprehension, so he's done a good job so far. And once Light understands the rules, he asks a very important question. If I write down someone's name and they die, does that make me a murderer? Of course, he just brushes this off as ridiculous because he doesn't believe it is possible. However, soon the news begins talking about Kuro Otoharada, a criminal who has taken.
Have you stumbled upon any more frogs or toads outside your house? I remember a very nice one you saw a while ago.
Well, no, it's winter. I'm not going to see any frogs or toads when it's like -30 out. So maybe in the spring when things warm up, but right now, no. Thanks for the donation, Ribbit.
8 people hostage at a daycare. Light writes the man's name down without hesitation, and boom! 40 seconds later, Kuro dies from a heart attack, becoming Light's first victim. But the thing is, Light never really stops to ask himself if he is a murderer again. Instead, he rushes to test the Death Note again to see if it was just a coincidence, or if he really has the power to take anyone's life with a few pen strokes. First, he decides to only use it on criminals. Then, when he sees a bully from his school, he rationalizes that he should avoid using the Death Note on people that he knows. But these are still loose rules at this point, as Light keeps considering what to do with his new power. He looks at the world around him and suggests that he might actually be doing society a favor by getting rid of all the terrible people out there. And luckily, he immediately gets a chance to put this into action when this dude Tako Shibuimaru and his gang attack a woman on the street. So Light writes his name down, and in 40 seconds Takuo is hit by Truck-kun. As a result, the Death Note is now confirmed to be real. Light officially holds the power to decide who.
Yeah. Should go to the States and get some of that daycare money.
Deserves to live and die, and in his mind he's already a hero, saving both the woman on the street and the daycare hostages. But by the next time we
Wouldn't New York be the best place to commit that kind of fraud right now because of the stupid Mamdani thing? So I can guarantee you you're going to see a lot of fraud cases in New York.
see Light, he has written down dozens of names, like killing all of the world's major criminals in the process. Ryuk even mentions and is bamboozled, thinking, bruh, how despite several Death Notes falling into human hands in the past, Light is the first to write so many names down, and he's only had the book for 5 days at this point. Light had rationalized that the world was rotten, and those who are corrupting it deserve to die. Someone had to do do it. So even if he had to give up his mind and soul, he would cleanse the world of evil. He goes on to tell himself that if someone else picked up the book, they would have used it for evil or would have wasted the opportunity. But then he completely exposes himself. When Ryuk asks why he's really using it, Light admits he wants the world to know he exists, that there's some godlike figure out there judging the wicked, because guess what? Light Yagami is bored. This pretty much sums up Light, someone who believes they are so much better and smarter than everyone around them that they are bored to death of their day-to-day life. And so when he receives true power, he solves that boredom by giving himself a quest to become a god of justice. Even when Ryuk calls him out, saying once all the criminals are gone, he'll be the last one.
Ribbit, it's winter. All the frogs are in their burrows underground hibernating right now, as they are cold-blooded and it's too cold outside for them.
Yeah. I'm still eating. I love you, Do Gum Gum. No tofu for Gum Gum. No. Oh, the silly kitty. He is so big. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Left? Bruh, he just brushes it off thinking, I don't know what you're talking about, bruh. Because in his head, the rules don't apply to the one who makes them. This is where the real story begins. And right out of the gate, Light makes his first mistake. Light researches every single target on his own personal computer before writing their names down, right? Like when 50 plus criminals all drop dead 40 seconds after some teenager in Japan Googles them? Yeah, that's not subtle, that's a red flag right there. Later, Light even claims he could just say he was researching criminals to become a detective, but that's a really flimsy excuse. And this is around 2005. It isn't like he has a VPN to encrypt his location. But this mistake doesn't stop there, people. Light is only able to effectively research criminals and write in the death note after he finishes school each day, which L basically uses to rule out potential places that the killer could be from. After all, it's pretty unlikely that the few hours the death note is being used each day would be in the middle of the night when people are asleep or during.
And honestly, I don't blame them for hibernation with all the crap going on in the world right now.
I wish I could just sleep all winter, not have to deal with the fucking cold. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
School or working hours. That basically leaves East Asia, which made L think of Japan as a possibility of where Kira resides. Light being this reckless, killing.
Is Gum Gum your only Valentine?
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
So many people so fast is exactly what gets L on his case. If he just paced himself, he could have stayed invisible, but nah, Light wanted to be noticed just like he said. So whilst it's not a total screw up, it's definitely an ego-fueled risk that kickstarts his entire downfall. Many of the mistakes in this video, they're going to be risky gambles that Light makes.
This is a made-up person, how can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Well, you know. Thanks for the donation, N. I remember watching Death Note for the first time when Light was baited into basically exposing where he lived, or the general region. I was watching that, like, that's clearly a trap. Like, he shouldn't kill this person. It'll just make it that much easier to find him. And then, yeah, sure enough, he did. He just has, like, a huge overinflated ego. That was his main problem.
Some of these pay off in his favor, whilst others do not. This brings us to Light's biggest mistake of all. After L takes notice of him and begins his investigation, he creates a TV broadcast where Lind L. Taylor reveals himself to be L and calls out Light, stating that he is evil for killing all these people. Now, despite Light's massive self-importance, he has a pretty fragile ego. So being told he is in the wrong like this, it makes him completely crash out. It is at this moment that he expands his definition of evil. At first, the evil people he weeded out were serial killers, drug dealers, and the P. Diddy's in the world. The worst of the worst, right? However, at the first sign of pushback, Light decides that because he is the god of justice, anyone who opposes him must...
And specking of that, VG.
Turns out that Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, was very supportive of the US potentially going to war with Venezuela, but more importantly, essentially kidnapping the leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. Now, why would he be so excited and happy about that? Well, it turns out that Israel will be receiving its first crude oil shipment from Venezuela in decades. The last time they did so was 2009. And this is, of course, following the US.
So she'd rather, like, China, Iran, and Russia get the oil? Yes, the evil, evil Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Be unjust, and so it is totally reasonable to kill
I don't think Light was smarter than L.
L here. Now, unfortunately for him, Lind L. Taylor isn't actually L. He was a death row inmate put on TV to see if Kira could truly kill anyone at any time. But that's not all. This test revealed plenty of truths to L.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Yes, you already said that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Because Lind was a prisoner who was secretly imprisoned by police and never made public, that tells L that Kira only has access to publicly available information. Secondly, because Light can't kill the real L, even when taunted, that means there is a requirement for him to kill people. And since the only things that separated L and Lind Taylor are the name and face being presented, that is likely involved. And finally, whilst
this is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Yeah, you already said that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Cross was said to be worldwide. It was actually only shown in the Kanto region of Japan. The reason this location was selected is both because of its population density and because of the daycare incident, the first time where a criminal suddenly collapsed from a heart attack. And because that daycare criminal was such a low-level target compared to the others, it proved Kira was just testing his new power. So from this one mistake, L now knows his location, his limitations, and that he's still inexperienced with the Death Note. If one little hit to his ego was enough to make Light lose control and start killing innocent people, that says it all. From this point on, his morality is gone. He'll justify.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Thanks again.
By anything if it means his own survival. But it wouldn't be long before Light made his next mistake. After hacking into his father's police files to see what they knew about Kira, Light learns that they suspect a student because of the times of deaths, as well as the naive black and white view on justice that this Kira has. To adapt to this, he begins adding times to the kills the Death Note would do, killing one person every hour throughout the day and night to avoid showing a pattern that could lead to his discovery. However, this is another case of Light acting too quickly, because he changed his habits immediately after the police began suspecting a student. So L realizes that Kira has some kind of connection to the task force and their personal files. Now, admittedly, Light knows he is giving himself up and says he is doing it so that he can get closer to L. However, knowing that you are taking a risky gamble doesn't make that risky gamble any less dangerous. At this point, he is more concerned with his pride being challenged by L than he is about creating justice, and that is something that will continue to put him in L's sights. Now, there are 141 officers who had access to those files, and it wouldn't be long before L sends the FBI to track them and their families in hopes of learning who Kira is. Naturally, Light soon has an agent on him, and this is where Ryuk makes an offer. In exchange for half of Light's life, he could give him Shinigami eyes. These would give Light the ability to see a person's name and lifespan just by looking at them. Light turns the deal down because he wants to live long enough to rule the world. Now, the funny thing is,
Oh, speaking of Hollywood, VG, breaking news, that Snow remake lost Disney $70 million.
We are almost a year on from the theatrical release of Disney's live-action Snow White movie, but
how does a Snow White movie lose 70 million? Snow White is such a boring, stupid, like, dumb fuck story. Like, you wouldn't think this movie would cost more than, like, $8 to make. All you need is, like, a shack in the woods, some midgets, and, like, some ugly lady. Like, I don't know how the fuck they even... Why would you put any amount of money into a fucking Snow White movie? It's just fucking bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I won't stop until you do. This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the Lees.
Yeah. What are the best cues you have found to know whether a girl is interested in you? Probably the best one is when she sends you nudes.
A few weeks ago, before L bruised his ego, this same guy was ready to trade his life and soul for justice, right? So it's hard to say if not taking this deal is a mistake or not. However, this would have essentially guaranteed Light's victory against L and Nair, but he fumbled the bag. If I had to make a real guess, I'd say the only reason that Light actually turns this down is that he believes relying on Shinigami eyes would be admitting that he wasn't smart enough to defeat L on his own and sees it as cheating. Now, before addressing the FBI agent, Light tested the Death Note by controlling prisoners he was targeting to see if he could fully manipulate them with the book. Whilst he couldn't do impossible things like make someone travel from Japan to Paris in an hour, he could make them write, draw, or move in ways that lead to their death. But let's get back to Light's FBI agent. Ray Penber follows Light and finds that there is nothing suspicious about him. However, Light has no way of knowing that he is in the clear. So because of that,
this is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that. It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Thank you.
He sets up an elaborate bus jacking to learn Ray's name. Whilst he ends up believing that Light is in the clear, his girlfriend Naomi finds the whole situation to be too convenient. A week later, Light follows Ray and forces him to write down the names of all 12 FBI agents into the death note before Light kills him as well. Now, Light had no way of knowing that this was a mistake to him because he was clearing out a whole swarm of potential threats and ultimately got much of the world's police forces to back away from the investigation as tracking Kira became seen as being too dangerous. But what Light didn't know is that he'd already been cleared. So instead of covering his tracks, he just put himself on Naomi's radar and proved to Elle that Kira was definitely one of the people being watched by the FBI. This marks another massive drop in Light's morality. He just killed a dozen of innocent people and agents who had nothing to do with him, all just to protect his identity, right? And the craziest part is that Ray tried to save Light's life during that bus hijacking. So where does that fit into his whole cleansing the world of evil thing? I mean, at this point, it's clear anyone's fair game for Light to kill. This change leads to almost every officer stepping down from the investigation, leaving only a small task force of 5 men and Elle to hunt down Kira. Elle actually takes a risk as he agrees to join the investigation in person going forward. That said, whilst on the surface this seems like something that would benefit Light, in actuality all it did was remove all the members of the investigation who weren't dedicated to the cause or who Elle couldn't trust. However, the mistake Light made keeps escalating. Killing Ray Penberg keeps coming back to bite him in the ass because he doesn't just make one mistake here, he makes several. Firstly, he has Ray carry an envelope onto the train and leave it behind when he gets off. That instantly
At Saggy Pants K5K, how ironic this is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that. It's the
tips Elle off that something's missing. Then there's the timing. The Yamanote line does a full loop in 30 minutes, but Light made Ray stay on it for an entire hour so that no one would notice him leaving the envelope behind. Bro literally made him more suspicious because no one would ride the same train twice in a row for fun. And finally, Light's ego gets the best of him. He reveals himself to Ray before killing him. So when Elle checks the security footage, he notices Ray struggling to turn back, reaching out towards someone. And that's all Elle needed to realize that Kira was right there. But there's still Naomi. She goes to meet with the Special Investigation Task Force and just so happens to run into Light at the station. They talk briefly about the bus hijacking, and from what Ray had told her, Naomi pieces everything together. Kira can kill in ways other than heart attacks. He can control people before they die, and whoever Ray was following, it had to be Kira. Now luckily for Light, he stops her before she can report it, but the only reason he's even in this mess is because of his own sloppy decisions to kill Ray and the other FBI agents in the first place. Naomi even gives him a fake name, nearly exposing Light, something that wouldn't have been a problem if he had taken the Shinigami ideal. Now in the end, Light lies his way out, tricks her into revealing her real name, and makes her take her own life. It's one of the darkest moments in the entire series where any shred of morality Light had, it completely.
Matthew donated $2. Love JP. Also, thoughts on Varg Kearns. Do you like any Burzum songs?
Come on! Yes!
Yeah, he is pretty ridiculously strong. Ugh. I haven't listened to any Burzum songs. Varg's kind of crazy. He didn't like Euronymous. He just murdered him. He had a good enough excuse. So, like, the police pointed this out. At any time, he could have just told the police and avoided killing the guy. So, he just didn't like him. He didn't like Euronymous. He figured he had a good enough excuse to kill him. And then, you know, he did it. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
With that news of the Snow White bombing, I think it's safe to say that Rachel Zegler, the woman who played Snow White, her acting career is pretty much over. Good pro-Palestine supporters like her don't deserve any sympathy.
Yeah, she's a dumb fucking bitch, dude. Who'd have figured Gal Gadot would be one of the few based actors in Hollywood? She is hotter, though. She is pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Completely disappears. However, all of this leads to yet another mistake. Unfortunately for Light, he becomes a suspect. This is because Naomi had worked under Elle in the past, and he finds the idea of her Alt F4ing herself to be quite out of character. As a result, Elle assumes Kira is involved and focuses the investigation solely on the people Ray Penber was following, putting Light Yagami on the list. This makes it obvious that Light's mistakes are quite literally building up on top of each other and continuously putting him in positions where he needs to make defensive decisions, which would only lead to more mistakes. These defensive choices are actually a huge problem for Light, as they cause him to overcorrect. For example, he has several security measures set up all around his room, which Elle notes to be not particularly weird for a 17-year-old who wants a sense of privacy because he wants to, you know, bust a nut. But then all Light actually does with that is look at a few dirty magazines. It's like setting up Fort Knox to protect a $20 bill. It's just...
I'm not interacting with Gypsy Crusader. Don't even suggest anything so stupid to me.
Inconsistent, and as Elle puts it, it's overly contrived. Now,
I've already seen Promise Neverland. Promise Neverland sucked. The first season was good. Second season was horrifically god-awful. Nothing made any sense. It was just fucking stupid. And the ending was nonsensical. It was literally, and then everyone lived happily ever after. The end. Just fucking stupid.
Death Note How to Read 13, page 70, the creators revealed one of the biggest secrets about L's investigation. In episode 6, remember when L states that he's prepared some tricks to see if any of them are Kira. Now, it turns out those tricks were the exact same ones he later used on Light during their coffee shop conversation after the tennis match. According to the author, L already knew Kira was a genius. The reason the other task force members passed L's test was because they were too simple-minded to even keep up with him. L expected Kira to be arrogant and smart enough to play his game. And guess who took that bait? You're goddamn right, Light Yagami. During that cafe scene, every time Light tried to sound clever to match L's logic, all he was doing is basically confirming L's theory that he's Kira. If Light had just played dumb, he could have thrown L off completely, but Light's ego wouldn't let him. He had to flex his brain and it backfired hard. But how did L even figure out that Kira was intelligent in the first place? Well, it all started in chapter...
Yeah, Light has, he has the kind of narcissism that I see a lot of women have. I've known a bunch of women who try to pretend as though they're these really nice, you know, perfect kind of people, kind of like Pokimane, like that sort of type. But like they end up giving themselves away so often because their ego is just through the fucking roof. And then you see like there's like these odd situations where you see who they really are. So yeah, Light is like he basically has the perfect trait list for narcissism. He like checks all the boxes basically.
The 8. When Light sends the weird coded message, L, do you...
At SaggyPantsK5K, nice try deleting your comment after I called you out for your dumb ironic remark. This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about Som.
Yeah.
You know, gods of death love apples? Whilst Light thought this was a perfect distraction, to L, it was the exact opposite. It proved Kira was playing 5D chess. He realized whoever this killer was, they were methodical, strategic, and smart enough to outthink the world's best detective. So from that moment on, L knew that Kira is an egomaniac. Like, remember when L puts a broadcast banner on TV stating the international police are sending 1,500 units to Japan? But Light's reaction is extremely casual and nonchalant. He knows L is looking for a reaction, so he gives him nothing. However, a normal person would react in some way because that's pretty crazy news, especially considering his dad is leading the task force. In fact, that's why we see both his mother and his sister act surprised, whilst Light is the only one not affected by the news. In this instance, Light's ego even gets involved and he takes it one step further, calling out L for even trying to get a reaction and stating, quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Kira sees right through this. Eventually, to avoid suspicion whilst L's cameras are watching him, Light comes up with a new plan. He hides a tiny TV screen inside a bag of potato chips so that he can secretly watch the news while pretending to study. And yeah, he actually kills 2 criminals mid-snack. Now the problem is that this completely breaks Kira's pattern of killing people. This is because Light's so desperate to prove the killings are still happening without him that he targets 2 random nobodies, a bank clerk accused of embezzlement and a purse snatcher. These aren't the cold-blooded killers Kira was supposed to judge. But despite all that, L eventually decides to remove the cameras. He figures that if Kira is in one of these houses, he's already proven he can hide his tracks, so keeping the surveillance running is pointless. But still, L's not done. He's convinced the Yagami family is connected somehow. So what does he do? He walks straight up to Light and he introduces himself. He says flat out, "I'm L." And once again, Light completely crashes out, where he
You know, what would have saved L in the long run is if he gave Light Yagami his name. Because if he had said, "Hello, Light, I'm L, my real name is blah, blah, blah. I've told the entire investigative team that, like, you're the top suspect. And if I die by giving you my name, then that proves that would have probably been a bit of a smarter move, because then that would have made it so he wouldn't kill L, because that would bring so much suspicion onto him, it would be crazy. So if he had told L, "You're the only person on planet Earth that knows my real name. If I die," you know, he probably would have lived if he had done that.
corrects like before and ends up looking even more suspicious by having no reaction. Like, think about it, the world's greatest detective, who has supposedly never revealed himself to anyone, just revealed his true identity, and Light's reaction is basically, Huh? Oh yeah, I'm a big fan. That's neat. Like, bruh. So as you can tell, Light is so focused on not looking panicked that he completely freezes and barely gives any emotion at all. He even refuses to look at Elle throughout the rest of the entrance ceremony. And I don't know about you, but if Bruce Wayne walks up to me and says, I'm Batman, I'm gonna be at least a little interested. And the same patterns of mistake happen again. When Elle tells Light there's a small chance he might be Kira. And once more, Light barely reacts. He's not shocked or denying it at all. Now you'd think being accused of being the world's most dangerous killer would get some emotion out of him, but nah. He stays ice cold saying, what? Oh, why? So that brings us to the cafe meeting between the two.
Quad Stomp, you're like actually fucking retarded. Like, it's just bizarre to me that I could, like, nothing I said made sense to you.
Elle slides over photos of the prisoner notes, even slipping in a fake one just to mess with Light Yagami. Then he starts testing him with small psychological traps, each one designed to see how his mind works. And here's where Light makes another mistake. Because he hates losing or feeling outsmarted, he can't resist showing off. Instead of downplaying his intelligence to stay under the radar, he overanalyzes every test, basically confirming Elle's suspicions. So I count that as a mistake because Elle basically said, why did you assume that there was only 3? There's actually 4, but somehow you came to such a great conclusive point where I'm like, bro, you must be the dude. However, by episode 10, Elle is almost entirely sure that Light is Kira, and it's revealed in a very subtle moment that you may not have noticed.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing ever.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, dude.
After Light's father has a heart attack, Elle tells Light about the investigation and the involvement of the FBI. However, Light cuts him off at one point and states that he must be a suspect because he was one of the people Ray was following. The mistake Light makes here is that Elle never told Light that Ray had been looking into him. Light then goes on to say that it makes sense that he's a suspect now and then quickly asks to help with the investigation. This actually follows up on an earlier speculation that Elle made about Kira. In episode 5, he mentions that based on the personality he believes Kira has, if he ever found out about the Task Force HQ, he would immediately rush to try and get involved. And that's exactly what Light does. The first chance he gets, he asks to join. Now, to cover his tracks, Light says he promised his father that if anything happened to him,
Jade, only $2. Anti-Semites are dumb. Well, yeah, obviously.
To Christians that say it's biblical for the state of Florida to give $385 million to Israel.
So I would say that Genesis 12 is not speaking about Israel, the country, in this current government form. And I would also remind them of 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 8, which is that if you don't look out for your own, you are worse than a non-believer. I am running not because I hate any country or any people, but I unapologetically
Day one, I'll sign an executive order to bring back.
I don't fucking care about this guy. Is this just another video about the same dude?
People who currently reside in the state of Israel are Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, and they're not Semitic. So saying anti-Semitic is...
Like, this is just retarded.
He would hunt Kira down and make sure he's executed for his crimes. But the next big mistake is just around the corner. This all...
At Inkindu Gamer no, Breaking Bad is in no way better, it's one of the worst drama series out there right along with Game of Thrones and The Walking Dead.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Goes down when Elle visits Light at the university, right after Misa shows up as the second Kira. Elle knows he's putting his life on the line just by meeting them, so before going in, he warns the task force, if anything happens to me, it's because Light is Kira. He's literally baiting him to make a move. But then Misa arrives and everything flips. Light's confident she'll use her Shinigami eyes to get Elle's real name.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Yeah.
What happened to Christians? Being loving.
I don't know when they ever were. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
But before she can, she's mobbed by a crowd of fans. Now in the chaos, Elle casually reaches into her pocket and steals her phone. And that's the trap being set up. The moment
Yeah, dude, Breaking Bad sucks. Terrible show.
Light walks away, he immediately calls her, and that's all the confirmation Elle needs. He now knows they're working together and plotting against him. Light's impatience completely ruins him here. If he just waited until that night, the call would have seemed normal, like a boyfriend checking in on his girlfriend. But calling her right after she meets Elle, that makes her look instantly suspicious.
Do you think Trump was involved in child crimes in the Epstein crap, and what are your thoughts on a World War III happening? And do you think gold will triple in price soon?
Yeah. Trump almost certainly was involved in some fucked up Epstein shit. As far as World War III happening soon, I think China's basically going to keep getting scared out of invading Taiwan. That's really the only thing that would, set off World War III. And gold is probably going to keep climbing in price. I don't know if it's going to triple, but it's definitely going to keep climbing. Thanks for the donation, Plant-Based Isaac.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Thanks for the donation, Get a Mind.
Especially since her method of killing is clearly different from the original Kira. This mistake could have been avoided if Light wasn't impatient. But speaking of Misa, this is where things start getting even messier for our boy. Around this point, he brings two new players into the Kira game. First is Misa, who offers to be his personal weapon, as long as Light agrees to be her boyfriend. Then there's Higuchi, a businessman chosen by Rem, who becomes a temporary stand-in, killing criminals whilst Light and Misa are locked up by the task force with their memories wiped. Both of these alliances happen out of necessity, but let's be honest, it's because of the mess Light already made. Every new plan is just him trying to patch up the mistakes from the last one. For instance, a second Kira pops up, and Light chooses to follow her invitation to meet in Oyama. And because he decides to go there, Misa learns his true identity and puts him in a position where he essentially has to work with her. And this is a problem, because whilst Misa is much smarter than most people give her credit for, she is objectively not even close to smart enough to be trying to get involved in Light and Elle's game. Not only that, but she is emotionally unstable and completely unpredictable, which constantly makes Light's job more difficult. Even much later on in the manga, Mello guesses that Misa is the second Kira, though she strikes him as so featherbrained that it is hard to believe Kira ever willingly employed her.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that. It's the least sense-making thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for the donation, Get a Mind. I'm Orgasm Lab Simulator. What the fuck? Wait a second here. I gotta see what this is about. Yeah, definitely can't show this on stream. Yeah, there's some weird ass games on Steam, dude. AV Sex Manager, Harem Fantasy. Apparently there's some like NTR simulator coming out where you like fuck other dudes' girlfriends. It's hilarious. Ugh.
So that kind of seals the deal. As for Higuchi, he uses the Death Note to gain power, and when he is ultimately caught, the task force learns about it and the Shinigami.
Dude, I remember like one of those hentai games made the news.
Oh my god, is this real?
It is real. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. There was a hentai game that made the news, and it was a game where you corner a mother and daughter on a subway car and then molest both of them. And for some reason, that's the game that like triggered everybody, and like the news media got a hold of it. And I was like, that is soft core when it comes to fucking hentai games. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
That truly exist. But before we jump too far ahead, let's talk about the moment Light gives up the Death Note and loses all his memories as Kira. Now during this phase, he's basically in the clear. Sure, he's still handcuffed to L, but since everyone believes Kira can control others like puppets, L assumes Light and Misa were just being manipulated. So once they're caught, the logic is simple. Kira would just move on to a new host. That means for the first time in ages, Light can't slip up because technically he's not even Kira anymore, or at least that's what everyone thinks. Once Higuchi is captured and Light regains his memories, the fake rules in the book they added prove their innocence. This ultimately creates a path for Light to get Misa her Death Note back and make the ideal again. He then forces Rem into a position where she must sacrifice herself and kill L in an attempt to save Misa's life. And with that, Light has won and L is defeated. However, there are still two more threats out there.
This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing just that? It's the least sense-making thing to do.
You got a point. Thanks for the donation, Get a Mind.
They're mellow and near, but Light's ego, it's more out of control now. With L gone, he genuinely believes the hard part is over, so now he can do whatever he wants with no consequences. If he could outsmart the world's greatest detective, then surely he can get out of any situation as well. And because of this, he becomes overconfident and underestimates Nair. On the other hand, Mello was fully conducting his own investigation. he gets the mafia to kidnap Takimura, the director of the Japanese NPA, and in order to exchange him for the Death Note, which is in possession of the Japanese task force, Light has the hostage killed with the book to avoid two.
Hey, you wanted to talk about controversial video games here.
Outrage from parents this morning about a new video game. It allows players to act as a school shooter.
Now, we were just talking about this. The game is set to come out next month, in June. Several victims of the mass shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School are hoping to stop the release of this game.
Something else.
Jack's reporter Ashley Spicer joins us live. Ashley, tell us more about this game and the reaction.
You know, obviously, if you're a fucking, like, 14-year-old kid watching this, this is just an advertisement for the game. Like, you're gonna want to buy it more.
It's a hot topic. Everyone's talking about it. If you scroll your Facebook feed, everyone's posting about it. A lot of outrage here. So the way it looks like a normal video game where, you know, you'd have a gun. It's first-person shooter to where you kind of look down and you see a gun in your hand and you walk around and shoot people. But in this case, you could choose to be a school shooter. It's not like you're shooting the bad guys. It's the player walks into a school and can shoot teenagers. Or there is another option to be a police officer, but that role of being a school shooter has people up in arms. Active Shooter is made by an independent game developer called Acid, and in it, the player takes aim at realistic-looking teenage.
Like, I mean, this is... Like, who cares? Oh my god, everyone is such a fucking pansy.
Students. Orion Petty, whose 14-year-old daughter Elena was killed in the Valentine's Day shooting, said that this game's concept has just left him stunned.
Like, what's absolutely bizarre to me is people will be outraged at something like this. No one has talked about the issue of communist infiltration into American universities, and communism is probably responsible for close to 100 million fucking deaths due to just massacres, starvations, political killings. And then you have a fucking video game which cannot be attributed to literally any violence or any crime ever. Fucking Hassan had like a speech at a university just recently, and everyone was cheering for Lenin.
American domination and the global liberal capitalist hegemony.
You got your critics, you got your haters, you address that and
Terrifying to you guys, but we have the most peaceful option ahead of us, at least for the time being. Because this growth that we are seeing, this change, this nuclear option of trade, this destruction of international agreements that America was not only the safeguard of, but also dominating, where the but the inter-woman and community defense.
Young people especially, I got tons of students.
Trying patient in the over. Stephen, interpret that. We don't have the.
Oh, is this where it happens?
Part of the reason why I do it is because I don't want those who were slain to die in vain. And part of it is because I want to preserve the safety and security of those that remain.
He did a speech recently where like the crowd was at a university where the crowd was literally cheering for Lenin. Like, so you're talking about like way more harmful ideologies being promoted that have actually led to real life violence and mass deaths, and then everybody's freaking out about a fucking video game. They don't care about communism, just interested in emasculating society. Yeah. Basically, like seriously, everything is just like designed for you to be a bitch. So like, there's candy and junk food everywhere. You can buy alcohol, which like literally directly damages your fucking testicles. and like it actually causes hypogonadism. Same with obesity. Like everything is just fucking designed to make you fat. And then you have like the fucking media whining and crying about cool shit. Like, this video game is too violent. There's a hentai game where you rape a mother and a daughter. It's like, yeah, okay. Just make sure everyone's a fucking pussy, doesn't want to shoot and kill anybody or like fucking rape anyone. Give them all like fucking fattening food and fucking drugs that make you fat, sick, and retarded. And then like ban steroids. Like, it's so gay.
Can you wish my cat Chael a happy birthday? He is 1 year old now. He is a big, strong, brave vegan kitty. He loves to beat up his sister and sleep in the sink.
Oh my god. So handsome. Oh, he looks a little angry there. Oh my goodness. There he is in the sink. He's gonna get nice and clean. Very pretty kitty. Well, happy birthday to your cat, Shale. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Too much information leaking, but by doing that, he exposes himself yet again. Now it's obvious that Kira has access to classified intel, which lets Mello zero in on him and eventually leads to the kidnapping of Light's own sister. He continues.
You know, I am right though. Like, it is a real thing. They're trying to feminize society. Like, look what happened to like some of the fucking games like Mortal Kombat even. Mortal Kombat used to have Melina in that crazy fucking sexy outfit. Melina MK9. She used to have that like literal fucking weird BDSM like lingerie outfit. Like, this is one of the sexiest fucking costumes ever. I fucking loved this. It's too bad she's a butterface, but and then what MK11 had Melina, right? Yeah, MK11 and MK1.
I grew up on junk food and shit, and I still want to kill so many bigoted morons in the world.
Well, that's good. At least they didn't completely destroy you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So we went from this to this, which, like, again, Mortal Kombat has a long history of like sexy female outfits, crazy blood and gore. The developers outright admitted they deliberately made the female costumes less sexy and explicit. Why? Is there... So, probably like 99% of fucking people who play Mortal Kombat are heterosexual men. And even the women who play Mortal Kombat didn't like this. There were, like, you can see plenty of women's gaming channels that were talking about this kind of crap. They didn't like the change. So nobody wanted it. None of the men who buy Mortal Kombat wanted this change, and even the women who played Mortal Kombat didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. Why are they doing it? Same thing happened with Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive, long history of sexy ass, female costumes. Happened to Dead or Alive well before it happened to Mortal Kombat. Who's the Dead or Alive? Kasumi. So in Dead or Alive, Kasumi, the way her costume works, tons and tons of panty shots. And she had really cute white panties. So, I don't know if I can get a screenshot. So, like, this is the idea, basically. Like, anytime she kicks up You can see the panty shots, and there's plenty of like, just when she's fighting, you see her skirt lift up all the fucking time. Well, guess what they did for her fucking costume in DOA 6? This shit. So now we went from this to no more panties. Go fuck yourself. You get yoga pants. Like, it was... Like, again, why? Men want to see fucking hot chicks. 99% of dudes who play these games are heterosexual men who want to see, like, fucking hot babes and look at their panties. And then they put out this crap. And again, it's for this idea of, oh, it's not okay to sexualize women that way. Guess what? Men sexualize women. It's what we fucking do. If we see a hot girl, we undress you with your eyes because we want to have sex with you. That is the main interest men have in women. Sex. You can even like look at like really interesting data on like how men pick like mating partners, like dates and shit. It is so fucking visually focused. Like, it's mind-blowing. You can look at surveys on how men like tally up dating preference. Looks is like number 1, and I think like personality is like something like 7th on the list on average. It's crazy to the extent that men prioritize looks. You can look at marriage statistics and what initiates breakups. If a woman gains weight, that is a huge predictor of divorce. Whereas if a man gains weight, it actually has no predictive value. So there you go. Men are more likely to break up with their wives if they gain, I think, like 20 pounds or more. Whereas in the case of men, like, women don't seem to care. It has no predictive effect. You can also look at like brain scans. When men look at pictures of like naked chicks or beautiful women, the visual parts of their brain light up way more than with a woman. So like men are just extremely visually fucking focused. And then you have society telling you that's wrong. The way a man's brain thinks is fundamentally fucking wrong and immoral. And you need to be trained to not sexualize women, not think of them in any kind of sexual way. You should feel ashamed for getting aroused and wanting to look at like women partially clothed or naked. They're literally trying to train you to be a bitch. Like, they're actually fucking like trying to train men to be ashamed of masculinity. It's fucking insane. Want more people to talk about feminization thing and men to be masculine again without worshipping retards like Tate? Andrew Tate, man. If he wasn't, like a crazy fucking, like, child rapist sex trafficker, he wouldn't be that bad. He'd still be stupid. Like, I mean, this guy, like, unironically said reading books is for idiots. He'd still be an idiot, but, like, at least he wouldn't be just the wrong person to listen to.
Continues to make a mess of things when Mello calls and takes credit for killing the director. Mello uses this as a bargaining chip to show his ruthlessness. However, Light knows that Mello didn't do it because he did. He frames it by stating that Kira probably killed the director to avoid the Death Note falling into criminal hands. But this idea comes literally out of nowhere. It's only because he isn't working with L anymore that he is able to use such a paper-thin lie. This is just another example of Light being overconfident, and it doesn't stop there. Soon after, he calls the American Kira Task Force, the SPK, pretending to be L. And unknown to him, Nera is leading this operation and already knows L is
At Kelvanson J9K, nice projection there, buddy. This is a made-up person. How can you get it in your head to take it as serious as if it's a life or death scenario? And on top of that, watch a video about someone with the most cringe retard voice ever, doing Jew.
Yes, thank you again. Appreciate the donation, get in mind.
Dead. So he is able to immediately call Light out as L number 2. Now ironically, Light's takeaway from his talk with Ne is that he's too confident. He realizes they're similar in how they think, but decides that Ne isn't on the same level as the original L. But now jumping ahead to Ne finding out about the existence of Shinigami and the false rules in the Death Note from Mello, he calls Light and the task force to ask about the rules, and Light openly asks Ryuk if any of the rules are
Oh yeah, I forgot about Tate being Muslim. Didn't he kind of stop doing that? Isn't he sort of over it? Because I remember the Muslim community considered it like this great betrayal where he said, you know, Britain should be for the British, and he said, like, there shouldn't be this Islamic invasion. Well, all the people who were Muslim and kind of buddy-buddy with him, like all the Muslim apologists, they're all crazy jihadists. Like, they're literal fucking terrorists. They support, like, ISIS, the Taliban, like, you name it. So they considered it this huge betrayal, and from what I've seen, he's kind of backed away from a lot of the Islamic stuff because, one, it was just a grift to begin with. Like, in no way is this guy's lifestyle in any way compatible with Islam. And secondly, none of them even fucking like him or want him. They are completely ideologically opposed. So I think he's backed away from some of the Muslim stuff just because he kind of realized it's stupid to try to be in this group that, like, one, he doesn't even ideologically agree with, and two, they fucking hate him and would kill him if they had an opportunity. But, yeah, there's a fair bit of just weird, stupid shit like that with Tate.
Fate, to which he lies and says they are all real. This confirms to Ne that not only are Shinigami real, but that this one is working with Kira, and that Kira is on the task force. This would be the only logical reason for Ryuk to lie in this moment. So
trying to get men to stop being men is like trying to make wolves vegan. It's not going to happen.
Well, if you give them vegan dog food. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
knowing he's being targeted once again, Lai convinces the US president to shut down the SPK and also sends a group of rioters to burn down Ne's hideout. But this is where Light overplays his hand again. Just like with Ray, he can't stop gloating. He calls Ne just to taunt him, but he flips the whole thing back on him in a Uno reverse. He points out that, bro, it's way too convenient that right after he started suspecting Light, the SPK's hideout gets attacked. Like, come on, bro. And that's just another clue Ne needed to confirm his theory that Light is Kira. Once again, he acted on impulse instead of thinking it through, and it completely backfires. Nair and the SPK survive, whilst Light just exposed himself even more. And he isn't entirely alone at this point. He recruited Mikami, a man with an extremely similar sense of justice who could kill for him, whilst Light kept his hands clean to avoid suspicion. Teru Mikami ends up killing Hitoshi Demigawa, a spokesperson for Kira who had been completely corrupt.
Yeah, as the series went on, Light became more and more desperate, and his mistakes started, like, piling up faster and faster. I don't know how there's even a debate that, you know, who's smarter, Light or L. Like, L's definitely smarter.
By greed, and in his place he chooses Kiyomi Takada to fill his shoes. And it wouldn't take long for Nair to realize Mikami's role in things after he makes an appearance on Takada's broadcast. Nair connects the dots. Mikami's public devotion isn't just talk, it's faith in direct contact with Kira. So he orders surveillance on Mikami and quickly discovers that he visits a locker every day to check on something, and that something ends up to be the Death Note. That's when Nair realizes that Mikami is Kira's new hand, and meanwhile Light starts meeting with Takada more often, but he's so cautious and secretive about it that the task force starts getting suspicious of him. Knowing that he's being listened to, the two of them secretly pass notes to have separate conversations about how to move forward. However, Aizawa marks the notepad and learns about these messages, ultimately leading him to want to work more directly with Nair. And Light's next mistake is about to happen when Nair swapped out the pages of Mikami's death book in preparation for their final meeting. Light's plan was to have Mikami bait Nair.
At Dodo, the point was not men not becoming men anymore, that was a wrongful equivocation, but about the indecentness.
You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Stitching No Fap.
With a fake note, and then examine the notebook.
Hey Richard, have you been in contact with Todd Lee since that time? You should quit the crap and become vegan already. Haven't talked to him in a while. But yeah, I was thinking of doing another, video with him. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, with a lot of people, they just kind of get set in their ways, and they kind of, are able to just shrug it off and not think about it.
Every day until he noticed a change. Now, unknown to him, Nair also managed to swap out the original that Mikami was planning to switch back to. So Mikami, he had been followed by Giovanni, who later retrieved the real note and replaced it with a fake. So then later, he didn't even know what happened in the yellow box. So when he ended up writing their names to kill Nair and everyone else, it actually fumbled. This meant when he did write their name.
Oh my god. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Oh no. Oh no. He's trying to get the sauce in my bowl. I'm gonna put my bowl away so the cat doesn't keep trying to eat the sauce in my tofu bowl. But I'll be right back. It's like fucking cold again, dude.
Names down except for Light Yagami, it provided all the evidence they needed to show that he is really Kira. Now, this is where I want to point out the dumbest thing. This whole thing, it could have been avoided. Rather than using a fake book, Light could have simply had Mikami remove a few pages of the real book himself, which could have been used in emergencies. We see Light doing this earlier when he has Misa take a few pages before burying her death note, and we even see Light do something like this as he keeps a piece of paper hidden in his watch. So he overcomplicated things and created room for error for no reason. He's a dumbass. And hear me out on this one. Why not bring a gun? You got a room full of people and you're standing there awkwardly for 40 seconds. If Mikami brings a gun rather than the death note, then he, at the very least, kills Nair and maybe a few members of his task force. Sure, he'd likely be killed himself after this, but he's more than willing to sacrifice himself for Kira. And if that isn't enough, when the timer hits 40 seconds and Light believes everyone will die, this man starts to glow again, saying out loud, "Well, Nair, looks like I've won," which now completely removes any plausible deniability. Then, Light tries to pull out his hidden Death Note piece from his watch in front of everyone, leading to him getting shot by Mitsuda. So in the end, it wasn't Mello, Nair, or even L that led to Light's downfall. 90% of his problems all come down to his own mistakes. There were so many points where he could have just stopped or slowed down and not rush into things, or decide, hey, I shouldn't gloat and brag about my ego here. But because he saw himself as a god that was above everyone and everything that life threw at him, that was the reason he failed in the end. He didn't learn from his mistakes at all. Now, if you want to enjoy more peak fiction, watch this video on your screen right now.
This video is a special collaboration with Greg Doucette's editor Matteo. Please enjoy.
This is a brain rot special.
Tiamati's cooking in the basement.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus.
Mike Israel's claim
Yeah, I'll probably watch the new Baki.
that he's bigger and stronger than Mike Mensa has gone viral.
I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Mensa. That's it.
I consider myself the catalyst. I first critiqued Mike's statement back in March 2024 in my analysis of his PED usage, and I flagged it again in a later video with Lyle McDonald.
I'm both on a raw IQ scale smarter than almost every coach, maybe every coach.
It was Greg Doucette's review of that video that finally brought the claim to everyone's attention.
Bro, you did a set of leg curls.
The online fitness community has largely fixated on the perceived audacity of Mike Israel's statement, with many even debating its factual basis. While this is understandable, the focus on who's actually bigger or stronger misses the more significant underlying flaw in Mike Israel's argument. My original critique, which has since been lost in translation, made a much bigger and stronger point. In chapter 2 of this video, I'll go over Mike Israel.
It seems like everything in society is making men more feminine and gay. Is that why all media being made nowadays sucks so much?
Yeah.
Adam Sandler is Jack. Adam Sandler is Jill. This November, Adam Sandler shits in your eyes, ears, and mouth. It's Adam Sandler in Rated R for Pirates. Fuck you! Stop it! It's...
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Adam Sandler. Like, fucking B-movies back in the 80s and 90s were better than most modern movies today.
Israel's original claim. In Chapter 3, I'll critically analyze it. Chapter 4 will then discuss Mike Israel's recent attempt at damage control in the wake of the backlash. And Chapter 5 concludes.
Let's go!
Number 2, Haunted Mansion.
In the video where the claim originated, Mike Israel's broader argument was that Mike Ments' high-intensity training methods are outdated. He compared them to a 1970s Ford Mustang, while his own modern, supposedly scientific approach is a Tesla. The bigger and stronger boast was intended as the trump card. It was Mike Israel's evidence that the modern, his methods, had demonstrably surpassed the outdated, Ments' methods.
Number 3, I Don't Like You.
Mike Israel's line of reasoning is flawed. Even if we were to grant his bigger and stronger claim as 100% true, an individual's physique...
Oh, hey. I think Todd Lee gave a review to Predator Badlands.
Alright, so this is a quick movie review of Predator Badlands. That I expected this to suck. I expected this to be like Prey. This was amazing. This was so good. It's so much better. I'm so
That's surprising.
Sick of human vehicles.
I don't know. I have to watch the movie myself, but someone who I consider very intelligent gave a plot synopsis for me. Basically, the idea behind Predator Badlands was to say you need to reject toxic masculinity. That was like the whole thesis of the movie. So it's like, I don't know, maybe if you don't like pay attention to the plot and you're just like, oh, cool, he like killed that guy, awesome. Like, I don't know, maybe like it's enjoyable, but apparently the plot is literally toxic masculinity bad.
It's like for once we get to see a movie where the Predator is the protagonist. And it doesn't revolve around Earth and people and bullshit. You've got the entire galaxy to explore. And since Aliens and Predators are now owned by Fox, which is owned by Disney, there's a lot of integration now between the platforms. And I don't want to give away too much, but this was done. Are you worried about?
I'll have to give it a watch, but yeah. Maybe he was just like, ugh, they're killing the guy again, cool. And then he just didn't like actually pay attention to the story. Have you seen Coleman Hughes' video on Epstein? He talks to someone who puts forward the case that apparently it's very mundane and shit got exaggerated heaps. Lots of women were unreliable as fuck, like the women who made allegations. Considering women do that, for one thing, and they even, like, group together and do that shit. And I mean, the guy had such a massive net worth. It wouldn't surprise me.
Welcome to
That is certainly possible. The one thing that's weird, though, that is kind of unexplainable through any other means is, why is Trump trying to cover everything up? Like, if everything is a big nothing burger, these women are just, like, full of shit, and the like, police don't really believe any of them. Like, what's the deal with the fucking cover-ups? It's just really strange. So, if all this really is, you know, maybe a 16, 17-year-old girl here and there was paid for prostitution, and you're not talking about, like, any, like, fucking 9-year-olds getting dicked, like, you're just talking about, like, some dumb 16, 17-year-old girls here and there who maybe lied about their age, and then, you know, ended up getting convinced to have sex with older men for like a few thousand or something. I don't know. It's very strange that you'd see these kinds of crazy, massive, ridiculous, obvious cover-ups, you know? So that's the one thing that's kind of unexplainable. But yeah, like, it's possible.
You can't validate an entire training methodology. A person's success in bodybuilding is a product of countless variables, such as genetics, dietary adherence, consistency, and in this case, the 40-plus years of pharmacological advancement separating the two men. At times, Mike Israel would...
Like, it doesn't have to be full-on child rape for them to cover it up. Still looks bad. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Like, knowing Trump's base... Would everybody, like, literally, you know, disown Trump? Like, all the MAGA fucktards? Like, if Trump had sex with, like, a girl who's 17 years, 6 months old. Like, I would suspect they'd be like, she's almost 18, like, what's the fucking difference? Like, I would suspect something like that, so I don't know.
Copat Matthew Fiorito nigger.
Well, thanks for the big donation, Stitching NoFap. Really appreciate that. I don't know what that's in response to, but thanks for the big donation anyway. Yeah, that's possible. Like, that would also explain why none of the prosecutors really gave too much of a shit about Epstein. Yeah, like the entire Justice Department looking at Epstein and then like covering everything up. Like, what's also weird though, like the suicide, I guess like Epstein really didn't like jail. That was pretty obvious with Alan Dershowitz, you know, on Piers Morgan. Maybe he just figured he might get like a 5-year plus prison sentence and he just couldn't be fucked. I don't know. Yeah, it might be a much bigger nothing burger. So yeah, the entire Justice Department investigating him and then like literally saying there's not really much here. And a lot of the girls are full of shit. So...
seem to agree with me. In a video titled, "Jacked Guys Must Know a Lot About Building..."
Yeah, that does sound a bit more plausible.
Muscle, he criticizes the very idea he used against Mike Mensa. He argues that the primary reasons for an individual's large physique are amazing genetics, years of consistent training, and drug abuse, not...
What do you think about the surge in people thinking Epstein cannibalized babies? Seriously doubt that. It's a pretty big jump to pay a 17-year-old for prostitution and then eating babies. Have to see some kind of forensic evidence that he, in fact, ate a baby.
Nuanced technical knowledge. He states, and I agree, that an average intelligent lifter may well know more about the science of hypertrophy than the average jacked person.
Top reasons the biggest guys are who they are looks like this. Number one, and I do mean number one, amazing genetics. Number two, time spent training hard. Number three is that they know how to eat.
This is a
Mike Israel sometimes talks sense, but because he often doesn't, that means that he's also inclined to contradict himself. In this case, he can't simultaneously argue that his bigger and stronger status is evidence of his system's superiority over Mensa's.
Right, because he can take more drugs. What's his name? Fucking the one he has a YouTube channel. He's the guy who got kidnapped by the Mexican drug cartel. The one dude used to train with Mike Mentzer, and apparently all Mike did was he'd do 300 milligrams of nandrolone phenylpropionate 3 times a week, and that was like all he took. So 900 milligrams over the course of a week of nandrolone phenylpropionate, which is a very fast-acting ester, versus whatever the fuck Mike Israetel is doing. Wouldn't surprise me if he like pushed the doses to close to 2 grams, if not more. Like I've seen this guy, like he clearly had signs of like heart failure and shit. Like his tips of his fingers were like fucking bloated. He's talked about like horrible psychological issues. So yeah, when drugs are in the picture and he's bragging about being bigger and stronger than Mike, well, if you took twice as much gear as he did.
While also arguing that being big and strong is a poor indicator of one's knowledge or the quality of one's methods. He's attempting to prove his method's superiority over Mentz's with a proof by physique argument that he himself has publicly identified as a fallacy. But even if we were to indulge Mike Israetel,
I like her boobs. You know, there's a lot of alternative chicks that I find really attractive, like a lot of fucking tattoos. Some of them like either completely shave their head or they have like sides of their head shaved and they have like a mohawk or something. I know they're bad news, but they're just so fucking sexy.
Flawed proof by physique logic. Consider that Dorian Yates, a 6-time Mr. Olympia winner, was...
Mike also admitted to some weird sexual fetishes he had on high doses. What, I never heard of that story. What did he talk about? I haven't noticed steroids affecting my sexual preferences. They definitely make me think about sex more and I get more horny. And they definitely impact your motivation to get sex too. Like I've come close to actually making a Tinder account just to get some easy hookups. And I've resisted the urge so far, but like I've come really fucking close. I've also been sending a lot more fucking nudes to girls than I did before too, so... Yeah, they definitely increase sexual desire and motivation, but I haven't noticed them changing any kind of sexual preferences I've had. Like, I haven't gone from wanting to sniff a girl's butt to, like, literally wanting to eat shit or anything. $1 donate $2. There might be some truth to that story because this guy knows. Let me see. Oh, yeah. The Illuminati rape and eat babies. What's hilarious about this is he defends it. He's like, it's okay to rape and eat babies.
All right. What's up? What's up? This is going to be sort of like a part 2 of my last...
My OnlyFans is mostly men. Here and there, I get some girls join up.
Last video, but I'm going to dig a bit deeper. Seeing as we are all everything at all times, that meaning anything that is naturally human, we are also predators and cannibals at all times. Always. This is why I want to mention what happened to me last year. When I was in the intensive care, I talked about this in the video, sun gazing warning. When I was really starved and then I started eating again, I wanted flesh so much that I actually wanted human flesh. And there's a reason for this. And I've been researching this whole thing for over a year now because of this experience. And I also saw people sun gazing, visions of it, and having organs in their hands and eating them and such. And this just really got stuck in my head. I still
Dude, women will still date a guy who says this. Like, it's nuts. Crazy. Like, the dumbest shit dudes do. Like, what's that basketball player's name? The guy who's really good at 3-point shots. Like, I've seen millionaire basketball players and shit marry women who literally flat out say they're gold diggers. They want to get married so that they can take a guy's money. That's dumb. But I mean, like, women will literally date dudes who say, I want to, like, kill and eat people. Like, what is wrong with them? Like, that's crazy. Like, what dudes do, the kind of women they get with are, like, that's stupid, but, like, some of the dudes women get with, like, that is crazy unhinged shit. Yeah, careful with casual hookup. Something goes wrong, claim, essay, whatever. At this point, like, I'm not worried at all about women falsely accusing me of sexual assault. Like, Andrew Tate has, like, flat out admitted that he committed statutory rape on camera multiple times. No one fucking really cared. Like, there being so many cases now, like, really high profile cases like Amber Heard, where I think that whole Me Too thing is, like, dead. So I don't care. Like, when I broke up with my ex, I was, like, thinking she might do something like that, but even if she did, like, I don't think anybody would fucking give a shit. Nobody liked her to begin with. And I don't think any of these women are taken seriously at this point. So I'm not really worried about that. I'm more worried about just having somebody, like, stalk me and just be a problem for me in, like, my personal life. And like, sexually transmitted diseases. Like, I can't fucking have sex with a condom. It just doesn't work. So, like, that's kind of the two things that I'm apprehensive about when it comes to just, like, making a Tinder account.
Was a renowned practitioner of Ments' high-intensity training principles. Dorian competed in the 1990s, an era earlier than Israel's, and built a physique that was fathoms bigger and stronger than Israel's. Yet I somehow doubt that Israel would concede that Dorian Yates' methods are superior just because Dorian was bigger and stronger than Israel. This isn't the first time that Mike Israel has indulged in proof by physique argumentation. Consider his statement that the only reason he competes is to demonstrate that his methods work. Using a sample size of 1, himself, to prove the superiority of one system over another is antithetical to the very scientific principles Mike Israel himself purports to champion. Being bigger or stronger than someone...
I don't understand the foot fetish thing. There's just nothing sexy about feet.
Doesn't in itself mean your methods are the reason. This is the bigger and stronger point that we shouldn't lose sight of in the current debate, however blasphemous it may be that Mike Israel compared himself so favourably to a bodybuilding legend.
Number 4. Watching Barack Obama.
In the wake of the backlash involving Dorian Yates himself highlighting the absurdity of Mike Israel's boast,
a bag of shit that gets bigger is just a bigger bag of shit. Still a bag of shit. You know what I mean, mate?
Mike Israel didn't retract his statement. Instead, he did the following. 1, he shifted the goalposts, and 2, he claimed that he was taken out of context. First, consider this comment Mike Israel left in response to a critic. Mike Mentzer is in a totally different league. I'm bigger, I'm stronger, but his shape is, well, legendary. He's always going to be the better bodybuilder, and will always have my highest respect. But does that make his metrics or methods immune to criticism? No, it shouldn't, right? Here, Mike Israel attempts to seize the moral high ground. He frames the backlash as if his critics believe Mentz's methods are immune to criticism just because...
Why do you think the media is against violence and sexuality? Society is becoming beta and gay. Didn't see this during the early 2000s in anime or movies. Did the start post 2010s. Well, it's because more women, primarily, are getting involved in media. So, like, just look at like the Disney organization. Look at the amount of female writers and producers and directors that are working on these properties. You're obviously going to get horseshit when you have so many fucking women involved in these projects. The reason why all the latest Star Wars movies are complete and absolute garbage, well, there you go, Kathleen Kennedy. She's the one who's at the top of the fucking, chain when it came to all those fucking Star Wars movies, and they're all fucking garbage. You have some dumb bitch Mary Sue, who's just better than everybody, and then all the male characters act like fucking retarded, overly sensitive women. Here's another fucking example of this. There's the scene from The Last of Us. Last of Us, Joel, HBO, Ellie scene. Where is it? So, look at this. So, this is a scene from the game. Last of Us, Joel, Ellie, Last of Us 2, Joel, Ellie scene. So, this is the original scene from the game. So, basically, this is a flashback where Joel was talking about saving Ellie in the hospital, and Ellie was kind of mad that Joel saved her and lied about it. And he just said, I'd do it all over again. And the implication there is it's because he loves Ellie. There's two things to take away here, though. Joel never directly told Ellie that he loves her. All he said was, I would save you all over again, and I regret nothing. That clearly implies that he loves her. He doesn't have to say it outright. And he doesn't cry. Nowhere in the scene does he start crying. And this is how you'd expect a man to act. A man is going to guard his emotions a little bit. He's going to mean what he says, but he's not going to be like this overly emotional fucking bitch who will just say, oh yeah, I love you. He'll just say something that means I love you. And he'll mean what he says, but he doesn't have to be overly emotional about it. Your emotions are going to be kind of guarded, and you're not going to fucking cry. Well, guess what they did for the fucking HBO series? Fucking Pedro Pascal literally starts crying like a little fucking bitch. Like, tears are literally coming out of his eyes. And, like, he actually says in the scene that I love you. So, also, throughout the Last of Us Season 1 and Season 2, Joel goes and sees a fucking therapist. That never happened in the fucking game. Well, what type of people go to therapy? Women. Women who don't know how to control their emotions and need fucking attention, and none of their fucking problems need therapy. They just want attention. They are, like, deliberately trying to make men act more like women in Hollywood, and it's mostly women who are trying to do this. It's like women and just like some gay beta male fucking twink dudes who went to university and got indoctrinated into fucking communism. So, again, it's because there's more women getting involved in media, and there's probably just more people coming out of the university education system or indoctrination system where they're being told about how masculinity is bad, communism is good, men and women are fucking equal in every way. Like, we need to, like, get away from all this patriarchy. Like, that's where all this is coming from. So it's women and gay beta male dudes who are going through the university system and then end up getting hired for Disney or HBO or any of these other fucking media companies, and they're movie after movie after movie, and it's even happening in video games now, they're making men act like fucking women. They're crying, they're being overly emotional, they're sharing all of their emotions, which men don't fucking do, and like, they're going to therapy and shit, and again, none of this happened in the original fucking game. So, yeah, it's it's just indoctrination trying to teach men to act more like women.
Because Mensa was a legend. This is
And
a
yeah,
classic
it's like
straw man
feminist
argument.
bullshit brain rot.
Nobody argued that Mensa's methods are above criticism because of his shape. What people like me argue is that Israel's logic, using his own physique to extol his methods, is flawed. Israel is trying to retcon his original bigger and stronger boast into a noble stand against argument by physique, which is the exact fallacy he committed in the first place. In his second defense, Mike claims he was misrepresented. Not only was it a misquote, but it was also to prove the point that neither myself nor Mensa are very big or strong by top modern standards. That got kinda lost. This is a rewriting of history. Mike Israel now claims that the comparison was intended to show that neither he nor Mike Mensa...
Yeah, Mike's a bad liar. His lies are so blatant and obvious. I don't know how he has a fan base anymore.
...compares to top modern pros. But the original footage doesn't support this modern standards narrative. Let's just play the clip in full and let the record speak for itself.
I saw a fucking reel on the YouTube shit. You know, YouTube does the fucking shorts. It was like Mike Mentor's advice on diet. What? Motherfucker was around in 1982. I don't give a fuck what someone from 1982 said about diet. I'm sorry. Because what he said about diet was already absorbed and processed by everyone by 1988, by 1996, 2012, and 2023 on this motherfucker.
Why do women say they like men to be vulnerable? Is it a trap or do they really appreciate it? It's a trap. Basically, they're just testing to see how much of a man you are. As soon as, like, dudes actually share how they feel or their emotions or something, women completely lose attractiveness to them because they realize, oh, you're not strong. You're emotional and weak just like I am. And then they dump you, and then they try to find some other dude who's more of a man. It's a complete trap. Never share your, like, feelings with a woman. Like, obviously, you can tell them you love them or something, but yeah, don't ever talk about how you're traumatized by your childhood or you're scared of bees or something. Like, they completely lose interest immediately.
Man, next you're gonna you tell me what Elvis ate for breakfast and how that's relevant. Gives a flying fuck. And like, Mike Mentor was impressive for his time, but he wasn't impressive in an absolute sense. Like, did he have some kind of insight that the rest of us didn't? I'll tell you right now, the answer is no. So when people are like, oh, what did Mike Mentor like? What was his diet like? Like, why the fuck do you want to know? So I don't know what to tell you. So like, who am I compared to Mike Mentor? Well, real talk, this is me just being snooty. So I don't really mean all this. I mean, factual stuff. I don't want to come off like a dick. I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Mentor.
Do you think that eating is okay?
As a variant, it's totally cool, unless Greg Doucette's doing it.
There is no nuance about top modern standards in that statement. It was a direct, binary comparison used to assert dominance. I'm bigger and stronger, therefore my methods work better. Mike's claim that he was misquoted and misinterpreted is objectively false. The footage exists. So did Mike forget? Did he...
Happy Valentine's Day, dog.
Well, thank you. Human supremacy can suck my ass. Happy Valentine's Day to you, too. Appreciate the donation.
Flub his response? Or is this just what he chooses to believe?
As would you rather touch Mike Israel for $1 million? Or get
No. You know, I still hate Greg's editor. This is pretty terrible.
Number 15. Monkey Encounter.
Like, this is funny, but most of this is just terrible.
Sure.
The internet's fixation on whether Mike Israel is factually larger than a man from the 1970s is a distraction. The real issue is that Mike Israel built his reputation by positioning himself as the Tesla of bodybuilding. Modern, sophisticated, data-driven. Yet when he needed a trump card, he didn't rely on any data. He reached for the most outdated Ford Mustang argument in the history of the gym. I'm bigger, therefore, I'm right. Mike Israel's attempt to use his own body as evidence for his system's superiority goes against the very scientific, evidence-based approach he supposedly...
You know, ironically, the more research that comes out about training, the more, like, obvious it is that you don't need research on training. Like... there's been a bunch of new volume studies that show there isn't technically any upper limit to the benefit of higher training volumes. So as long as you can recover from session to session, the more you do, the better. It's also pretty clear training with heavier weights is more ideal for muscle growth. So anything, you know, over the 5 rep range seems to be ideal for putting on muscle. So very heavy weights, you're talking about like, for men, about 80%, 80 to 85% of your 1 rep max. For women, it's going to be somewhere between 80 to 90%. That's where a big portion of your training volume should come from. And like even technique doesn't seem to matter that much. Like all that really matters is that the muscle is experiencing tension. So you don't even really have to worry about range of motion all that much or swinging the weight like too much. You can have a fair bit of body English. Like, so like all it comes down to is training as hard and as long as you can. You know, like so long as you don't get injured and you can recover from session to session. It's all it really boils down to at the end of the day. And then you have all these like fucking dorks who are trying to like do this, you know, like stretch mediated hypertrophy and, oh, this exercise isolates this muscle a little better because based on EMG data, it has like more activation. And then they're all like skinny ass twinks because like they don't train hard or for very long. So, yeah, and I mean, like, everyone's an idiot. Just, like, get steroid pilled. I mean, the natural thing, oh my god, like, it's just, now that I'm like, now that I realize, like, how stupid the steroid fear-mongering is, like, holy fuck, dude. People will spend, you know, $200-300 a month on all these different supplements, like, you know, creatine, protein powder, like fucking turkestrone's the biggest meme. But there's all these fucking supplements that people spend several $100s on. They could spend like $30 or $40 a month on testosterone. And they will have like, they'll get like 10 times at least 10 times the benefit out of that than the supplements they're paying for, and they won't take it because aren't like steroids bad for you or something? I heard some like fucking idiot doctor who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, never learned about any of this in medical school, say that they might be dangerous. It's fucking crazy. But then they'll go out and drink and party on the weekend when alcohol is like one of the worst drugs you can possibly fucking take. So all drug fear-mongering is stupid as fuck. People think heroin is bad when it's easier to die from alcohol, and alcohol has way more deaths, even accounting for its legality. Yeah, I know. Even Hunter Biden, he was addicted to crack. He said alcohol is worse for you. His health was worse when he was an alcoholic versus a crack addict. So, like, it's crazy to me, like, how bad fucking alcohol is, and then, like, people will freak out about steroids. Like, and again, especially testosterone. Like, it's literally a bioidentical hormone. Already exists in your body. And then people are, like, too much of a fucking bitch to take testosterone. But they're fine with drinking alcohol.
Walk into a dealership and buy, right off the showroom floor, can actually hang with a $3 million...
Oh, this is a fucking AI video. Yeah, the H2R is crazy. You can actually ECU flash an H2, so that it's literally the same performance as an H2R. I don't think I'd do that. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of either getting the H2 or Panigale V4. Where's the... I know they have a carbon fiber version, like from the dealer. Looking for a good photo of one. That's a good one. Yeah, I was thinking of either getting an H2 or the new Panigale. I think they switched to a single-sided swing arm again. Like, there's a lot of nice technology in the V4, and it's definitely better on track. Like, it's lighter. It has better weight balance. And it's a V4. This is an inline 4. This is supercharged. This isn't. I think this has a higher top speed, which I don't really care about. There's a lot of like cool technology in the Ducatis. They don't have valve springs. The valves are controlled completely through the cam system. So there's no valve spring, so it can rev super high and it has perfect valve timing. And I think the service intervals are also longer on this, especially since this has a supercharger. I don't know what I'd actually prefer. I was thinking of just going to a dealership and swinging a leg over one and just seeing what fits me better. Like just what's more comfortable to ride. I actually saw an H2 at the dealership that I got the V-Strom from, and they're smaller than I thought they'd be. In person, they looked a lot smaller. From memory, the V4 looked bigger. I've seen some like other bikers on a V4. And from what I can remember, the V4 looked a bit bigger, so it might fit me better. They're both really cool bikes. Fucking AI videos, dude.
Another episode of Conversations with Coleman. The billionaire philanthropist Jeffrey Epstein ran a global pedophile ring, supplied children to presidents, prime ministers, and princes, secretly filmed these powerful men in compromising positions on his private island, and blackmailed them on behalf of intelligence agencies.
Thanks for inviting me.
So I've been paying close attention to your coverage of the Jeffrey Epstein issue for the past few months, and you are one of the lone few voices out there that is keeping track of this story from a purely fact-based perspective, namely, what is in the public record that we can verify was true about this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, as opposed to the narrative that has become just enormously popular, totally devoid.
Do you think you could hypothetically blast your body weight steroid doses up to a 600-pound bench? Yeah, I think I could. Like, I think I could have benched 500 pounds naturally. When I did 410, like, it felt easy. It didn't feel difficult. And I had a ton of fucking leeway to have just kept accumulating. The only reason I didn't was because I got injured. So I had the two pectoralis tears. They weren't full avulsions, obviously, but yeah, I pulled both pec tendons. And if that didn't happen, I could have kept accumulating easy. The last session I did 365 for sets of 3, and it went up super quickly, super easy, super smooth. I think I could have easily accumulated up to 380 for sets of 3. And what would that be? 1 rep max calculator. 380. So this is assuming there's no reps in reserve. Still giving me 402 for some reason. I don't know. Because I know with 365 you can easily smoke 405. Yeah, the 1 rep max calculator is actually a little... Let me see. I'll do my own. I think, what's 80%? Wait. 450 times 0.8. That'd be 360. Oh, wait. No, it's 90. No. Yeah, it would be like 425. Like 425-ish I could have hit. Maybe even more. But Yeah, I think I could have hit 500 pounds naturally if I didn't have those tendon problems, and if I was just willing to just get fat again. Like, just having extra body weight definitely helps. I don't think I needed to get as fat as I was when I did 410, but... yeah, if I took enough steroids, I think I have it in me to bench 600.
From fact. And before I kind of want to go systematically through these issues you've been covering. But before I do that, I just want to give a disclaimer to my audience and to whoever's listening that, very similar to how a few years ago, if you try to point out from a fact-based perspective what we know about police violence and its racial profile in America, referencing the Washington Post database, the Guardian database, studies by Harvard economists, and your conclusions didn't match the popular conclusions of the BLM moment, immediately people would say, well, what are you defending white supremacy? What are you pro-racism? Something very similar is happening now with Epstein, where when someone like you comes along and just says, what do we actually know from the perspective of documented facts? Very quickly, the accusation is, oh, what are you defending pedophiles? Why are you defending the pedophiles? Like, what motivates you? So I think before we get into any facts, can you give me a little about what's motivating you to cover this issue in the way that you are?
Yeah, there have been other issues I've covered in the past where I've certainly been inundated with scurrilous accusations that attempt to impugn motive first and foremost. So, for example, when I was one of the earliest, I would say,
is 20 too young to go on steroids? I would say once you reach your full adult height, there's really the only reasons to not do them at that point would just be some like practical issues. So if you're kind of broke and you don't have much money, then you have to consider things like, okay, can you afford to get regular blood work if you need it? Can you afford ancillary medications if you need them? Because if you need to start taking like blood pressure meds, or I needed to start doing thyroid medication with the growth hormone. So like if you can't afford some of those things that are kind of something you might want to have if you're on steroids, or you might need, and you can't afford that stuff, then that might be a reason to not start them yet. Or if you are going to go on them, like, just stick with testosterone at lower doses. Some people are also extremely prone to gynecomastia, so like, again, it's good to have enough money where if you need gynecomastia surgery, it's not going to like ruin you if you need to spend like $5,000 on gynecomastia removal surgery. Stuff like that. Like, those are the kind of practical reasons you'd want to consider. And a lot of people when they're 20, they also like don't know how to use steroids. They haven't done enough research yet. They might not have enough maturity to use them responsibly. Where, like, there's plenty of dudes who might start a cycle on like 200 milligrams a test. They get good results, but they want more, so they double the dose, and then all of a sudden they break out in acne and stuff, when really they just should have stuck with a, smaller dose, and if they were older, more mature, they just would have. So, like, there's those sort of practical considerations, but, like, from a health standpoint, assuming you have enough money and you know what you're doing, I can't really think of a reason not to. Assuming you've reached your full adult height. There's biological plausibility that they could stunt growth if you haven't reached your full height.
Journalistic skeptics of the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. Obviously, that occasioned a torrent of charges that I was somehow compromised by Russia, that my motive was fundamentally somehow about advancing the interests of Russia, or even I was being paid in rubles, so on and so forth. And there have been similar reactions to things that I've done.
I did 325 for sort of 8 last session. I could easily smoke 405 right now. If I went on a just small strength phase for like maybe 2 to 4 weeks, I think I could probably hit like 420, 430, no problem. I'm not going to do that because I'm just worried about getting injured, but yeah, I'm stronger than I was like at peak strength when I did like 410.
over the years that just engender this tsunami of defamation. But I do have to say, the Epstein story is sort of unique in the kind of defamation that it engenders, but because there is this element inherent to the story of quote unquote pedophilia, or at least perceived pedophilia.
Think I reached my full adult height, but I'm prone to acne. Like, that's another thing, right? So if you're prone to acne and you take steroids, so you might have to take antibiotics, you might have to go see a dermatologist, you might have to go on Accutane, you might need some other drugs or something to help treat the acne. So, like, those are all things to consider where you could experience side effects, and dealing with some of those side effects might require, like, money. And if you don't have the money resources available, then, you know, that's just a reason to stay off.
Then when one's motives get impugned, obviously they're going to be impugned in the most depraved way possible, meaning I'm trying to cover up my own sexual lust for underage children or something to that effect. I mean, I can't tell you, not that I'm someone who extrapolates a whole lot from my online interactions, because that could lead people to go astray, I find, but I will just tell you that it's fairly unbelievable. I mean, the average person on the street would be amazed to see how many thousands of people every day just confidently declare me to be personally a pedophile. And I think a lot of people in the media, for reasons that you can probably understand, don't want to deal with that kind of pushback. They'll deal with some pushback, sure, but this is a different level of pushback, because even to have your name uttered in the same sentence with pedophilia is something that people don't even want to have to contend with, because even to refute it is to only amplify it further. But in terms of what I am motivated by, yeah, I've had to come up with sort of an elevator pitch on this, because people will often ask me, why do you even bother with this story? Well, my answer, I hope, is pretty simple. Number one, I feel that mass panic, or moral panic and mass hysteria, are unto themselves destructive. And we can go through a great many destructive ramifications of this Epstein story and the way that it's functioned in the public domain over the past 6 months, or even over the past many years. Number two, I feel that the common understanding of what the Epstein story supposedly signifies has given rise to an extremely widespread misdiagnosis of what I would regard to be real political problems. So if one takes it on dogma that there really is this incredibly pervasive elite pedophile ring that is shielded from accountability at the highest levels of our government and other foreign governments, and legions of VIPs are ensnared in this blackmail operation to get them to do the bidding of whomever, often Israel, not always exclusively Israel is who the theory leads to, then that's going to shape how you understand downstream political problems to have been incubated, or what they originated from. And I think that unto itself is a big problem. And there are also lots of civil liberties problems that I think have been attendant to this issue. And I, throughout the time that I've been somebody who engages in the public arena, have been very much attentive to civil liberties issues in a variety of contexts. So you might call it a civil liberties issue that after the production of these most recent quote unquote Epstein files, anybody who appears in them is assumed through this incredibly tenuous and specious guilt by association to somehow be implicated in pedophilic sex criminality. Now, I will say that I thought it was warranted in this instance to have maximum disclosure because of the unique resonance this issue has taken on, and unfortunately that was going to be a casualty. However, if one approaches the document production rationally, one should be able to discern if anybody actually is implicated in pedophilic sex crimes. But of course, the general public is not going to use any real discernment. But there are other civil liberties issues which we could go into detail if you'd like, having to do, for example, with the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, which was frankly one of the most shambolic trials I've ever had the misfortune of studying. The widespread just declaration that anybody who self-declares as a quote victim is thereby a victim, with not a single bit of corroborative interrogation done as to the veracity of their claims. I think that runs afoul of just basic common sense, but it also leads to serious civil liberties infringements. And there's a chronic unwillingness to look at this issue from any of those angles. So that's what I feel, what I can perceive in my own mind to be what I'm motivated by. People oftentimes don't accept that. They love to.
Well, I mean, look what happened with Michael Jackson, right? As soon as this guy ended up just doing a settlement with one family, floodgates were opened. Everyone started lying about him. All these litigious lawsuits started happening. So considering Epstein did have a huge estate, it wouldn't be surprising. Like, and there are a lot of women who might lie about some of the shit for various different reasons. They might be upset that they, I don't know, were used as a prostitute, or like they just didn't like him, or some of the people that they were with, or they were jealous of his wealth, you know, who knows. And obviously they thought they could get some money in like a civil suit, or even sometimes with these criminal suits, money like damages can be awarded to a victim.
Fling all kinds of other extraneous things that I'm allegedly motivated by, but to the extent that I can access my own brain, that's what I'm motivated by.
Yeah. So first of all, I commend you for doing the work. Somebody has to do.
Do you think people who bulk to 300 plus pounds become freak beasts in exchange for shaving a lot of time off their life is inherently stupid or not worth it? People can live their lives however they want. You know, we're dead either way. So if life is more worth living to you by doing something like that, then go for it. There's no right or wrong way to live.
Do it. You are doing the unpopular thing, and in my opinion, the ethical thing. It is always hardest in the midst of a moral panic to go against the grain, especially when you can be labeled. If it's the 1950s, you're labeled a communist. If it's the 2010s, you're labeled a racist. If it's Trump Russia, you're labeled a Trump apologist.
Russian asset, Russian agent.
Russian asset. Yeah. So, you know, you're taking an unpopular stand. I think it's the right stand. And I
right,
think,
but pedo. I mean, if you just get barraged with the word pedo over and over again, that's almost in a category unto itself.
Well, yeah, that's why Trump lost that civil case against E. Jean Carroll. He literally admitted on tape that, you know, it's just normal for him to sexually assault women. That's why he lost. She didn't have, like, really any evidence against him. It's just the stupid shit he said during discovery that absolutely destroyed his case. Obviously, if a jury sees, you know, the discovery where he's like literally saying, yeah, you know, it's just like what men like me do. We just grab women, you know, when we feel like it. Like, they're obviously going to fucking say he's guilty.
Itself.
I agree.
Which is why, you know, when I was a skeptic of the Russia stuff, or, you know, I took a somewhat countervailing view on a lot of Ukraine war issues. You know, Israel definitely obviously breathes a lot of strong opinion if you weigh in. There was some COVID stuff back in the day. There have been other sort of Me Too oriented things that maybe I've a little bit against the grain on. But when you're calling it pedo, I mean, that's like that's what people believe is the worst thing that anybody could ever possibly be.
Yeah, it's worse than
which is why, you know, for a long time, I was really the only one that I knew of any, you know, prominent. It's not that I'm the most prominent person, but I really knew of no one who was approaching this issue from anything remotely like the angle I was. I have gotten like whispers privately, you know, as the months went by, suggesting some level of agreement, but even people who do privately agree don't want to subject themselves to the swine that's going to come their way if they were to engage in public from this perspective.
Yeah, so let's get into it, because I think people who haven't actually read your perspective on this, or the, you know, the few handful of...
Justin donated $220. Let me see.
Never listen, Solomon, if you would just...
Better to live in a desert land than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. There, let generations read that.
And another thing...
That is much more sensible. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Of others, I'm not even sure how many there are, who are actually just looking at the facts. I don't even think people know how far the narrative has actually diverged from the facts. So let's just start here, because it's the genesis of the whole Epstein mythology. Is what precisely was Epstein accused and convicted of in 2008, and how do those actual convictions relate to the charge that he...
Yeah, even I didn't really understand the charges. So he was charged, I think the youngest girl was 17 years and 1 month, and it was a prostitution charge. Like, it's not nearly as serious as a lot of people made it out to be.
Was convicted of, quote, pedophilia.
Okay, so there's something subtle here that I want to clarify. I'm happy, obviously, to get into the 2008 Florida conviction, but I wouldn't say that's actually the genesis of what might be called the Epstein mythology. To the extent that there is a genesis of what we might call the Epstein mythology, that stems from one single victim, which is Virginia Roberts Giuffre, or I should say alleged victim or purported victim. If I ever slip up and use the word victim in this podcast without qualifying it somehow, everybody listening should just imagine air quotes. So the mythology stems from Virginia Roberts Giuffre, which is like a separate issue, which we can talk about now if we want to talk about the origins of the mythology. So let me know which way you'd like to go.
Okay, let's start with Virginia, and then we'll go back to 2008.
Okay.
Who is Virginia? How credible are her allegations? What are her allegations?
Okay, so first and foremost, I'm really not exaggerating when I say she might be the least credible person who has ever walked God's green earth. Seriously, it's stunning how integral she was, because she's now deceased, to the propagation of this Epstein mythology that's gripping countries around the world. I mean, I keep hearing that the UK government might collapse as a result of this. Obviously, it's all anybody can seem to talk about in the United States. There are flare-ups in France, Norway, Australia. I mean, it's incredible. And doubly incredible is that virtually no one has ever bothered to do a dispassionate assessment of this person's claims and whether they stand up to scrutiny. And so the reason why I say that she's the genesis of the mythology is that the mythology was not really at full throttle or anything close to it in 2007, 2008, when Epstein pleaded guilty to state.
Did you see Epstein's mask wall? No, I didn't. That's weird. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Rich people have weird artwork. I don't know what the deal with that is, but yeah.
Level prostitution Florida, charges in Florida. The mythology really only arose much later. To give you an exact date, December 30th, 2014, when Virginia Roberts Gouffre had a court filing submitted on her behalf by two lawyers, Bradley Edwards and Paul Cassell, the former being one of the paramount, quote, victim lawyers throughout this whole thing, who's become obscenely wealthy, of course, as did Virginia, ultimately become obscenely wealthy. You know, mansion in oceanfront mansion in Australia, palatial ranch estates, etc. But in that filing, which really only became public the next month, so we can probably date the mythology to January of 2015, she introduces what...
Yeah, my classes in school were interrupted by 9/11.
Have now come to be known, or what would now be recognized as the foundational tenets of the popular Epstein mythology, which is that she claims that she was essentially trafficked as a child, sexually trafficked as a child to scores of prominent individuals by Epstein and or Ghislaine Maxwell. She names two of those specific individuals, actually three, but two for our purposes are the most relevant, Prince Andrew and Alan Dershowitz, also Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling mogul. She claims that this was a blackmail operation of some kind. Obviously, these claims are very vague, impossible to corroborate. The lawyers who filed it were reprimanded fairly shortly thereafter for having accused, put the accusation against Dershowitz into the filing without doing basic due diligence. And and also she says that in addition to Andrew, Dershowitz, and Brunel, that there's this undefined group of others to whom she had also been trafficked. It was sort of an astonishing thing to see in a court filing because that's not really according to the rules and procedures, but she says princes, prime ministers, etc. also sexually preyed upon her as a child. Now, this caused a bit of a firestorm when it was publicized by the media in 2015, but it really gained traction as the years went by and the mythology sort of ballooned, right? There was almost virtually never any real corroboration for any of those stories, but it was bewildering to me, or not, I shouldn't say bewildering, it was maddening to me that when her posthumous quote-unquote memoir came out last October, it became an instant international bestseller, wall-to-wall media coverage in the UK, the US.
Yeah, it's in every airport I've been to in the past few months.
Yeah. I did a review of that actually for Unheard at the time, in my own Substack. And nobody noted, except me that I'm aware of, that the quote-unquote memoir that was produced by a ghostwriter was mostly a carbon copy with some cosmetic adjustments of a prior memoir manuscript that she had generated back in 2011 and 2012, where she made all kinds of salacious claims against all kinds of prominent people, accusing them of committing sex crimes against her, that she later had to concede, or rather her lawyers had to concede on her behalf, that she, quote, fictionalized the memoir. And she had to retract a bunch of claims therein. So when this latest memoir came out, they kind of massaged the wording a little bit to, I guess, insulate the publisher from legal liability. But it's just amazing. She recanted publicly the claims against Alan Dershowitz, whom she had accused of committing sex crimes against her on, she said, at least 6 separate occasions. She made these claims.
Yeah, she said she might have mistook him for someone else. That's 6 times. She's claiming it like there's no chance. Like she's just full of shit and crazy.
And not just in casual banter, but in depositions and affidavits filed under oath, which means that she theoretically was liable for perjury charges. But of course, no prosecutor would do that in this climate.
If I donate 500, can you breathe? Sure, I'll do that for you.
And she didn't just accuse Alan Dershowitz sort of perfunctorily. She described each instance of alleged victimization by him in vivid, graphic detail.
And what was the nature of her...
Hey, Gum Gum, you want to cuddle? Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. Yeah, come cuddle. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful cat. You're so big. You're like a mini panther. Yeah, come lie down. Yeah, come cuddle. Aw. My little baby. How are you doing? That's a good Gum Gum. Oh my goodness, she's so big.
Canting, she admitted she had misremembered it, or what exactly was it?
So the statement was worded in a way so that the lawyers and perhaps her could claim like a sliver of plausible deniability. The precise way it was worded was that she, quote, may have made a mistake in identifying Dershowitz as the person to whom she had been subjected to these child sex crimes. I mean, really? You misidentified somebody who you're claiming effectively raped you on 6 or 7 occasions? So there you have it. That was the nature of it. Dershowitz actually did not seek any financial remuneration from that settlement because this came about over the course of very intense
I didn't realize she claimed on 6 separate occasions. So yeah, she's full of shit. She's just a liar.
It was tedious, years-long litigation. But it was 8 years after the fact, right? So she introduces this claim against Dershowitz in late 2014. Only by late 2022 did she recant it. And the recantation got very, very little coverage. Still doesn't get hardly any coverage as far as I could tell. Still, her claims are treated with the utmost credulity. She appears in all these she appeared, past tense, in all these documentaries, BBC, etc. I'll just give you one more example of how insidious this is. There's this notorious interview that Prince Andrew did with Emily Maitlis of the BBC in 2019. You might have seen it. Like, people went wild for that interview, where admittedly Prince Andrew does appear to be behaving a bit oddly when he's taking all these questions about whether he committed pedophilic sex crimes. But despite Emily Maitlis being heralded for what a journalistic triumph this supposedly was, really all she's doing is pantomiming what Virginia Roberts Giuffre's lawyers would ask Prince Andrew in that situation, to try to fish for material that could be used for civil litigation against him, which was ultimately brought in 2021. And Virginia Roberts Giuffre got this enormous settlement from the British royal family, who foolishly thought that would resolve the issue back in 2020.
Like, dude, look what happened to Michael Jackson. I don't know why anybody thinks that's a good idea.
Early 2022, ahead of the Queen's Jubilee year, so they didn't want the PR nightmare. But of course, it didn't stem the issue at all. Conceding to this hysteria does not tend to actually staunch it. It only gives it further credence. So Virginia Roberts Giuffre, I mean, it's unbelievable. She's the linchpin of the mythology.
Hey man, good evening. Had a good night spending Valentine's Day with my girlfriend.
Yeah, sure. Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
Back to get more of the same. Telling the truth. Left-wing narcissism. Then the alt-right pipeline would not exist. And
I'm not watching that. Transgender school shooter disturbingly dreamed of being petite woman. I don't know why that's disturbing. Okay, I guess you could say it's weird. Don't know why that's disturbing. Like, I've never wanted to gender transition, but I mean, like, I've had fantasies of having lesbian sex, like, where I turn into a woman, then have lesbian sex with another girl. Like, it's just kind of hot. But it's like, I don't know why that's, this is Sky News. It's fucking Robert Murdoch. You know, horse shit. Oh, this fucking music. Grievances about transitioning into a woman. Wonder what the grievances were. One of the posts. Do I have a good build type for HRT? This is just normal. If you look at any people thinking of transitioning, they're thinking about whether or not they have a realistic prospect of transitioning into a woman. So, like, none of this is weird. Like, if they're talking about, like, fantasizing about chopping their own dick off or something, like, that's different, but, like, this is just normal. The shooter added to the post asking for any advice if he should put on weight or even work out. Like, this is just normal. Described himself as male to female, why he can't be small in another post. Like, it's so weird how people are talking about how this is like all about a trans thing. If you look at like violence and crime rates between men and trans women, it's identical. So trans women have about the same rates of committing violent crime as cis men do. So there's like probably some weird genetic thing where men are just more prone to committing violent crime than women. And even after they transition, the crime rates are the same. So criminal behavior stays the same. So if anything, this has more to do with them being born a man than being trans. The whole trans shooter thing is just so fucking cringe. It doesn't even make any, like, actual sense to me. Like, you're telling me the more girly a man is, the more likely they are to commit a shooting? Like, it's fucking weird.
High. Every fast food chain across the country was launching their but today we are trend forecast videos about plant-based why you
I don't care. It's just a boring video and I hate the music.
Discord launched your government ID and it wants it just in time for a rumored IPO. Just in time to increase shareholder value by having additional marketable information attached to your chat app profile that you may be using through an exe that's installed on your Windows desktop computer that is at some level capable of monitoring the processes that are running on said computer. Now, Discord says it wants to launch a teens by default mode for Discord, the chat application. The press release stated, quote, Discord users can choose to use facial age estimation or submit a form of identification to its vendor partners with more options coming in the future, end quote. So good, more options. Maybe they'll add fingerprinting next or rectum scanning. Wait, no, that's... general, Discord is just the newest part of that, and unfortunately, it is one that has come in and displaced forums in a way where it was already troublesome. You can't find information you used to be able to just search the internet for. It's become a mainstay for a lot of people, and now it's come time for Discord to cash in on the power it's collected. It's trying to tie identities. We all know that companies like Microsoft really wouldn't mind spending a couple million in a settlement now to make several billion in profits later. The good news is that Discord would never publish anything saying that it has identified exposing approximately 70,000 users' information containing government ID photos. Quote, we have identified approximately 70,000 users that may have had government ID photos exposed, which our vendor used to review age-related appeals.
Yeah. You have to be an idiot to give them your government ID.
End quote. Okay, it's different, especially in light of the recent data breach. This is Discord's most aggressive identity-related play yet. The discourse around Discord has...
Yeah, that's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Could you beat Tanner Shuck in a fight? Yeah, the guy's a bitch. Dodo, donate $2. Good for YouTube. YouTube kill US channel for criticizing Israel. YouTube deletes Guy Christensen's channel over criticism of Israel's genocide. No, they deleted his channel for anti-Semitism. Yeah, of course, RT. Only women would be interested in this. Can't watch that. Video unavailable.
So this really, yes, migration has been a huge...
We already know about that. Florida's Randy Fine was caught voting illegally on behalf of other members during a bill outlawing Israel boycotts. Welcome to the ship. Really? Is that true or... The claim in the post is not true. It's misleading and exaggerated. The videos from 2024 does not show him caught voting illegally. Here's what actually happened. Explicitly prohibit true proxy voting. No member can vote for an absent colleague, even with permission. Video likely captures a routine. Allowed practice members sometimes temporarily operate electronic voting consoles. Yeah, that's kind of hard to believe.
Why
was irate.
Why does nobody say, how can these 13-year-old girls be in hotels with men drinking alcohol in the middle of the day when they should be in school? Nobody cared about them. This country has a society problem.
They were doing that because grooming gangs had them do that.
Of neglecting girls.
Buddy, like, yeah, I don't even fucking care. This guy's a retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Austin Donateller, quite literally the only thing stopped me from blasting gear.
Hey guys, what's up? So lately I've been really interested in
Everyone on testosterone looks 10 years older. No, that is not even remotely true. Mike O'Hearn is like, what, 55 or something? Or no, almost 60. I think he's like 57. Yeah, he's 57. Dude. Mike O'Hearn does not look like a 57-year-old man. So, I don't know. There are plenty of dudes on TRT that I know personally, and that you'll see online, social media. They don't look 10 years older than they are. I've only been on gear for, what, like 6 months now? Like, so who am I to say? I don't think I look old for my age. I'm going to be 35 this year in June. I'm 34. I don't think anybody thinks I look like 44. So, and I'm on more than TRT. So, no. I don't know where this guy got this idea. Like, this is just all bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Austin. Like, what's also stupid is a lot of these bodybuilders who are on high doses of steroids, they eat like shit. So they're eating tons of red meat, tons of chicken. Their like main carbohydrate source is white rice. They don't eat much, if any, fruits or vegetables. And like they go through these crazy bulking and cutting phases where they'll gain like, 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds after a competition. Weight gain like that is extremely like bad for you. It promotes inflammation in the body. You create way more reactive oxygen species. Plenty of health issues pop up, like, insulin resistance. And then they'll crash diet like crazy. They'll get down to like sub 5% body fat. And then when they're doing that, they're on all these other harsh compounds like fucking trenbolone, which certainly would age you. And then they're giving that as an example of like, oh, steroids age you. Well, like they're also doing all these other fucking things, not just steroids. And then they're like, oh, see, you look way older. But they don't mention the shitty diet, the crazy weight rebounds they do. And they don't mention like exactly what steroids they're even fucking taking and in what doses. Like there's a big difference to, doing TRT plus where maybe you're on 300 or 400 milligrams of test versus, 1,500 milligrams of test plus like fucking trenbolone and a bunch of orals. Thanks for the donation though, Austin.
For those who daily dose test, can you take it at night? Also, have you noticed your balls shrinking at all?
You can take it at night. It's generally recommended you take it in the morning because it can interfere with sleep. Like, it's a bit activating. I personally haven't noticed my balls shrink. I think testicular atrophy is around 15 to 30% on average. TRT, testicular atrophy. Let me see if AI has... Yeah. Common reversible side effect, shrink by about 10 to 30% due to reduced hormonal production. Everyone's going to experience a different degree of testicular shrinkage. I might be in the low end of the range where it's like closer to 10% where I can't notice. But I haven't noticed any testicular atrophy, and when I ejaculate, I still ejaculate the same amount. It's not like I went from shooting ropes to, like, you know, a little bit of spider web coming out. Thanks for the donation, though. Faggot, nigga, I'm gay. Dodo donated $2, no VG. He was defending the grooming gangs by saying it's the society's fault for not forcing girls to stay in school, so it's partly the girls' fault and society's fault. Yeah, I understood that. So he's just a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st donated $2. Yeah, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, 21st. It doesn't matter how much steroids you're on, you're going to get the same amount of, like, endogenous suppression. But you don't need $2.
But I did remember you, because I care so much.
It's my phone charger with my name on it. Okay.
That is not funny. Thanks for the donation. We're not talking about that 21st. Thanks for the donation.
Okay, obviously people have added more to it as the years have gone by. She is fundamentally linchpin. I'll just give you an example that's just come out as of January 30th from this most recent production of Epstein files. You know, people say they want transparency. Well, good, we got some of it finally. She was interviewed by federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York in September 2019 in anticipation of a forthcoming indictment against Ghislaine Maxwell. This was after Epstein was dead. And they're also looking into potential other co-conspirators, of whom they found none, beyond Maxwell. And whether even she was a co-conspirator, let's say, is highly questionable. But she was interviewed. Virginia Roberts-Giuffre was interviewed by these prosecutors. And they memorialized their assessment of the interview in a memo that just came out, dated December 19th, 2019. And they don't even include her in the category of alleged victims that they're compiling. So in this memo, they're compiling lists of alleged victims. You got people who were abused by Epstein when they were children, people who were abused when they were adults, and then they can't even find a way to put her in one of those categories because she's so utterly lacking in credibility that they seem almost astounded. So they found this is an internal memoranda, okay? So they didn't know the public was ever going to get this.
Right, and their incentive, to be clear, their incentive is for her to be a credible witness that could help their case, in theory, right?
They, at this point, are desperate for any potential evidence they can muster that would allow them to prosecute somebody in lieu of Epstein, right? Because there was a giant political demand for that at the time. It was becoming like a huge pop cultural issue, like the Netflix specials and the social media kind of fervor around it. So yes, they were desperate. They were desperately looking for somebody. And also bear in mind, when Epstein dies in federal custody, that's a huge humiliation for the government. So they have to figure out some way to rectify that and deliver, quote, justice for the alleged.
Nigga, you're a sexually frustrated celibate incel and you haven't had sex in over a year. Meanwhile, Isaac's a player and he probably invites girls over all the time and you get jealous, don't you? Has he invited a girl over even one time?
No, he hasn't invited any girls over. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. Fuck!
I just found...
Oh, I hate it when I do that.
And the social media kind of... and deliver, quote, justice for the alleged survivors. So yeah, if Virginia Roberts-Giuffre was actually credible, could actually be even minimal...
Yeah, gummy definitely helps keep me warm. He is very insulating. Just lots of nice fuzzy fur. He's very soft. He's also very handsome. He's a very beautiful cat. Very elegant. See how special he is? Do you guys see this? Look at him. You can tell this is a good cat. Very special. Very beautiful. Very handsome. This is a sweet baby. This is my baby. Yeah. That's my Gum Gum. Very pretty. Look at him. gosh. It's a good cat. Very good. He's very sentient.
Did Isaac get his driver's license yet, or does he still rely on you entirely and make you drive him around like a little dork in your sidecar? Two dorks in that dorky looking bike of yours, niggas be looking like absolute clowns. Get a job.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't have a license yet. We're driving around like two dorks in the sidecar. When it warms up, he's gonna get his motorcycle license. And he's probably gonna start off on the SV650 because it's a small bike. He tried learning to ride on my V-Strom, and that failed spectacularly. He kind of crashed and hit the ground pretty hard. I think he hurt his shin pretty bad. So yeah, he's going to start off on a smaller bike. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Really corroborated. That would be a huge gift to the prosecutors. But instead, you can tell how disconcerted they are because they have to acknowledge amongst themselves that there's no corroboration for the claim that she's ever been trafficked to any prominent individual. A core prong of the whole Epstein mythology. There's no credence to the idea that she had also been promoting that Epstein surreptitiously hooked up surveillance cameras in all his rooms and all his properties to record prominent individuals in compromising sexual encounters and then blackmail them. They found no evidence for that. And furthermore, they also document that she had blatantly lied about many key facts, that she made up that she had been told by the FBI that there was a serious death threat against her. They say the FBI told her no such thing. In fact, they told her the precise opposite. There were no credible threats against her. So she went around lying about that. They say she lies to the media through outright falsehoods and just chronic sensationalizing. And so clearly they discount the viability of calling her to testify in any criminal proceeding. And indeed, she was not called to testify at the ultimate trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. But despite being the person who introduced this idea that Maxwell was the madame for Epstein and trafficked young girls to him and likely others, because she claimed she was trafficked by Maxwell to Epstein. So she was available to testify, but she was told that she was not going to be called to testify, and they put a sanitized version of why she was not called to testify in this bogus book that came out a few months ago, saying, "Oh, it was just like a strategic calculation by the prosecutors to make sure they had a streamlined case." Give me a break. So again, people should just be aware, and believe me, there's plenty more I could say about VRG, as I call her for short. People should be aware that to the degree that you perceive to exist, like common conceptions of what the Epstein thing entails, by and large, it originates with this one person who, I would think, any rational.
You niggas literally look like SpongeBob and Patrick riding around in that thing. I'd be so embarrassed, LMFAO. I'd have second-hand embarrassment if I merely had to see you on the road. Has he been helping around the house still?
Yes. I don't know, man. Everybody fucking loves the sidecar. Even girls. Girls love that thing. I don't know why you'd be embarrassed riding in it. It's just cool. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Are you and Isaac both autistic? That sounds kind of retarded. Also, as it warms up, you better start vlogging and making some real videos, otherwise I'm cancelling my channel membership.
Okay, I'll vlog and make videos just for you. Thanks for the donation, Vince Dumrum.
National Observer would have to conclude is so lacking in credibility that it's almost laughable.
Yeah. Okay. So with that said, let's go back to the beginning of the timeline. The first event that's important to actually accurately describe to people, and will be surprising if you're just, reading Epstein headlines in the mainstream media or imbibing the rumor mill from your friends or from your Twitter feed. The facts of Epstein's conviction will probably be surprising to you in that you don't get a straightforward conviction for pedophilia out of it. So can you describe to me exactly what he was actually convicted of?
Yeah, nobody thinks that they have to actually be precise in terms of the legalities of what Epstein was convicted of. It's bizarre. Now, because he's dead, there's no potential for a libel suit to be brought because, that becomes moot upon a person's death. Although maybe mistaken, so I'm not sure. Either way, there's just no even notion that anybody should just characterize what he was convicted of or what he pleaded guilty to accurately. So I saw that. So the New York Times, for example, and this is just one example that I happened to see. I was reading an article that was totally unrelated to Epstein. This was maybe last November. And then there's just some random reference to Epstein shoehorned in, and they just offhandedly call him a convicted sex trafficker. He was not a convicted sex trafficker. Sorry. You may think, or you may want to suppose.
Lol, no girls find that thing cool. Yes, it's literally like the Krabby Patty mobile. Nigger taking his boyfriend Isaac to the grocery store every week because you've never heard of ordering groceries online. And yes, Isaac is the top in their relationship.
You can't really order groceries online here. You have to pay one of those delivery drivers like with a $50 tip for them to bother, coming out here. I tried getting groceries delivered here once, and 7 of those like Uber Eats people agreed to pick up the order and then 5 minutes later canceled. That happened 7 times until I added a $50 tip. And then they were willing to deliver stuff. So I'm kind of out of the way, so there's just not a lot of those delivery drivers in around my area. So if they have to drive like an extra hour to like deliver my food, like they're just not going to do it if they can get much faster orders. So yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Thanks for the donation though, 21st.
Or conjecture that he was a sex trafficker, but it's just factually false and legally false to say that he was ever a convicted sex trafficker. He was indicted for sex trafficking offenses in 2019.
I'm pretty sure you can see the tip beforehand.
Died in custody. But people, and it's also ubiquitously claimed that he was a convicted pedophile. Now, believe me, I'm not somebody who, all other things being equal, would be particularly eager to litigate the nuances of the definition of pedophilia, because that never really ends well for anyone. But it happens to be relevant as to the most dominant political story that's engulfing the country and, it's in large part of the world at the moment. So it is kind of important to look into the ins and outs of it. And so if you want to say that he's a convicted pedophile, then you should know like what exactly he was convicted of, right? Then you could judge whether that aligns with the characterization of convicted pedophile. So what was he convicted of? Okay. So there was a very convoluted legal process or criminal investigation started in 2005 after the Palm Beach police opened an investigation into Epstein. And one thing led to another, and the local police in Palm Beach felt that the state attorney's office in Florida was not handling the case correctly, or was not seeking a severe enough punishment against Epstein, because the state prosecutors decided to bring the matter to a grand jury. And in 2006, the grand jury indicted Epstein for solicitation of prostitution, felony solicitation of prostitution, essentially, which, although a felony, is not one of the most grave crimes in the Florida criminal code. But that's what the state prosecutors came up with. So the Palm Beach police and their sort of affiliates.
Nah bro, not Uber Eats. Try Instacart, Amazon Fresh, or find a store that offers delivery directly themselves. Man, you're like a boomer. Even worse. My fucking grandma knows how to order groceries online and you think the way to do it is Uber Eats. Lol.
Yeah, I've also tried Instacart. None of them deliver, dude. It's just the area I live in. So there's nothing on Instacart that I can get. Uber Eats is the only option, and they will refuse to deliver unless you give a big tip, because they'd have to drive an extra hour in order to deliver to me. So, you're dumb. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Complained to the feds, and then in 2006, the feds decided to intercede under the auspices of Alex Acosta, who was then the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, later the Labor Secretary in the first Trump administration, who then resigned because after Epstein's arrest, there was such a renewed frenzy around Epstein and allegations that Acosta somehow corruptly gave him a lenient deal, which is also a huge misconception. And just to summarize, ultimately what he did plead guilty to, pursuant to a non-prosecution agreement that was brokered with the feds, fairly unusual actually in terms of the legal minutia. So the feds intercede. They threaten that they're going to federally indict Epstein unless he accedes to a non-prosecution agreement, by which terms he would have to then plead guilty to state-level charges in Florida. Also, he would have to agree to a structured resolution mechanism for civil claims against him by government-identified victims. So not victims that had been adjudicated as victims, but victims that the government claimed it had identified as victims. And he had to waive his ability to contest the litigation and also pay for their attorney's fees. And he would have to serve a term of incarceration, which he did for about 13 months, including, I didn't know this until the new files came out, because part of an interview that he did with Steve Bannon, bizarrely enough, came out. And he recounts that during part of his incarceration, he was in solitary confinement. Now, people say, oh, he got such a sweetheart deal or a lenient deal. I don't know. Solitary confinement doesn't seem that lenient to me. And you know what also doesn't seem lenient? The requirement to register for life as a sex offender, which he also had to agree to, which is onerous beyond belief for anybody who has to deal with that. There are different rules and regulations and even sort of informal customs associated with every jurisdiction in the United States having to do with the sex offender registry. Starting in around 2012, there also came about that there was a new requirement for international travel where the
21st Century Tillers, nigga, where the fuck do you live? That the nearest grocery store is an hour away. I don't buy that. It's not that it's an hour away. It's that if you go back and forth both ways, it's close to an hour travel. So, with zero traffic, ideal conditions, I think the fastest I've ever seen on Google Maps to the closest grocery store. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that because people are going to be able to dox me easier. But yeah, it's like under normal circumstances, driving there, driving back, and also going through the store picking up groceries, you're looking at about, an hour, 10 minutes of your time. Thanks for the donation on the 21st.
Country to where a registered sex offender is traveling has to like do an advance notice to the country. And it's always a mess. Like it's not streamlined at all.
Michael, can I interrupt you? Yeah. Can you you can get back to that in a second, but can you describe exactly what it is that he pled guilty to?
Sorry. As you could probably tell, I could talk about like so many strains of this all day and night. So exactly what he pleaded guilty to is discoverable to people who would like to know. People seemingly don't want to know, but it is discoverable information. I got it by simply going to the Florida court docket. You know, the system is available on the internet and reading the relevant transcript. So all you have to do is read the June 30th, 2008 transcript of his plea hearing in Palm Beach County, Florida, where he entered his guilty plea. If anybody will have a copy of the transcript, feel free to contact me. And in that hearing, the charges are spelled out by the state attorney and they're accepted by the judge. And the first charge, felony solicitation of prostitution, which he was indicted for in 2006, that doesn't refer to any particular victims, right? Or any particular age of any victims. It's just a standalone felony solicitation of prostitution statute. But then at the behest of the feds, a second state level violation was added. And that was procuring person under 18 for prostitution. Person singular. And the person who was identified to whom Epstein
that was 17 years, 1 month.
For prostitution while they were under 18 was a particular person. She didn't really do anything wrong. She's not one of these people who have seemed to make a whole livelihood out of being an alleged Epstein victim. I haven't heard a single thing from her since 2008 or even earlier. And I find her credible, actually. Unlike, for example, Virginia Roberts Giuffre or a multitude of others who have tried to cash out on this whole thing. Because you can find, you can watch her interview with the Palm Beach police investigator from when she had by then turned 18. You can read the transcript of her testimony to the grand jury that she was summoned to give actually under protest because she had no interest in prosecuting Epstein. She said that her sexual encounters with him were consensual. She was a bit unusual in that Epstein often didn't have full intercourse with any of these girls, but he did with her, she said, literally the day before her 18th birthday. People are going to think I'm making this up, but check the record. And there had been some sexual contact prior to that as well. But in terms of the full-blown sexual intercourse, it was the day before her 18th birthday. Florida has the highest age of consent in the country and the world. Only a handful of states have an age of consent that's 18. I'm in New Jersey right now. It's 16. New York is 17. It's 16 throughout New England. It varies. California is also 18, but then Washington State is 16, etc. So it was unlawful in Florida to have sexual contact with this girl. And his lawyers also didn't even try to undermine her credibility, which they did for some others. So that's what he pleaded guilty to.
Why would you move to a place where you have to travel an hour for groceries? Because the rent is cheap considering the size of the property. So if I wanted to rent out a similar house to this, if I lived near like downtown Ottawa, or if I lived in like Scarborough, Toronto, Pickering, like anywhere where you'd have, decent internet and you're close to a major city, and just more stuff, like you're looking at $3,000 plus for rent. So I don't want to have to be spending somewhere around $3,000 to $3,500 a month on rent. I'd rather spend $2,200 a month on rent, which is what I'm paying right now. And just have the inconvenience of having to drive, maybe an extra 30 minutes for groceries.
That was the victim that was identified in that proceeding.
Okay, so
if people want to say that constitutes pedophilia, and it would have been legal in
across the border,
37 states in the United States in terms of the lawfulness of consensual sexual activity with that person. Now,
it's 17. I know, like, there's a lot of people who are, you know, really crazy about it. I think the youngest age of consent that you can reasonably argue for is going to be 16. And 18 is probably the most safe, you know, kind of age, but like, I really don't care about hearing about a dude who's like, I don't know, 35, 40 or something, having sex with a 17-year-old. Like, it's just not that big of a deal. 16, it's more like, okay, it's getting pretty icky. Then when you're in like the 15 range, it's like, okay, that's kind of a child. That's too young.
Now, if it could be called prostitution or commercial sex acts or trafficking or something, that would be a different story. But in terms of just like on its face, consensual sexual activity between an adult of any age and a nearly 18-year-old who's technically 17, that is, I'm sorry to say, legal in the vast majority of U.S. states. And if you don't like that, then petition your state legislatures to change it. But that's just true.
So I just want to plant a flag, people, so people right here, so people understand what Epstein. If you look at the entirety of what Epstein was convicted of and pled to in 2008, and you look in that bag for anything that could even plausibly resemble pedophilia, anything that has a colorable claim to be pedophilia, the only thing you really grab out of that bag is a plea of having consensual sex with someone who was turning 18 the next day, and she said it was consensual sex. And across the border in Georgia, that would have been a run-of-the-mill prostitution case, as probably happens thousands of times a day all over the country. But
if it was charged at all,
if it was charged at all, it would have been a simple adult procuring an adult prostitute.
Actually, you know, if it took place if the conduct to which he pleaded guilty in Florida took place in New York, where he also was much of the time, it could have been as minor as a civil infraction, so akin to a traffic ticket.
Right. So this is when people say he's a proven pedophile, a convicted pedophile, this is what they're referring to. Of course, most people don't know this because they haven't actually read the transcripts, and they assume that if everyone says it and mainstream media outlets repeat it, well, therefore, someone must have done this original research to see that he really was convicted of something universally agreed upon to be pedophilia. But that's just not the case. Now, he was clearly a sleazy guy. There's no doubt about it. I have no temptation to actually defend his behavior on ethical grounds. But if we're talking about the actual facts of what is proven here, as opposed to if you're satisfied with rumor and conjecture, then I suppose I can't really help you. But if you actually care about what's true about the world and what's true about a mass panic, that's the extent of what was proven.
Yeah, and just to steel man the argument that people will make, even though they don't really make it very intelligently or they don't seem to have done any comprehensive research, but the argument that people will make to claim that the Palm Beach sort of phase of this Epstein legal odyssey does show that he was a pedophile was that there were other victims identified by the government as victims, right? So not adjudicated as victims because, you know, and that's sort of an important qualifier, right? Because in order to say somebody's convicted of something or something has been proven, at least in a criminal context, it requires cross-examination, it requires adversarial testing of evidence, etc. But the government, you know, it's long been claimed in just the popular media coverage. And by the way, let's not only single out the mainstream media. The alternative podcast style media is almost flagrantly, almost even worse on this, with their lack of standards in terms of how they discuss this issue. But there were approximately 35, 32, 36, you know, it always varied a little bit, alleged victims that the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office claimed that they had identified around this period as people whom Epstein allegedly had victimized. The 17-year-old, who actually was credible. I mean, she's very unique in that, like, she's just straightforwardly credible. Almost every other one that I've ever looked at, there's a problem with, but not her. So it stands to reason that Epstein would have pleaded guilty to having a sexual interaction with her, right? But although it's just sort of repeated ad nauseum that the 30-something alleged victims were somehow just definitively established to have been victims, some of these new files actually shed additional light. And there's lots of new files actually that came out in July of 2024, pursuant almost to like a state-level Florida-style Epstein files legislation that was signed into law by Ron DeSantis and permitted the unsealing of records, including grand jury records, which are otherwise presumptively sealed. A lot of this sheds light on why it is that federal prosecutors who had interceded in the state-level case determined that the best course of action to resolve the case was to compel Epstein to plead guilty to a non-prosecution agreement rather than move forward to trial, or to indict him and then potentially go to trial, because they were extremely wary that they could lose a trial, that Epstein would be acquitted and face no penalty because of the evidentiary problems that both they and the Florida state prosecutors had discovered in their investigation of this matter.
He probably should have just gone to trial.
So, for example, many of the girls, and I'm using the term girls colloquially to just describe, you know, young-ish females, not like always literally girls or children. Like, so, I don't know. People have challenged me on this, but I don't think it's that uncommon to say like a 19-year-old girl, but just girls. So let's say from roughly 16 to 22 or something like that. A number of those girls openly acknowledged that they lied about their ages to Epstein, and also they instructed other girls whom they brought to Epstein to participate in these sexualized massages. They instructed them to lie as well. And to strawman the case, you know, the initial girl who prompted the Palm Beach police investigation as a result of her visit to Epstein's house in Palm Beach was in fact 14. but she had been told by Haley Robson, who is now we're told a survivor, who speaks at the press conferences in front of the U.S. Capitol and is always in the media, and who was then an adult. She told this girl, Sage Gonzalez, to lie about her age. And Epstein actually asked, "How old are you?" when she arrived, and she said 18. Now, does that mean I would therefore excuse or morally condone all of Epstein's behavior? No, because like even if you're coming close to the line of what is technically the age of consent in Florida, and like there could be an 18-year-old high school senior who is it's technically legal to have sex with, but like it's probably imprudent to have them ferry into your house day in and day out for these massages, which weren't always massages. Like some girls would be speaking to investigators and say, "Yeah, I just gave a massage." It was a little weird, maybe, but like there was no sexual contact. But as time would go on, and they would come back for more sessions. Often it would escalate in terms of the sexual entreaties that he made. Would I condone that? No, but I mean, with the 14-year-old, she only went once. There was no real overt sexual contact that was ever established, and but she did strip down basically to her bra. Which again, I would not say that it's a great idea for a man in his 50s to put himself in a position where that could even be like a possible thing that he's involved with. But we got to put it in. You got to like look at it proportionately. Is this something that like we should be having this massive pedophilia crisis over now in 2026? Like 7 years after the guy died and 20-something years after the.
I was talking to a photographer downtown. He was showing me some photos he did. He does like headshots and stuff for people who are models or getting into acting. There was some girl that he showed me. He just did headshots for. And he asked me, "How old do you think she is?" And I was like, maybe 23, 24. She was 14. So it happens sometimes. Like if Epstein was asking this girl's age, suggest to me she looked like she was likely underage. She probably didn't look 22, 23, something like that. But it happens. You do see some teenage girls who look way fucking older than they really are.
It could take years for me to be able to move out and afford a place on my own. Yeah, right, cunt.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, 21st. I am indeed Somali and donated $2. When 150-pound boxers say muscles don't mean anything in a fight, well, they definitely do. Yeah. Yeah, they matter. Thanks for the donation. I am indeed Somalian.
Offenses in question to which he pleaded guilty already, served a term of incarceration that was actually fairly stringent, had to register for life as a sex offender, paid like millions and millions of dollars. I mean, no. To me, I would contend that that is not a sufficient basis to proclaim, as so many people do just so flippantly and casually, that we are now in the throes of this like unpunished mass-scale pedophilia crisis. And of course, there are other...
Okay, that kind of explains why so many people were willing to associate with him afterwards, too. Where, the worst crime he was charged with was having sex with a 17-year-old, which is like... I can understand why, people like Peter Attia and stuff would still hang out with him. This is a cat. I have to move the cat because I have to pee. But this is a very pretty kitty. He's very nice and cuddly. He also smells really good. This is a good smelling cat. You smell really good. I love you. Mwah. My handsome baby. Yeah. I have to get up and pee. I'll be right back. Can you scoop, please? Are you gonna jump up here? You can jump. Come on. Yeah, that's a good kitty. That's a good cat. Just gotta move the chair. Yeah, that's a good baby. You're so handsome. It's a good baby. Is lifting form overrated? Andrei Smayeva's terrible form still makes gains. I wouldn't say it's terrible. But yeah, like, as long as you're lifting with good enough form where the muscle is actually experiencing tension, that's all that really matters.
EU totalitarian cucks still want to introduce mass surveillance upon 450 million citizens. If everyone teams up right now and convinces MEPs to vote against this shit now, it will expire and finally be dead in the water.
Yeah, well, that's the EU, dude. So fucking stupid. Yeah, all the gay retard countries, like you'd expect. All gay and retarded. By the way, how the fuck is Malta in the EU? Like, it's so weird. Yeah, but that's just the EU, dude. It's just what happens when you have too much, like, progressive liberalism. They just massively overreach with regulations. Thanks for the donation, though, 3. Frank Tefano. So I suspect heaps of his friends knew this, and the reason they are not explaining it is like an optics one and looks like pedo-apologia. Yeah, probably. Well, again, like, society is so fucking cucked. Like, Leonardo DiCaprio is getting called a fucking pedo for dating an 18-year-old. So somebody who's, like, literally legally an adult. He was even getting shit for dating, like, a woman who's, like, 22 or 23. So, yeah, I could imagine, just because there's so many, like, fucking whiny retards. Yeah, if somebody hears, like, you know, somebody who's, like, 45 or 50 having sex with a 17-year-old, ooh. I don't... Like, what's really strange, too, if you actually, like, talk to teenage girls, so many of them are dating guys that are in their 20s or older. I remember when I was in high school, in grade 9, there were 14-year-old girls in my high school dating, you know, grown men who were in university who were like 22, 23. Like, it is remarkably normal. People, like, complain about it and say it's wrong, but the amount of people actually doing it is surprising. Even Sailor Moon. Like, Sailor Moon, like, what was she in grade 9 or 10 or something? Like, you're talking about young teenage girls that are like 14, 15, 16. If you look at, like, the dudes they were dating in the show, let me see if I can find the clip. Sailor Moon, Nephrite, and Naru? So, in the show, like, you have these high school girls who are, like, 14, 15, 16, and then, like, the men they're interested in aren't the other boys they're going to school with. It's these adult grown men who are like older, mature, are making money, have their own like sports car. They're kind of higher status. And this is like this dude has to be like close to mid-20s. And then you're having these romantic relationships with girls that are like 14, 15, 16. And again, if you actually talk to high school girls, these are the dudes they're interested in. And what's very often the case, these are the dudes they're also dating. So it's so strange to me how this is like the normal course of things. And then you have so much of society saying, oh boy, pedophile, oh my God, how could you do this? But like, like this seems normal. Like this is what people actually do. Like it's so culturally normal. You see this in, like it's a Japanese cartoon, but this was an extremely popular, cartoon in the West, like in the US, Canada. Like, this is how culturally normal it is that, like, even Western countries see this and, like, they broadcast this and it's fine. Everybody's cool with it. So, it's strange that, things are the way they are. But again, this is probably another feminization thing, right? It's another way for people to demonize male sexuality. Like, it's not controversial to say that men are generally interested in younger women. Now, it doesn't mean you should be dating, like, a fucking 12-year-old, but, like, it seems pretty normal that men, no matter how old they are, they're still interested in girls, like, around the age of 18 to maybe, like, 25. Like, that's normal.
What happened between me and Paul Saladino that this guy is trying to ruin my life through the court system? And I have to be very careful with what I say because a judge issued a court order which is completely corrupt and illegal because I was never found guilty of anything. Point aside, I have to be very careful with what I say as this court order makes me not able to say that Paul Saladino copied, plagiarized, stole, or otherwise improperly used anyone's work. I can't say he engaged in dishonest practices in connection with his business, trade, or profession, abuses prescription or illegal drugs, improperly or illegally manipulates social media posts, or engages in any inappropriate sexual activity. So you can read like the initial court filing.
No. Like, it's so confusing. He uploads basically the same video. He says the same thing over and over and over and over again. And, why? He already made this video a few days ago, and then he just uploads another video saying the same thing.
And everything, if you want to know what was actually said and done. But I have to go very carefully about what I say here. Seeing as the judge decided that Paul Saladino did not copy, plagiarize, or steal my work, what I can say is that I started on YouTube in health and nutrition in 2016, about 10 years ago now, and I had hundreds and hundreds of hours of very unique and creative health and nutrition stuff that I...
His videos amounted to cavemen eat meat, meat natural, broccoli bad, broccoli not natural, and then he thinks like Paul, who's obviously smarter than Frank, and, like, he's educated. He is a medical doctor, even though he's retarded. Like, the idea that Paul would have to copy Frank is just retarded.
I came up with on my own, basically linking the Weston A. Price Foundation, some of that research, to the carnivore diet, to all this stuff, and, of course, adding my own takes and interpretation and experimentation with it. And this guy apparently really admired my work because everything that Paul Saladino learned, everything that Paul Saladino knows about nutrition, at least a very large percent of it, a very large percentage of what Paul Saladino knows about nutrition, he learned from my YouTube channel. So Paul Saladino sees my YouTube channel, thinks this is great, learns all this new stuff about health and nutrition, and then Paul Saladino goes and, with all his connections, gets on these podcasts, makes his own channel, and starts sharing everything he learned from my YouTube channel. So Paul Saladino did not copy, plagiarize, or steal from me. He didn't do any of those things. What Paul Saladino did was he learned all this great health and nutrition information from hundreds and hundreds of hours of my YouTube videos, and then he went and shared that information, right? He shared that information without mentioning my name. So
I have a feeling Frank's gonna end up deleting this video.
Paul Saladino shared all of the health information that he learned from my YouTube channel, and he just didn't decide to mention that it was my name. Is that perfectly legal? Is that kind of shady? I am not allowed to say that, but that is my way of explaining what happened here. So he did all of that stuff, and I kind of started making videos about it and pointing it out, and this guy being a tyrannical secret society lunatic.
Yeah, Frank's mentally ill. He has a very severe case of narcissism, and I think he's also probably prone to like developing psychosis or schizophrenia. His beliefs have gotten crazier and crazier over time, kind of like Candace Owens. Frank has recently stated that he believes there's a secret society of Jews who are really Satan worshippers who control society. And in order to maintain power and control over society, they've reset humanity several times. So he believes they've caused like mass extinction events where the majority of humans on the planet were killed off. And he thinks New York, the city of New York, has existed for over 30,000 years. He doesn't believe that all the roads and sewer systems and subways and all that could have only been built within the last like 100 years. He thinks it would require thousands of years to do that. And the only reason we believe New York was only built in the last 100 or so years is because humanity has been reset several times, and we keep building upon ancient, like, I don't know, structures that were already built. Like, it's insane. It makes no sense, too, because, like, cameras have existed basically as long as New York has existed, so you can see what New York used to look like. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Girls the government identified who were also under 18. Their stories always varied. Some of them said they lied about their ages. Some of them had fake IDs. Others claimed they didn't lie about their ages. So Epstein was, I would say, reckless and impulsive at the time. Ghislaine Maxwell says in her proffer interview last summer with the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, that he was taking large amounts of testosterone around this period, which might have affected his...
Probably no way you would know this, but been looking for laser safety goggles, and only competent company that makes actual goggles seems to be others are just resellers like Thor Labs or make trash goggles like Philips Safety.
I would not fuck around with laser, like shitty laser safety glasses. So whatever you think the highest quality glasses are, just get those. I wouldn't want to risk going blind. So I don't know anything about laser safety glasses. There's that Laser Channel guy. He'd probably know a fair bit about that. What is he called? Laser Channel. Who was he? This guy. Styropyro. I'm sure he has some videos about safety glasses, or like he might have some stuff on his Patreon or Twitter or something about it. He might also have a subreddit where people in his community talk about that sort of stuff, so I'd maybe see if he has anything to say about safety glasses, because he works with lasers a lot. But yeah, I would say just get the best glasses you can. Thanks for the donation though, Q.
judgment and also his sex drive in ways that weren't particularly reasoned. But in the main, come on,
Michael,
people.
can I interrupt you?
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, there's so many elements of this myth that I'm just mindful of the time and like wanting to get to other aspects of the myth here.
I can go for as long as you'd like, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So I think we've dealt enough with 2008 and what was actually true there and what people imagined was true. I guess one thing I want to talk about is, so since the Epstein files came out, we've seen that obviously Epstein was an aggressive social networker. He loved meeting scientists. He loved funding people's science projects or being about to fund. You know, he was at TED and all this stuff. And this is kind of how he bought his social life and his influence and so forth. And so all these people have email correspondence with him from the 2010s, essentially. And what I want
earlier, but yeah, there's a lot of 2010 stuff.
And so all this stuff is after the conviction, but before the Epstein story has become a
some of it is from before,
story.
From other files that have come out, probably in this latest iteration as well. Just to clarify, but yeah, a lot of the stuff that's come out that's seen as new and revelatory did take place after the 2008 conviction.
So what I want to ask you is, like, imagine you're a scientist, you meet Jeffrey Epstein at TED in like 2015 or something, or 2013 even. What was it possible for you to know based on the public record? Say, I met this guy Jeff at TED. I want to Google him. He wants to have dinner with me. Like, so put aside whether you would actually Google someone you had just met at a conference to have dinner with, because that's not always how life works. Sometimes you just have dinner with the person. But let's say you wanted to do a little bit of due diligence. Who is this guy? What would you have?
How has your Valentine's Day been? I bet it was fucking awesome not dealing with a nagging bitch. How much do you think Spider-Man from the comics would be able to bench press going all out? He's a lot stronger than people realize. Mofo fights the Hulk, lol.
Let me see. Spider strength ratio to human. It's like 10 to over 170 times their own body weight. So small spider would be able to hold 12.5 tons of scaled to human size. Okay, so let's say 100, like, let's go with somewhere in the middle, 100 times their own body weight. Spider-Man's about 180-ish pounds, I'd say. So 180 times 100, 18,000. So, like, let's say that's something like a deadlift or some shit. Because, like, he's held up a bridge, he stopped a fucking train. He would have to be able to bench several thousand pounds. Like, I've seen it, like, he can lift up cars over his head. So, if I had to put a number on it, it's got to be, like, probably 10,000 pounds, something like that. It would be pretty ridiculous. Thanks for the donation, though, Mac Daddy.
Come across at that time, and like, what would have been clear to you about this person? Would it have been obvious that, you know, all this stuff was true?
So if you spent like a half hour Googling in 2015, you would have found some stuff that, if you are hyper scrupulous in ensuring that you never associate it with anybody who could.
He says he can lift 10 tons in a PS4 game, I think. Yeah. It's hard to calculate exactly. Because, like, there's some Spider-Man comics where he literally sends the Hulk flying. So, yeah, like, he can literally lift a car and hold it over his head. And a car, that's like, you know, around six-ish thousand pounds. So, I think a safe estimate is probably like a 10,000 pound bench.
Be seen as morally solid in any way, maybe you would have chosen not to associate with him. But I don't know.
What would it have been, like a Miami Herald article?
No, that would have been later, actually.
So
that was 2018. I mean, the big series that prompted the sort of reinvigoration of the Epstein story and actually impelled the federal prosecutors in Southern District North to try to
Man, I wish I was that strong. Where you can, like, throw cars. Oh, man, that'd be so good.
Epstein federally. No, this was before. So, for example, there was some coverage of his 2008 plea hearing. I don't remember following that at the time, actually, but, you know, you could read stuff in the New York Times where it's like, wealthy financier pleads guilty to underage prostitution charge in Florida. There was like New York Post tabloid stuff, where some of which was turned out not to be true, sort of suggesting that maybe he informed on Bear Stearns to get an easier deal that never got borne out. You could, if you want to do like if you want to go beyond a Google search and like go to LexisNexis or something, you could found a decent amount of civil litigation filed by Jane Doe's. Like Virginia Roberts Giuffre had filed her initial lawsuit as a Jane Doe against Epstein individually by that time, and she hadn't introduced her most outrageous claims yet, but She did claim to be victimized. But in terms of what you could know in terms of what he actually pleaded guilty to, which is the standard that I would think is the most rational one, if you're going to have a standard at all in terms of evaluating this stuff, it's exactly what I just said before, although probably all of that wouldn't have been available at that time. You could
All
have
the
just
detail wouldn't have been available. Just
no, it wouldn't have been available.
Charge, right?
But you could still find theoretically the crimes to which he pleaded guilty, which were prostitution offenses. I think people have to bear in mind that virtually everything that would have been considered prostitution, including statutorily in 2008, which is not that long ago, is today considered presumptively to be, quote, trafficking. Like prostitution is almost like a taboo thing now to classify any of these activities as, because it seems to demean the quote unquote prostitute. But back then, if somebody got caught up in a prostitution charge, it's not really the end of the world. Elliot Spitzer was the governor of New York in 2008 and had to resign as a result of patronizing prostitutes. If he had happened to be governor in 2026 and the same thing was found out, he'd probably be federally indicted for trafficking. So that's what people would have known. And when he would be asked about it by people and when he would explain to people, he would say that he felt like he got a raw deal. That girls lied to him about their ages and the feds came hard after him and he was sort of forced to plead guilty to these prostitution charges. So that's basically what they would have known. And yet now, anybody who so much as exchanged like a lighthearted email with him, they must be banished from society? Really? And you said before, this is how he purchased his friendships or something. But yeah, the guy obviously did have a lot of money and he used that to facilitate his social life. There's no doubt about it. I think if we want to be fair, if we want to actually be impartial and scrutinizing the record, a lot of people seem to actually really enjoy him. He did seem to be actually quite intelligent. He was sort of a math prodigy.
There's no way he could have that many friendships with that many people if he wasn't charismatic in person, right? I don't think
and intelligent. I would say.
Money just buys you that many emails from that many people in that sort of position.
He was able to set up meetings. He was able to set up a meeting of the minds between Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon. I'm sorry, I'm kind of jealous of anybody who's able to facilitate that meeting. So it just goes to show, like,
Noam Chomsky is a fucking piece of shit.
If all he is to anybody who ever looks at this issue in any respect is just this like mega super villain, then again, it's not to absolve Epstein for everything he ever did in his entire life. But if you want to have like an accurate picture, you got to be like a little bit empathetic as to why people would have associated with him, right?
Right. So yeah, I think people are kind of deluding themselves here because first of all, I've been to TED several times. I've been to many conferences like TED. I've probably met literally hundreds of people at those conferences and had very friendly conversations with many of them. I don't know almost anything about most of their backgrounds. I've been invited to dinners by people. I've been, people very often, they meet you at a conference. They say, hey, can I have your email? It's very hard to say no. There's many times where I've wanted to say no. Many times where I've wanted to say no. Yes. But I give my email. I'm a wuss about that too. And, I've had dinner with people that I don't know that much about. I've had dinner with people that I have not done more than a 5-minute Google search on.
Like, what should we ask everybody we meet now? Have you ever been convicted of a sex offense?
Yeah, right. So I think people are working backwards from what they think they know about Epstein to how it would have been rational to behave had they met Epstein in 2015. But really, if you had met him at a conference and God forbid he was charming and you had an interesting conversation, he asked for your email at the end of it, probably you would have said yes. At most, someone like me would have done a 5-minute Google search because that's about the extent of my due diligence to have dinner with someone I met at a conference is maybe less than a 5-minute Google search.
I'll just come clean about something. So if I had Googled him in 2015, let's say I had been invited to a soiree at his house with some interesting people because he was able to convene all these high-profile, interesting people from different fields, right? If I had been invited and I did the Google, actually, I would have already heard about him at that point. But let's say I knew like the best approximation of what I could possibly know in 2015. I still would have gone. You know why? I reject this idea that if I go and meet somebody or even have like a friendly rapport with them and they did something in their life that people find objectionable, that I'm somehow therefore complicit in anything.
Right.
Like unless I committed a sex crime, unless I did something morally objectionable, I'm not indicted by what somebody else has done just by mere association. It's guilt by association. It's literally what people did. It's literally about what people were accused of in the Salem witch trials. Like if you were proximate to a witch, then because she emanates this magical evil spell, you're contaminated and therefore you're under suspicion for being a witch. I mean, I have to just reject the underlying logic.
Right.
That an association.
Well, and again, he was just charged with a prostitution-related offense. Like, it's just not that big of a deal.
Is unto itself morally inculpating.
I think next time someone makes this argument, you should try the Mike Tyson argument on them, right? How many people I've associated with Mike Tyson? If Mike Tyson asked me to dinner, I would fucking get dinner with Mike Tyson, absolutely. Now, this man was convicted of rape.
Well, dude, nobody even believes in the rape conviction with Mike Tyson. That woman clearly fucking lied. She was manipulating him from the very beginning. You can see some of the interviews he had with her. Like, it was a joke. She was an extraordinarily manipulative woman.
Much more serious than
Epstein in the 90s, which is absolutely it's horrible, right?
Ted Cruz did try to use that against Donald Trump in the 2016 Indiana Republican primary, and it didn't work because Trump was a friend of Mike Tyson's.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't automatically banish someone from my life because I knew that they had a charge in their past and they had done time. And in fact, I would have thought the entire spirit of criminal justice reform of the past many years, portrayed in its best light, would suggest you don't banish people from your life simply on the knowledge that they have a prior conviction. So the judgment of these people.
That's exactly what Noam Chomsky said when he was first asked about his association with Epstein in 2023, when it was first sort of found out about, at least certain details were. And unlike all these other people who issue these groveling public apologies and affirm how sympathetic they are for all the victims and they regret ever meeting him and all these like PR crafted mea culpas, Chomsky's really the only one that I know of who was actually rather abrasive and dismissive of this idea that he had anything to atone for. He actually said, look, I knew that he had been convicted of something. He paid his debt to society, or he served his sentence. And according to the norms of our constitutional order, you would think that means the slate is wiped clean, he said, in terms of his ability to re-enter society. And I think that's absolutely right. But of course, now Chomsky, because more emails have come out since this latest DOJ production, he's literally being renounced. 97 years old, debilitated by a stroke, can't even defend himself. One of, whether you're left wing or right wing, whether you agree or disagree with anything that he's done politically, or if you have a different linguistics theory, you have to acknowledge that he's among the most, if not the most, titanic intellect of our age. And because
and he's also a fucking retard. Like, the guy is a massive anti-Semite.
Because he had this friendship, which was actually a closer friendship than I ever knew, but it turns out it was actually a rather robust friendship with somebody who pleaded guilty to a prostitution charge, or two of them, like 10 years prior to them meeting. Now all his like co-authors and people who have been allied with him politically and loved him for all these years, are coming out and denouncing him. It's actually revolting. It's especially revolting for him just because of his incapacitation, but it's just one manifestation of how destructive this moral panic is.
What's amazing is that Chomsky has lived long enough to be not only the subject of quasi-McCarthyite witch hunts in the 60s for opposing the Vietnam War, but he's lived long enough to survive into a whole different flavor of guilt by association. I mean, the really disgusting part of this is the assumption that anyone who knew Epstein or was friends with him was therefore part of some global pedophile ring and is guilty of heinous sexual crimes against minors. I mean, this is, maybe I'm so Twitter-brained that this is not as big a phenomenon as it seems to me, but the level of residue that's wearing off on like literally hundreds of people that are not even accused of, they don't even have a single accuser. And yet they're being casually referred to as a part of this network of criminality is just really it's really terrible.
Yeah, and people don't even distinguish between the scope of or the closeness of the relationship. So it's anybody who exchanged an email. There were people who had sort of long-standing social relationships with Epstein. Donald Trump was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Clinton, not really. I mean, Bill Clinton did fly on Epstein's plane. And Ghislaine Maxwell was really the conduit for that, but they didn't have a social or personal relationship as far as anybody could tell.
Now, let me ask you about that.
Yeah.
Is there evidence that, so is the picture of Epstein's island that Epstein was basically getting lots of, basically there were prostitutes on the island and people could come to the island and pay for sex from adult prostitutes? Is that picture accurate?
No, not quite. And
what do we know about
even
the
that picture is a much less hyperbolic picture than what people tend to believe must be true about the island, right? Because one of the problems with this whole story is that everything gets conflated. So because of the whole thing in Palm Beach that we went through, people conflate that with everything that also must have gone on the so-called pedophile island or rape island. I mean, we have people in Congress, I'm sure as we speak. And definitely the two lead champions of Epstein files disclosure, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, they run around constantly and will just flippantly throw out the phrase rape island. And so can somebody just ask them? I think I have asked Ro at least. Or maybe I didn't ask this question, but I should have. Maybe I will next time. Okay, can you tell us who was raped on the island? Like, don't you think that answer would be forthcoming at this point, given all the journalistic resources poured into the story, the legal, wildly extensive legal proceedings, criminal proceedings, civil proceedings, etc., congressional investigations? Like, okay, who was raped at the island? And like, nobody has an answer because there's really no credible evidence that anybody was raped. There are rumors. There are like vague things that have been claimed by mentally ill people. But to the extent that, and to the degree that anybody ever was engaged in, let's say, untoward sexual activity on the island, I've never seen any evidence, and I've looked at a lot of it, that any of the sex participants were minors. Not the case for Palm Beach, but in terms of the U.S. Virgin Islands, I believe some of the evidence. What he would do is when he was involved in the modeling industry, because remember, his benefactor was Leslie Wexner. His main benefactor was Leslie Wexner, who was the owner of outfits like Victoria's Secret, The Limited. And Epstein was his money manager. He ran all his finances. So people ask, how did he get his money? Well, I don't know. If you're the money manager for one of the wealthiest people in the United States, and also you have some other clients, seems like you could make a pretty good living from that, especially if you're sort of preternaturally skilled, like Epstein evidently was, in complex financial maneuvers, which is why he was promoted in his early to mid 20s to a relatively senior position at Bear Stearns in the early 80s. But so through his modeling sort of contacts, like that Jean-Luc Brunel guy, the French modeling impresario, or I don't even know what you would call him, he would meet these women, younger women, attractive, who would get involved in his orbit or operation. And, one thing would lead to another, and they would be invited to travel on his private jet to the island. And yeah, I'm sure certain sexual things would probably take place. But in terms of like rape, I mean, the only even real like thoroughly documented accusation of rape that I'm pretty sure I'm aware of is from this one person, Sarah Ransom, who totally delusional. Like, I'm not even saying that to be pejorative. Like, it's just objective to anybody who looks at it.
So what's the evidence of her lack of credibility?
Well, part of it is that she ends up being, whenever anybody points to an allegation that stems from her, it's assumed that it somehow would constitute pedophilia. but she was a 22-year-old, basically escort, living in New York City in around 2004, who, prior to her meeting Epstein, was associated with what she calls an agency that would set her up to go have dinner, quote unquote, with gentlemen, quote unquote, and she'd be paid $1,500. And sometimes she
So she's a prostitute.
and she said this in a deposition, not in any of her public appearances, obviously, or on Netflix or Hulu, but in the deposition when she was asked, she said that sometimes she would have consensual sex with these quote unquote gentlemen because she found them attractive. So she gets involved. She meets somebody who then refers her to the Epstein operation. She goes to the island, and
Sure. It was just $1,500 for a date, but if I found them attractive. 21st only $2 watch now.
This is the quantum model of the atom, simulated in C++ using OpenGL. You've probably imagined atoms looking something like this. This is the model that basically everyone learns is what atoms look like. But what if I told you that this model is not only completely garbage, it's pretty much useless. Atoms don't look like this at all. In this video, I'm going to take you from this very basic model all the way to the real physics that are the most accurate way to truly understand atoms. To start, we need a bit of a plan of action. You've probably learned of atoms being made of particles that absorb its own photon. Can't exist in that state. So in essence, this entire problem of acceleration and energy levels kind of goes away because this wave that wraps around the proton is the electron itself into their own functions called sample r, sample pi, and they give us the wave affecting.
Yeah, very interesting. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
she has.
Now, when you say Epstein operation, I don't want people to mistake what you're saying there. What's the operation? Is it getting
that's maybe
escorts
not
to
the
be on the
greatest word.
island so that these guys can do escort stuff with them?
Oftentimes what would happen is that a woman would meet another woman who was maybe knew that Epstein liked to have people come and give him a massage of some kind, or like wanted to meet these younger women. He was a rich guy, right? He was also a philanthropist, so maybe he could fund something that they were working on. A lot of these younger women got their college tuitions paid for, or he would fund like certain art projects or theatrical projects, etc. So there would be like referrals made to go meet him. So that's what I meant by operation. Sometimes he did have employees who did.
Thanks for the membership, NIS 2246.
Is handle his personal affairs, accounting, management of his properties, management of his personal schedule, etc. Who would meet somebody and then invite them. So that's what I meant by operation. Nothing that grandiose. But I don't even know. But you would think, just based on the pop cultural portrayal of that island, that it was just like a systematic rape factory. Like it was a site of the most, it was like the biggest mass rape crime scene in all of human history. And there's really nothing to support that I can see.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems from reading between the lines of the Epstein files, he had an island, he threw parties, he invited people he met all around the world to these parties. It's probable that he tried to keep the ratio of these parties to have lots of young but adult women, some of whom were actual escorts. And presumably that was part of the attraction of coming to party on the island. And all of that is a far cry from pedophile rape island. You can be as judgmental of it as you want. You can be as judgmental of people coming to the parties, assuming, we don't know that all of their expectations were in the sexual domain. I mean, presumably a lot of them were coming to party, right? Like Elon Musk was coming with his wife, right? Or was wanting to come with his wife. But does that picture seem plausible?
It wasn't so much, as I understand.
Hey, thanks for the gifted membership. Jalen, $22. Josh Allen cries after playoff loss. How do you view this? His whole life, he tried his hardest and failed to win still.
It's extremely difficult. I feel like I let my teammates down tonight. Just missed opportunities throughout the game. A long season. I hate how it ended, and it's gonna stick with me for a long time. Can't win with 5. I fumbled twice, threw 2 picks.
This guy needs to be on more steroids. Looks like he's not on any steroids. So I don't know why he isn't doing steroids. Probably be better at football and would be able to win if he took steroids. I don't know. Sounds like he's being a baby. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
He really threw parties. They were mostly, I would say, like little powwows or soirees. So if I'm remembering that Elon Musk exchange correctly, Epstein's asking, are you going to come to the island? And Musk says, I would like to go somewhere and really party hard, which means the Epstein Island wouldn't be where he would go. He would go someplace else because that wouldn't be the party, hard-charging party he was looking for, right?
Right.
So he would have these little confabs, let's say, where he would invite like a handful of prominent people who would be like interesting to pair together. Like Woody Allen was one of them. And there were obviously many, many others who went with varying frequency. But parties, not really. And then in terms of the Palm Beach girls, right? There's really no evidence ever that they were brought to any kind of partying scenarios.
Hey, gum.
It's a little bit different for some of the girls that would have gone to the house in New York or Palm Beach or maybe even Paris, who by and large would have been, rather sophisticated, like college-aged, approximately attractive girls. So, Michael Wolff, the journalist who knew Epstein, it seems to be the one who set him up with Steve Bannon first, connected him with Steve Bannon. He had gone to some of these soirees starting around 2015, actually. And he would say, yeah, sometimes there would be girls there who were, college age, attractive, and would be kind of, let's say, a little bit decorative. They would be doing like little tasks to facilitate the party, like serving drinks or whatever. It doesn't mean like at every moment they were just like constantly throwing themselves on any guy and like running to have sex with them. But like, okay, maybe if some people are in a social setting, like something like that could happen. But I just make that clarification because I'm not sure that partying is quite the right way to put it. It was something a little bit more cerebral. Because would you just throw like a rave with a bunch of scientists? Probably not. Like you'd probably do something else in a social context.
Okay, so I want to get to a few other aspects of this myth. One is the blackmail aspect. This has to do, I guess we can deal with blackmail and the client list, the so-called client list at the same time. A few interrelated questions you can address. Is there any evidence that has ever surfaced about secret cameras on the island? That's number one. Was there any actual evidence that there was a client list to begin with? And if not, how did the idea of the client list take on such a huge size in the public imagination?
Yeah, so the client list has always just been like a figment of people's imaginations. It seems like public speculation around a so-called client list and also the adoption of that specific term really accelerated during the Biden administration. I think it had a lot to do with Elon Musk, actually. There was a tweet of his from 2022 where he's just responding to somebody about something to do with Ghislaine Maxwell. He's like, what about their client list? Why haven't any clients been prosecuted? Now, there had been chatter about a client list prior to that, but previously, it was mostly about this so-called Little Black Book. Okay, so this was a book, quote unquote, that was purloined from Epstein's house in Palm Beach by one of his house attendants in 2009. And it was basically a contact book that Epstein's employees maintained in terms of it was like his Rolodex, essentially. Some people really didn't have a close association with Epstein, but maybe he met them once or he had a phone call with them or something. Some were closer associates. And for a while, to the extent anybody would talk about this or invoke the concept of a client list or even gesture towards something in that vein, what they would be talking about, as I recall, was the idea that the people listed in that so-called Little Black Book, which eventually became public, must be his clients, right? And must be guilty of sex trafficking offenses or must be complicit in something, right? But then later on, weirdly enough, I don't know, it kind of morphed into this other sort of blinkered concept about a list of pedophiles that for some reason the government was keeping secret and was in its possession, and we need to like storm the barricades of the FBI to get it released. So there was this notorious quote of Kash Patel when he was a private citizen in late 2023 on a dopey podcast saying to the prior FBI director, Christopher Wray, put on your big boy pants and tell us who the pedophiles are, as though there was just a list of pedophiles sitting on his desk or in a safe somewhere that he could just crack open and immediately show to the public. And then we would know all the elite pedos who are ruling over us. But it's just a facet of what one would expect with mythology, right? It kind of like morphs over time.
You know what it reminds me of, Michael? There's this book called Mount Analog that I found in an antique bookshop years ago. And the beginning of the plot is this guy writes an academic article called Mount Analog. And the idea of the article is it's sort of like an abstract metaphor. Like there is no actual Mount Analog, but he's talking about the use of analogies or something in some field. And someone reads the article and mistakenly thinks that he's talking about an actual mountain called Mount Analog. And then he writes to the professor, I'm so glad you believe in the existence of Mount Analog too. Let's go find it together. And then for some reason, the professor actually says, okay, maybe he like loses his mind and thinks that maybe there is a Mount Analog, and they go on this crazy adventure to find this mythical mountain. That's what the Epstein client list is. It, like,
should write that up.
It literally never existed, but people just kind of spoke it into existence and then firmly believed it so much that every failure for it to emerge became yet more.
Well, and Pam Bondi didn't help, definitely.
Evidence that it's being hidden.
Kind of gives you some insight into how maybe some world religions developed over the years, right?
That's true.
So client lists, I think, there are even some people who are pretty invested in the issue who will acknowledge, okay, maybe the concept of a client list was not quite on target, but they'll say, but what about this X, Y, and Z? Like, for example, there's supposedly like lists of co-conspirators who were in this list of Epstein files during the first production of him on December 19th. There was an email came out that was appeared to be between prosecutors or between people in the FBI. It's so known that they redact the email addresses for some reason, as though like those are like top secret material. And by the way, in terms of the excess redactions, just as an aside, if people are annoyed by how expansive they are, that is exactly what was demanded in terms of the expansiveness of redactions by the victims, quote unquote, and their lawyers in very fever-pitched court filings and petitions that were made in the Southern District of New York to ensure that as few possible Epstein files came out as possible. Now, if that strikes you as ironic, it should, because on the one hand, we're told that all these quote-unquote victims and the lawyers representing them are very determined to get the maximum possible transparency and disclosure. But in fact, they're demanding that redactions be applied. And actually, the Bradley Edwards, the lawyer who is very central to the whole this whole process in so many ways, and represents, he says, endless victims. He actually demanded on like February 2nd that the DOJ take all the files down entirely, because there was just too much disclosure.
So I mean, are they just redacting the names of alleged victims, or are they
No.
redacting more than that?
No, that's the thing. That's another fallacy, because you would think it would sound reasonable to most people. Oh, if they're just going to redact the names, then that sounds fine, because we don't want to necessarily re-victimize a victim. Although at this point, these are old offenses. So either you're in favor of transparency, as I see it, or you're not. I've always called. I support full transparency.
Did the alleged victims demand that they redact more than their own names? Like all these redactions stem from the request of the alleged victims, even if it's more than their names. Is that what you're saying?
What Bradley Edwards, who represents these victims, wrote on what he said was their behalf, starting in November, actually predating November, but he summarized his whole case, or laid out his whole case really most thoroughly in November, was that simply redacting the names was by far not enough.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be anything that could even tangentially, potentially, identify something about a victim.
Mm-hmm.
And so, therefore, if you think about it for a second, wouldn't you expect that a lot of these materials, if we're getting investigatory materials, where charges were contemplated to be brought having to do with the alleged victimization of a particular victim?
Would you recommend steroids for MMA training? Ever think about taking that up?
There is not a single sport where steroids do not make you a better athlete. So, yeah, ideally, if you can get away with it, you would take steroids for any sport. I'd like to do MMA. Right now I can't. I have that issue with my adductor. I just tore it again. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Victim. Wouldn't you expect there to be rather lengthy case files going through the allegations and the background of the alleged victim, and weighing the pros and cons as to their credibility and whether they could fit certain statutes, etc. Right? So of course there's going to be material that is, quote, victim identifying. That's the weird coinage they came up with. Or when the DOJ and FBI said last summer, when they produced this memo on July 6th, that caused this whole uproar, really, because they said in that memo, no client list, no blackmail, no additional co-conspirators against whom there's a predicate to bring charges, etc. They said in that memo that one reason why no further files would be released, at least at that time, was that too much of it was intertwined with, quote, the identifying information of alleged victims. So that's why they had to go through this laborious redaction process for the past, for before the January 30th, the prior 5 or 6 weeks.
So is the punchline here, Michael, that presumably some of the stuff redacted makes the alleged victims look a lot more like willing participants?
Either that, it casts doubt on aspects of their credibility. It just gives contrary information to this image that's been created of them in this hyper-credulous media environment, where a lot of journalists just see their role as nothing more than to be PR vehicles for alleged victims. They should be called survivors. What does that even mean, survivor? It's so melodramatic. Really? So some of these people are survivors of having given a massage with their bra on? Okay. So the reason why I would theorize this lawyer in particular was so adamant about his demands for redactions is because he and his colleagues, David Boies, another high-powered lawyer, they've brought a bunch of incredibly lucrative lawsuits against not just Epstein and his estate, but also major financial institutions like JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank and others. And they filed 2 brand new ones in October of last year against Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon. And should information come out through these Epstein Files productions that might undercut the veracity of the claims that they're making on behalf of alleged victims,
right,
or even potentially identify this or that victim, then that will give a leg up to these financial institutions to contest the class action.
That's interesting. This may not have anything to do with Trump necessarily, too. We know Trump is actually, in fact, trying to hide his name in the files, but the Trump administration is extremely corrupt. So one example of their corruption, what's that bridge from Windsor, Detroit? The Gordie Howe Bridge. This Gordie Howe Bridge between Windsor and Detroit is getting opened up. There's a billionaire who owns another bridge. I think it's Ambassador Bridge. He doesn't want the Gordie Howe Bridge opening up because it'll make him lose money. He had a meeting with Trump the day before Trump made those threats of blocking the Gordie Howe Bridge and shutting the whole project down. So there's literally billionaires and shit that are talking to Trump, telling him, "Oh, I'm going to lose money doing this," and then Trump is like, "Oh, okay." And then Trump will try to intervene to try to save a billionaire some money. So who knows? Some of these lawsuits, he might know some of these people personally and is trying to like hide some of the shit in the Epstein files just because of like institutional corruption. Big Donut Donatillers, hey VG, hope you're well, champ. How do people do this shit? I don't know, man. Riding a unicycle seems hard. Yeah. I remember one time I went out rollerblading and I had a funny feeling that I was going to see somebody on a unicycle, and I did. It's really strange. I literally woke up in the morning thinking of I just knew that day I was going to see somebody on a unicycle, and then I did. It's really strange. The pogo stick thing isn't quite as impressive. Pogo sticks are fairly easy to balance on once you get going. That's pretty crazy, pogo stick. I'd be worried about falling and jumping down. That's a really, if you land on your head, you're basically dead at that height. It's pretty dangerous. You should wear a helmet. All right, thanks for the donation, Big Donut. Horseman donated $2. Says, hey. Hey, Horseman. Thanks for the donation.
Action lawsuits. They don't want that. So a lot of it is like profit motivated. That's another aspect of this that's just covered by no one ever.
Yeah, I
There's a
wanted to ask you
gigantic-
about this. Is there a financial incentive to claim victimhood here, and could you describe that?
Yeah, I've played Fear. Fear's really good.
There's an enormous one. It's mind-boggling to me that this is never discussed. I would estimate that if you tallied everything up somehow, and it's hard to do because some of the, there are secret settlements, some stuff is confidential in terms of the payouts that people get. But I would estimate that if you tallied it all up, the Epstein industry, so to say, my own shorthand little coinage, is like $1 billion industry.
$1 billion? Jesus Christ.
Crazy, right? Definitely north of like 600 million. And again, if we had the full accounting, up to $1 billion. And that's all coming from Epstein himself, right? It's coming from other institutions that were claimed to be liable for Epstein's...
Is this all from the civil vehicle that was set up in 2008 to pay money to victims that didn't have to adjudicate?
No, my friend. That was like a pittance. That was a drop in the bucket. That was barely anything. It all, the vast majority of it really came after Epstein's death, because then he can't contest any claim.
Dude, I would trade being molested by some creep for a few $1 million. If some gay dude like paid me for a massage and he like grabbed my butt and I could sue him for like 10 million, that'd be worth it. Like, the kind of money they're getting for shit that just seems like complete horseshit is crazy.
Claims, right? And also he can't sue anybody for libel. Which is
so did that come from his estate?
It came from his estate, yes. That paid out around 130 million. His estate's still getting sued, by the way, by people who did not participate in the original class action settlement program that was established in 2020. I know for a fact that a settlement from his estate was given as recently as last June, and there could be more. You never know.
So is an aspect of this that the fact that he's dead means there's no risk in making an accusation, but there's much to gain in making an accusation?
And also the settlement program that was established in terms of the estate. So giving alleged victims a vehicle to obtain a payout through Epstein's estate domiciled in the Virgin Islands, it was expressly in its court-approved protocols designed to be a non-adversarial and confidential.
Wow. Dude, these girls who went to Epstein's Island, that seems to have been fucking worth it.
Mechanism. So the claims wouldn't be adversarially scrutinized. They would be confidential. So if you embellish something or maybe even make something up, no problem, because it's confidential. And who's going to tell? And of course, the administrator of the settlement program, Simona Lelchuk, who I'd love to talk to at some point if she happens to listen to this, is never going to make a criminal referral about a victim. Please. There were even, I can't get too specific about this, but I have good information that there were even people who applied to the Epstein Victims Compensation Program drawn from the estate who were rejected despite how lax the standards were, because they were just that lacking in credible, but they later got settlements elsewhere because the criteria were even less rigorous. So in terms of like where does $1 billion come from that I'm postulating here? Got the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, which was like around 130, probably at this point I would say maybe 140 million. JP Morgan, which was like 240 million if I'm not mistaken. Deutsche Bank was another 90 million. You have individualized settlements against Epstein himself that predated his death, against Maxwell that predated her indictment. You have
so all this amounts to an enormous incentive to either lie, fabricate, or stretch the truth. And if you don't think anyone ever does that, then I'm not sure I can help you. But
it's not, I mean, that should be like a truism of human nature that people would just immediately intuitively recognize. If like you can make a ton of money doing something, then you can have a strong incentive to do it. But like on this story alone, nobody thinks that's a relevant factor to consider.
Right. Okay. The other element I want to get to here is, I guess you've covered this already, that there's no actual evidence there were secret cameras on the island. This is a widely
there's never. Okay, so just to maybe set the scene, I guess there was. Where do we know that Epstein had cameras? Okay, he did. It's pretty well established. He had a camera on his desk in the Palm Beach house because the police advised him to install a security camera after he was burglarized by one of his aggrieved former employees. So he actually worked with the police to set up that camera. So that's one camera that we know existed, but it wasn't like a bedroom or a bathroom or anywhere you would expect something sordid to be happening. It's pretty well established that there was a surveillance camera, at a standard location, sort of like facing over his door in New York. And that's all that's really ever been known. But it's just become part of this folklore that we just know for certain somehow that he bugged every room. He had cameras in every room. And surely then he was ensnaring all these prominent people into his blackmail operation to record them in compromising sexual encounters with, children. So then he could hold it over their heads and like get them to do who knows what. Fill in the blank. But it's just amazing to be like, there's never been credible evidence for any of this. Some of it originates from the fantastical, delusions of some of the alleged victims who claim that they saw this or they somehow like knew that these things existed. Particularly Maria Farmer, who was like a certifiable nutcase, who we don't even have time to go into the reasons why. Although I'll just give you a brief example. Actually, no, I should give you a little bit of a summary here because she's one of the people who had claimed that all the rooms were bugged or that there were cameras everywhere. And so there must be this like voluminous blackmail material that we just need to be adventurous enough to figure out a way to locate, and then we'll like be able to take down the entire governing elite of every country. So that's what people rely on. That's like it's like a game of telephone. So she said something and then it gets repeated. And like she's somebody who claims that she was held captive on a compound in Ohio and pedophilically raped by both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell when she was 26. So I'm not sure how she had this epiphany that she claims she had that night, that they were pedophiles if she was 26. She claims despite being held in what she says was captivity or being kidnapped, that like family members of hers would like freely come and visit her on this compound. She claims that she was held in captivity by some combination of the Jewish mafia, whatever that means, Doberman retrievers and snipers. And she claims also she was given multiple cancers by some combination of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, among others. She claims that she was somehow victimized by Donald Trump because one day she was sitting in Jeffrey Epstein's office in New York and Trump moseyed on in, and she happened to be wearing running shorts. And Trump looked at her while she was wearing the running shorts, that therefore she felt that she was victimized by Trump.
That's the source of the secret camera idea, or is it?
She's the chief source of it, yeah. And Virginia Roberts Giuffre is also another source.
Okay, I've heard this story before. Jeez. So they're all just crazy liars.
So we went through some of her.
Yeah, it is similar to what happened to Michael Jackson.
Say credibility issues, but like I've never seen a credible source.
Okay, so this is maybe the third or fourth plank of the Epstein myth I want to tackle.
In the new files, right? There have been new information that's come out of this, thankfully.
What's so funny too is all the people who've been mentioned in the Epstein files, rather than like just being honest with what actually happened, they lie. And they're caught lying, and then they make this whole thing worse. Like, it's so retarded.
So we got some disclosure and transparency. The FBI basically concluded that there was no evidence. Like they found no cameras in any of these locations where you expect they would be in any of the properties. So New Mexico,
they had reason to find them. Right?
New Mexico, New York, U.S. Virgin Islands, Florida.
So this idea that Epstein was intelligence, that's what I want to get to finally. And this is whether it's Mossad or whatever, Russia, the idea that he's intelligence has just become accepted in the Epstein lore. And if you challenge them, people will say, well, actually, Alex Acosta admitted it. And then, I'm sure you can talk about this, but in the little research I did, you try to track down the source of this Alex Acosta quote, where he allegedly said, hands off Epstein, we have to give him a sweetheart deal in this non-prosecution agreement because I've been told he was intelligence. If you track down the footnotes on that, it's like literally Alex Acosta there's no recording of him saying it. There is no.
Yeah, we're probably not gaming. It's already pretty late. I might do a gaming stream in the morning, though.
No direct record of someone who heard him say it. It's like a secondhand reporting from the Daily Beast, and the person who allegedly heard it has never come out publicly and raised their hand and said, "Hey, I'm the person that heard Alex Acosta say this." So that was what I could determine from that. And the only time he's ever been asked on the record, he denies that it ever happened. So is that right? Tell me everything you know about the Alex Acosta source of him being intelligence and any credible thread of Epstein being intelligence.
Okay, so this is another central tenet of the folklore, I would say, especially online, because people on the internet seem especially enthused with this idea that he's an intelligence asset or is intelligence. Like, I don't even know, what does it mean to be intelligence? Like, nobody's really ever that specific about what they're asserting here. But yeah, the Acosta thing was definitely foundational to the proliferation of this lore. And that stemmed from a single Daily Beast article in July of 2019, written by Vicky Ward, a former tabloid trash journalist, I have to say, who for whatever bizarre reason, if you go look at the original article, decided not to emphasize this amazing bombshell scoop in the headline. Like, if I got a scoop saying Epstein belonged to intelligence or somebody else who was of high notoriety at some time, like, wouldn't I say, headline, "Hey, everybody, I just found out that this person belongs to intelligence," but she like buries it in the article. It's like a definition of this old journalistic cliche, burying the lead. And she never follows up on it, really, that I've ever seen in the many years that have ensued since July of 2019. There's never been any corroboration she's ever been able to produce. She sources it to a former senior Trump administration official who allegedly told her this 2 or 3 years before July of 2019. And if you read it closely, it's like quadruple hearsay. So it's her saying that somebody told her that they heard, or it's her, sometimes I get this a little screwed up. It's her saying that somebody told her 2 or 3 years ago that they heard that Acosta said to others,
right,
that this happened. In a Trump transition meeting after Trump won the 2016 election. And I've been able to surmise with a very high degree of certainty, although not 100% certainty, because there's not much we can be certain in life, but like reasonably high level of certainty, that the person she's attributing this claim to is Steve Bannon, who at that point was a former senior Trump administration official, and has now this very elaborate relationship of his own that we now know of with Epstein, because Ward had been collaborating 2 or 3 years prior to July 2019 with Bannon on a book about Jared Kushner.
Hold on, has Steve Bannon ever come out and said, I'm the one? Or has anyone from the Trump transition team, ever come out and said, I'm the one, I'm the source?
Not that I know of. Steve Bannon has never addressed it to my knowledge. But you could find quotes of his, including in Michael Wolff's book from 2021, where Steve Bannon is directly quoted, and he says almost something identical to what Vicky Ward quotes. And also, Acosta, you're right, he denied it explicitly and under oath, under penalty of perjury, and on the record in a 2020 interview by Department of Justice investigators with the Office of Professional Responsibility, who were examining, maybe it was 2019, but the report came out in 2020, who were examining the 2006, 2008 prosecution, the non-prosecution agreement, et cetera. Because there was such an uproar around it at the time after this Miami Herald article in November 2018, or a series of articles. And Alex Acosta explicitly denies this. He's asked, did you have any knowledge that Epstein was an intelligence asset? He says no. And absolutely not. It had nothing to do with the non-prosecution agreement, which, like, if you do enough research on the non-prosecution agreement and its origins and like the stuff that went into brokering that, like, it just makes no sense that there would have been any like intelligence aspect. Like, it's just farcical. Acosta testified.
Yeah, like, since this is mostly, if this was just mostly Nothing Burger, that makes sense. The sweetheart deal and everything. Little Donut donate $2. Yeah, people are weird, dude.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Oh, Lord, jeez.
There might be a reason why this guy doesn't have legs.
We got money over here. We use what we got in the freezer. That's enough. How many hot dogs I got? About 17, 18. Yeah, but meaning. I ain't trying to feel you. I'm just celebrating because it's tanking and snooting for the fall. Because they ain't never had nothing like this before. I'm trying to show them something. Right. They ain't never had nothing like this before. You know what, though? They'll get a damn extra when you keep running your mouth, but we won't be able to get down. So you trying to fix. Yeah.
That kid's a funny little shit.
And we keep the mind millies on my block, nigga. And Monte keep it on him, he done drop, nigga.
Oh, well, wasn't that funny? That shit is so stupid. Like, that's burning hot magnesium. If that touches your skin or gets in your eyes, you're pretty fucked. Oh yeah, this was great. Yeah, like literally ditched him. He's like, oh shit. Oh, that's so funny. Why in the fuck would they do this? Thanks for the donation, Little Donut. Bitchard Regis, Tony Tiller's thoughts on this. Do you think he was guilty? Also, do you like any of his music? He was not guilty at all. No one testified against him in court, and his lawyers instructed him to do a settlement with the one kid because his lawyers are idiots.
44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all. That's a beautiful thing. That's not a worrying thing.
Michael Jackson's just crazy and retarded. One, he never had a childhood. Like, this is one of the most traumatized individuals I've ever seen. His sister's the same way. They never matured past childhood, and they're stuck trying to still be children. And there's a deleted scene from Bruno, the guy who made Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen. There was a deleted scene from Bruno with Michael Jackson's sister. Bruno deleted scene, Michael Jackson's sister. They did the gag where they bring out the Mexicans with the food on them. And she was just like, whatever. She was eating off the Mexican dude.
I think I'll have this one.
Like, this wasn't
Is there any
scripted.
place that you could get you could pretend to be Michael?
Doing what I'm doing right now.
And this is the part of Michael.
So, yeah, they're just weird, and he's, like, too retarded to kind of understand why he shouldn't have done that in the first place. He just wanted to live, relive, an actual normal childhood where he had, like, sleepovers with his friends. That's all he wanted to do. But, yeah, there wasn't a single child who ever testified against him in court. And the one fucking idiot kid who still, that stupid documentary was based off of, he had the opportunity to testify against him. He didn't. And then, he came up with some bullshit excuse after the fact. Now that his estate is kind of up for grabs, he's dead. And, he, some of the information he shared is, blatantly false. He said that Michael Jackson molested him at a certain time period at Neverland Ranch. The time period he's talking about, Neverland Ranch wasn't even built yet. So, he's just obviously fucking lying. So, no, Michael Jackson's totally innocent.
Fight again in September of 2025 before the House Oversight Committee. You can go get the transcript if you want, where, of course, he's naturally asked about this, and he again denies it explicitly under oath, again, under penalty of perjury. I've heard more things myself, and unfortunately I can't report that definitely bolster the idea that that quote was just bogus, essentially. Another, just Steve Bannon basically just spouting off, and then the keyword
that's not hard. It shouldn't be hard for people to believe.
But nobody ever looks into the veracity of that quote. It spawned such a huge little Epstein intelligence asset cottage industry. But one thing I always want to ask, let's just leave aside that quote. People could say, okay, maybe that quote's phony, but we have all this other evidence. Sometimes I want to ask, okay, let's say he does have someone tied to intelligence, whatever that means exactly. Okay, what is that supposed to signify? What conclusion are we supposed to draw from that information? Because it seems like what would make that information notable is that.
Did Destiny do anything wrong with his court case? You mean the stupid thing with that bitch, Pixie? No. None of the claims she's making against Destiny are true. She also lied about literally every aspect of what happened. She said she was sexually inexperienced and never filmed any sexually explicit content before meeting Destiny. That was a lie. She was sharing images of her and her boyfriend with Destiny. So she absolutely lied about that in her post on, what was it, Substack? Like immediately when you hear the Substack post she made, it's clear she just wants money from the guy. She even explicitly mentioned that. She mentioned, oh, I want to make sure I get as much money as possible. So like all of the, like she even admits it. All of this is explicitly for money. And again, Destiny's gone over all the court documents and shit. They're lying about witnesses. They're making up like weird, bizarre excuses for not having certain pieces of evidence. They're admitting to literally deleting evidence that would go against them in court. Like, it's just complete nonsense. And Destiny's talked about already spending over $100,000 in legal fees on this. It's crazy to me that some fucking dumb, ugly, random fucking bitch who, like, nothing happened to them can just make some false allegation and cost you that much money. It's fucking insane. I don't know if Destiny can, like, argue for her to pay back his legal fees so that if she ever gets a real fucking job at some point, she has to, like, make weekly or monthly payments to him. But it's just insane. Like, there's not even really anything to get upset about. Some hacker, like, basically broke into some girl Destiny was talking with's phone. Destiny didn't even have anything to do with the leak. Nobody even gave two shits or knew who fucking Pixie was in the leaked documents. The only reason anybody found out about it was because she came out about it publicly. And I mean, like, she's not an attractive girl. Like, she's okay enough where if you're horny, it's like, okay, well, that'll do. But she's not an attractive girl. And, again, the only reason anybody would have any interest in seeing that chick naked is just out of morbid curiosity of what Destiny looks like naked. Nobody's actually even interested in seeing her naked, so it's just fucking retarded. The whole situation's retarded. It's just baffling to me that that case has gone on for as long as it has, when they've literally presented no evidence. They didn't even file it in the right court, it looks like. It's just insane.
Did you ever have any concerns that Jasmine never cheated on you or lied?
Fucking shut up.
It would show, people think, that the pedophilic sex trafficking and blackmail operation was done at the behest of an intelligence agency, right? Or like the intelligence agency somehow cooked up this whole op for him to ensnare all these people in his honeypot, Mossad honeypot, or whatever. But like,
I should have read that.
People never really even know what they're alleging or intimating. It does remind me of Russiagate, because like sometimes there would be this little snippet of information that would come out that would seem to connect Donald Trump or one of his associates or somebody to something to do with Russia, and they would say, hey, look at this, address this. And I would ask them, okay, you're telling me this piece of information unto itself somehow substantiates the idea that Donald Trump was in...
Well, first of all, a non-disclosure agreement wouldn't have helped Destiny in this case, because an NDA doesn't protect you against criminal or civil penalties. So, like, if you break the law, an NDA doesn't protect you against anything. If Destiny was into, like, I don't know, some kind of kinky sex play, like age play, where, I don't know, he like pretending as though Pixie was like 8 years old or something, and he just didn't want something like that, you know, being shared because it's, you know, potentially damaging to your reputation. An NDA would protect you against that, but given how, like, just given the accusations, an NDA wouldn't have protected him from any of that. Like, the only mistake Destiny made is just the dumb bitch, like, the dumb fucking cunts he has sex with. Like, I don't know why he's even doing any of this with these kinds of women. If you're, like, if you're a public figure, you do not want to have sex with women who also have an interest in being a public figure, especially when you're talking about, like, the kind of circles he's in. Like you're talking about, like, Twitch streamers. women are already a liability as it is. Like, just look at the amount of horseshit they make up. But when you're talking about women who are trying to just get famous off of like Twitch and just have people give them money for no fucking reason, like, they will lie and make up whatever fucking bullshit they want. Look what happened to the one guy. Turkey Tom made a video about him. I didn't like Turkey Tom's video. It was kind of stupid. Who was it? It's a recent one. Mizkiff. Yeah, look what happened to Mizkiff. Dude, we went through this shit before. We already watched this whole video. This bitch is dating this fucking Twitch whore, Imaru. Imaru shares this retarded fucking story that made no fucking sense. She said they broke up. She didn't want to see him anymore. She ended up inviting him in, letting him hug and kiss her, and then he grabbed her butt. And then she said she screamed because, oh, I didn't say that it was okay for you to touch my butt. They're having a sexual relationship beforehand. And then invites him in, lets him hug and touch and kiss her. And then she's like acting as if it's fucking weird that he'd touch her butt. Not only is that like story stupid to begin with, but afterwards, she was complaining that he immediately left afterwards. So after like making the implicit accusation that Ms. Kiff sexually assaulted her, she has a problem with him leaving? You want the person who you're accusing of sexually assaulting you to stay? And you want to talk with him and spend time with him? Like none of this made any fucking sense. Like, she clearly is a manipulative fucking idiot and tried to set up the situation so that she would have some kind of dirt against Ms. Kiff, and she would be able to make up some other bullshit accusation against him and make him fucking look bad. And then all these fucking online simps are like, poor Imaru, I support you, while wanking their little fucking wieners to a girl who would find them fucking disgusting. So, like, this is what, like, these types of fucking women do. So, I don't know why Destiny hasn't figured this out. All the women he's associating with are, like, the biggest liability you could fucking imagine. So, just, like, normal fucking random women you come across are enough of a fucking problem. But he literally selects the craziest, dumbest, most attention-seeking whores imaginable to have sexual relations with. And then he's surprised this fucking happens. Like, it's not even, like, it's beyond, you know, like, just dating a fan, or, like, I don't know, if you're in, like, some other kind of space where, like, women aren't necessarily, like, fucking insane. So, like, I don't know, if I were to date some other fitness content creator, like, the Twitch streamers are the most psychotic fucking insane group of women you could possibly fucking imagine, and then Destiny dates these women. So that's the only mistake he made. It's not like not signing an NDA or whatever. It's just the women he selects are just the craziest fucking cunts imaginable. And like, I'm assuming some of it has to do with him not being the best looking guy, I guess. Like, you know, he doesn't have his pick of the litter. But yeah, it's just not worth it. Like, he lost $100,000 over this. Was the sex he had with Pixie so great it was worth over $100,000, and all the time and money and stress wasted on this like legal drama? Probably not. Let me watch this first. Jet fight scene. Yeah. This was cool. The one thing that's unrealistic about this is that jet would have absolutely destroyed that helicopter on the first pass. It's kind of crazy that he missed. This was a Russian MiG, right?
Roger, we'll shake it off.
Yeah, that jet would have annihilated that helicopter on the first pass. I hate how YouTube does that. That was a really sick shot when she just picked off the pilot. Yeah, Metal Gear has some hype moments. I like the hidden cutscene where you shower with Quiet. This was funny. I think you have to have a full, like, companion ranking, and you have to be in the garbage and stink, and then you get this cutscene.
Safe, boss. You stink.
Are there any Quiet nude mods? I can't remember if there were. Good old Hideo Kojima. $2 Epstein memes. Oh, it's just music. This is unwatchable.
Where did the fox go, Diddy?
Sorry, guys. I didn't know.
So, Jeff, you're telling us you got banned because you called somebody a nigger? And now we can't play?
Nothing personal, Diddy. Big Island Boy 69 is still your homie, my nigga.
At least you could have called me, and we could have gotten banned together.
Wait, guys, I still got the PC. We should play the new game that just came out.
All right, thanks for the donation, too.
Collusive conspiracy with Vladimir Putin to subvert the 2026 election and get installed into office. I mean, it was always a logical leap that people just wanted to make, but really the information before them would not rationally permit them to make, but they do it anyway, of course. Because, I mean, there is a lot of, I mean, I never begrudge people for being intrigued by this stuff. I'm massively obsessed with it, as you could probably tell, because he did have this amazing cross-section of contacts and associations. I mean, for God's sake, Michael Jackson, there was a photo of Michael Jackson in the December 19th DOJ production. I found a random message pad from his house in Palm Beach a few days ago of people like calling his house to leave messages from Holly Berry. I had no idea Holly Berry ever called Jeffrey Epstein. And on and on and on. So, yes, he did have these associations with Israel, such as his relationship with the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, which actually, by the way, recently, a few days ago, then Yahoo came out and again tried to use that against Ehud Barak and his domestic political opponents in Israel.
I saw that.
And so, you know, just with the Ehud Barak relationship alone, like, okay, the former Prime Minister of Israel would have, when he was Prime Minister, overseen the Mossad. So if Jeffrey Epstein knows the guy, then it's theoretically possible that like some information could be gleaned from Epstein that is then given to Barak, or Barak picks up on, and then something is passed to somebody who's associated with some Israeli state security agency. I mean, that stands to reason, but is that is that like Epstein being tied to intelligence? I don't know. I don't know how people are conceptualizing that whole notion.
What about Ghislaine Maxwell's father? That's one thing that gets thrown up around.
Yeah, that always gets trotted out. Okay, so number one, I don't know about you and your father, but like, I would find it strange if everything my father ever did over the course of his life was somehow assumed to mean that I must have been doing the same thing. My father, as it happens, was never alleged to be tied to Israeli intelligence. But there you have it. It's just like sort of the initial fallacy here and how people reason through this claim. But yes, Robert Maxwell definitely was a big benefactor, a pro-Israel benefactor. He was sort of a media, sort of like a media baron. He had other holdings in the United Kingdom, so he was a wealthy person. He funded sort of like certain pro-Israel philanthropic efforts and and Jewish sort of advocacy efforts. And yeah, people want to then extrapolate from that, I guess. And also, like in the 1940s, he did basically traffic arms to Israel from Czechoslovakia for use in the Arab-Israeli War of 1948. Okay, so what? So like, what does that mean in terms of Ghislaine? So people then want to leap from that to, therefore, Jeffrey Epstein, who had Ghislaine Maxwell as his sort of house manager, one-time romantic relationship, then it became more platonic, and she basically ran his properties, and she worked out of his personal office and drew a salary from him. We're supposed to mean because Robert Maxwell funneled some arms to like the British Mandate of Palestine in 1948, that therefore Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad honeypot operation in 2005. I mean, I don't even know. None of this ever adds up. It's just this weird, hazily inferential reasoning that people are consigned to do because the actual facts don't align with what they want to ultimately infer.
So what about his message to Deepak Chopra that he said, anywhere but Israel, I hate Israel, or something like that? I mean, is that like, should we not even try to interpret that because it could be a joke? Or
it could be a joke. A problem with a lot of these emails is that Epstein was kind of a chronically sarcastic guy, including in his tediously garbled emails and text messages. So a lot of this stuff is tongue-in-cheek, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe not all of it, but like that doesn't always come across if it's just one snippet of a decontextualized email. I don't really know what to make of the Deepak Chopra thing, not all that much. Look, he did have some engagement with Israel, I guess you could say. There has been reporting, because Ehud Barak's emails were hacked by a pro-Palestinian hacker group, I guess. And yeah, I mean, there were business dealings that Ehud Barak and Epstein jointly pursued that had some connection to Israeli, sort of defense contracting or weapons contracting. And so, yeah, I mean, somebody who's involved in that is going to have a quote tie. I just don't know, again, what we're supposed to ultimately infer from all that. The inference is like almost like left unstated, right? It just means that, like, okay, if he's definitely if he was definitely running a sprawling pedophilic sex trafficking operation that was enforced by blackmail, then if we now find some new little tidbit of information that showed he had a business dealing that dealt with some military connected firm or whatever in Israel, then that only bolsters our pre-existing belief about the pedophilic sex trafficking operation. I don't know. If the logic never really adds up. He also clearly, it's come out, like, he had communications dealings with people connected to the Russian state. Obviously, the American government. He like knew both Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. Okay, so like those are pretty good connections. The British government, perhaps even the French government, the government of Saudi Arabia. So I don't know. It's just like this whole constellation of connections can't really be distilled into a single little moniker that people can apply, and then it somehow vindicates all their most outlandish fantasies about Epstein. But people don't feel like there has to be any sort of organized process for filtering this information. It's just a scatter plot, almost like that classic Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme where you connect the dots and with the string to all the little bullet points or nodes or whatever. That's essentially what this all is. Unless somebody can finally rationally explain to me what they take it all to add up to.
So let me try this one on you. How do we explain the multiple passports, including with fake names?
So there's only one fake name passport.
One fake name passport, right? What is it, Hungarian or what is it? Some European country, right?
It was an Austrian passport. That he evidently got in the 1980s. And I think was seldom if ever used. Would have to refresh my memory. Like if you notice, when I can't say something with enough certainty, I don't just make wild fact claims, which to me seems to typify how people in the quote Epstein space handle this issue, where they'll just like spout off about whatever and like make it seem like they know things they couldn't possibly know or never even researched or just wrong. Not that I can never make an error, but I would correct the error. That never happens in the Epstein conspiracy brain space. But no, his passports in his possession were seized when the FBI raided his house in July of 2019 after he was federally indicted. So they got his current passport, expired American passports that were his, and then there was one Austrian passport that was in a fake name that apparently he was told he should get, or somebody gave it to him in the 1980s because when he would travel to the Middle East, this was the claim anyway, you'd want to have a passport on hand that would suggest you weren't Jewish. So that was the claim. But I think he never actually used it, or that was what his lawyer said when this was discussed in the pretrial motions after he was arrested. But I would have to go back and verify that. But like, okay, so yeah, he had a false passport. People just point to that again and then assume that there's something to be extrapolated from it that they don't quite articulate.
Well, the implication is that you could only get that if you were an intelligence asset, that a normal rich guy couldn't get that.
Okay, I mean,
plenty
show
of
me why that
people
would have to be the
fake
case. Where, like, he clearly wasn't a normal rich guy. Like, I don't go around saying, hey, people always accuse me of saying, or people always say to me, why are you telling us there's nothing to see here, blah, 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 blah. No, there's a lot to see here. First of all, how a moral panic and mass hysteria functions in contemporary America. It's a lot to see here. But also just in terms of the saga of Jeffrey Epstein himself, I mean, yeah, it's endlessly interesting. He was not a normal rich guy. He had this astounding multitude of connections with high-level people. he did have a
talked earlier about how the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell was, I don't know what word you exactly described.
Shambolic, I think.
Shambolic. So why was it shambolic? And, doesn't the fact that she was convicted give some credence to the overall perception people have of Epstein and his criminality?
Not in my view. Sure, on paper, it is true that she was convicted and she's sitting in federal prison right now. But having done an embarrassingly in-depth investigation of that trial, reviewed virtually all of the trial exhibits, the subsequent appeals. She just submitted a new habeas petition in December, basically claiming that the trial was flawed and therefore she should be the conviction should be vacated. So I've looked into quite a bit of it, and it's just stunning to me how shambolic the trial was, and it's stunning that she was actually convicted at all. I think it's a function of the climate at the time, meaning somebody had to pay for Jeffrey Epstein's sins. This was the perception. It was sort of right around the peak of Me Too, maybe a little bit after the peak, but like 2021, you're still basically in an era where we're all supposed to be having this reckoning around how the structural wrongs against women victims or female victims need to be rectified. And there must be this like gigantic correction. And also just specific details having to do with that case. So for one thing, it was basically contaminated by the emergence of this financial incentive. So the trial begins in November of 2021. It was October. I believe it was November 2021. And at that point, you already have these settlement funds flowing from the Epstein estate. So just to give you one example, one of the witnesses that was called, there were only 4 alleged victims of hers that were called to testify against her. One of them was Nadia Bjorlin, happened to be an actor on the soap opera Days of Our Lives, and that was information withheld from the jury. I'm not saying that she couldn't have been sexually abused because she's a soap opera actress, but I don't know. I would maybe like to know that if I'm a juror and I have to convict somebody beyond a reasonable doubt and send them to prison for 20 years. Nadia Bjorlin had already like several civil suits going. First against the Epstein estate in an individualized suit where she was demanding like $40 million. She sued Maxwell individually for something like $20 million, I believe. And she hired personal injury lawyers in Los Angeles saying, look, who sent a letter? Actually, this just came out. I just saw this recently. So thank God for the Epstein files. I knew this existed, but I hadn't seen it yet. Where her lawyers are saying, her lawyers are telling the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, the fund drawn from the estate, that Nadia Bjorlin should be entitled to the maximum possible payout because she was collaborating with federal prosecutors to prosecute Maxwell. So talk about an incentive, right? A perverse incentive. And so she goes to testify, right? She, one of the overt acts that she alleges happened, because like to establish a conspiracy charge, you need subordinate overt acts. It's sort of complicated, but one of the overt acts that stemmed from her that she stated at trial was that over the course of her interactions with Epstein and or Maxwell, there came a time where there was an orgy in which Maxwell herself was a participant, and so too was Nadia Bjorlin a participant. So you would think, okay, if we're a trial, who were the other participants in this orgy? And the government never produced them, but the defense produced them. The women came to testify, and they said no such orgy ever took place. Maxwell, of course, always denied it. And so that's 1 of 4. Now think of this. 4 total alleged victims testify at trial, called by the government. The government has been saying for months, since July 2005, that there are over 1,000 total victims of Jeffrey Epstein. So of that alleged universe of victims, they found 4 to testify against Maxwell. They contemplated calling Virginia Roberts Giuffre, but don't call her. They call.
Yeah, especially given the monetary incentive, that is suspicious.
All 4. One was the Nadia Bjorlin I just mentioned. Another one was
now, hold on. And this alleged orgy, was that the crime she was alleging happened during that alleged orgy?
Or it was one of the overt acts to establish like a sex trafficking conspiracy charge.
I see. Okay.
One of them was Anushka DeGorgiou, who was a British underwear model. I'm not saying people that an underwear model can never be sexually abused. I'm just pointing it out. Who continued to remain in contact with Jeffrey Epstein into her 30s and propositioned him for a sexy time visit. Offered to come visit him in jail in Florida in 2008-9.
Okay. Yeah, this is just horseshit.
And into the 2010s was saying, hey, are you there? Are you in New York?
Yeah, he raped and abused me. When he's in jail. Hey, can I like have sex with you in jail?
Able to come visit you when she's like in her early to mid 30s. And
wow.
By the way, she was ruled by the presiding judge, federal Allison Nathan, in an instruction to the jury that she had not been subjected to any, quote, illegal sexual activity for the purposes of convicting Maxwell. And yet, when she's never in the media these days, she's just presumptively yet another, quote, survivor. That same ruling of no illegal sexual activity was also ruled of Annie Farmer, another one of the 4, the sister of the nut job Maria, who's slightly more presentable, slightly less like overtly insane, although probably more shrewd and sinister in her own way. I tried to interview her in Washington, D.C. in November and also September, and she calls that she threw this whole scene where, as though I was like abusing her. I mean, it's incredible. They don't take any actual critical questions about anything, and they're all like multimillionaires. Annie Farmer got 1.5 million, or was it 2.5? I think 1.5 million from only just one of the funds. Tax-free, by the way. There's a quirk in the IRS code that they inserted into the settlement.
Whoa. Yeah.
Provision so that they don't have to pay income tax on the money. She got $1.5 million from the Epstein Victims Compensation Program from the estate because she said she was sexually abused by handholding. Seriously.
Yeah. That is crazy. Hand-holding.
But the government called her because they're supposed to make this whole theory around grooming, even if there's no overt sexual, like wrongful sexual contact. So that's another one. So Nadia Bjorlin, Anushka Degorgiou, Annie Farmer. Number 4 was Carolyn Andriano, who's sort of a rehash of some of the Florida charges from the early to mid 2000s, who got on the stand.
$1.5 million settlement when there's no allegation of any illicit sexual activity, but on the basis of like hand holding and grooming.
A trial, and said that she was actively schizophrenic. She was hearing voices in her head telling her that her children were going to be abducted by sex traffickers. Now, of course, theoretically, somebody who's schizophrenic can still have been sexually abused, but in terms of convicting somebody beyond a reasonable doubt and hinging the evidence on the testimony of someone who's actively schizophrenic about events 20 years before the fact.
Yeah.
This is 2021. She's talking about stuff from like 01, 02. It's a little bit questionable. Obviously, and she was also like a long-term drug addict, drug user. I'm just talking about impairment of memory. I'm not casting moral aspersion. And what she alleged that was even supposed to tie Maxwell into some kind of trafficking scheme was always just very nebulous. Ironically enough, you know who she did unambiguously accuse of trafficking her? To the extent that we buy into the whole premise of trafficking, which I really don't at this point because it's such an infinitely elastic concept and it's just like subject to the whims of prosecutors' discretion. You know who she did accuse of trafficking her? Unambiguously? Take a guess.
Donald Trump?
Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
Oh, Dufresne.
Right.
Okay.
So, I don't know. And I could get into a lot more in terms of the flaws of that trial. There was a juror who was admitted to be on the jury who lied on the jury questionnaire. And the question he lied on was, have you yourself ever been sexually abused as a child? Were you sexually abused as a child? Because the idea was that if somebody had been sexually abused as a child, it could taint their impartiality. The guy lied on the form. He gets admitted to the jury pool. The jurors in the jury pool have doubts as to the credibility of the witnesses and the evidence. So they're thinking, I don't know the full details, but according to how this guy tells it, they might have been getting ready to either acquit her or a mistrial or what have you. The guy stands up in this dramatic oration and says, I have something to share with you all. I too am a survivor of child sexual abuse. I believe these women, and I need you to believe them too. Something to that effect. We know this because after the trial, the guy went around on a media tour and recounted all this.
Wow.
So
wouldn't that get the like case overturned or something?
Only should he not have been on the jury at all. He used the very experiences that they were supposed to be filtering for to persuade the jury to overlook their misgivings and convict Maxwell. And yet another juror anonymously confirmed to the New York Times that they too, he or she, was somebody who says that they were sexually abused as a child. Really? And there might have even been one more. So you would think that would be a ripe for an appeal. If the appeal was denied. And there were plenty of other issues that were more than appealable.
You know, there's a good chance she's probably going to get pardoned by Trump at the end of the day.
So I could say a lot more, but we've gone on for pretty long.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks,
but in general, no.
That actually sounds fucked.
I don't accept this idea that because she was convicted, that therefore vindicates any other aspect of all this. It was a shambolic trial. You know, people might get upset, but I'm of the view that she was wrongly convicted and is wrongly imprisoned. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, the final element I want to...
Yeah, if all that's true, at the very least, she should be able to get a retrial.
Talk about, and it's... I think just the majority of Americans believe it at this point, is that Jeffrey Epstein did not commit suicide. And you can get, many people have actually done pretty good treatments of the evidence we have. I think Rich Lowry at National Review did one that I thought was really good. And
I didn't know that. I didn't know Rich Lowry's now. Even Rich Lowry's now writing about the Epstein death. That's funny.
Yeah. And like, obviously, the first thing, before getting into any details about it, and you can just tell me what you think of it, but just the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive, like if Epstein was killed because of what he knew, then presumably Ghislaine Maxwell knows all that stuff too, and has been alive, for 6 years. So right off the bat, it's illogical to assume he was killed for what he knew or killed for the compromise he had on various powerful people. But then you can also get into the actual details of the mismanagement and the coincidences and the cameras that went out and all that, and kind of go through them one by one and see actually, are they explained by conspiracy or by run-of-the-mill prison mismanagement?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't think it can be presumed true that everything Jeffrey Epstein knew, Ghislaine Maxwell must also therefore have known. Because people have exaggerated their interchangeability. especially the government, when she was basically the scapegoat for them to go after in the wake of Jeffrey Epstein's death, because there was such a clamor to find somebody to prosecute in lieu of him. So they kind of crafted a whole narrative about how she was so joined at the hip with him. I mean, she was a close, definitely associated with him, but the idea that, you know, he would frequently do stuff without her there, or have relationships and interactions and all kinds of endeavors that were separate and apart from her. So I don't know that it could just be assumed that they must have had all the same information. But on the death itself, and also, but at the same time, though, I mean, essentially, you're pretty much right that, like, if she does have the scope of information that people ascribe to her, then presumably she would also have to be offed. And she just testified. She just pleaded the fifth yesterday before the House Oversight Committee in a video deposition. So there you have it. In terms of the death itself, this is an area where, believe it or not, and this is going to be counterintuitive to everything else I've said thus far in this podcast discussion, as more information has come out, I've become more amenable to at least a tentative willingness to accept the idea that his cause of death was actually homicide rather than suicide. I'm not going to say with certainty I know one way or another, but I'm also not going to say I know with certainty that it was suicide. And I'm not going to say I know with certainty that it was homicide. How I put it is that my confidence interval on this plank of, let's say, the Epstein mythology or the Epstein theories is much lower as to the falsity of it, the falsity of something resembling a more maximalist version of it. So why do I say that? There are a bunch of reasons. Number one, I've spoken at length with Mark Epstein, Epstein's brother, who was his next of kin after he died, because Epstein had no spouse or children. So it fell to Mark Epstein to handle his affairs. And Mark Epstein hired an independent pathologist to examine Epstein's body for an autopsy. That pathologist found that the injuries Epstein sustained were more consistent with homicide than suicide. The city
wasn't that independent pathologist Michael? What's his name?
Michael Baden. Yeah,
the same one that thought OJ was innocent.
Michael Baden was hired by the defense counsel to do independent pathological reports on the OJ Simpson case,
and he argued that OJ couldn't have done the murder.
Let's not get to a whole OJ rabbit hole.
I know, but I consider him his credibility very low as a pathologist.
I don't think that's fair, actually. I mean, so do you know any other bodies he's examined, or just OJ? Or do you know any other cases he was involved in?
He was hired on the George Floyd case as well.
Okay.
And his press conference there was dubious in many ways. I could get into.
So let's not get diverted on that.
Whenever you're talking about expert witnesses, they're whores. So this guy might, in fact, be a whore. So yeah, that is questionable. There was a lawyer on the Joe Rogan Experience who talked about this. You can find expert witnesses who will say anything. There's like literally an industry of expert witnesses who, if you pay them, they will say whatever you want them to say. So if you want to get a blood splatter expert to say, oh, these blood spatter patterns are not, indicative of like this person murdering this person in one way, you'll be able to find a blood splatter expert who will tell you, who will say exactly what you want them to say. So yeah, this guy sounds like a whore. If you pay him to say something, he'll just say something.
I'm just sketching out why I think there's reasonable doubt to be had as to the matter of Epstein's death. Okay,
sure.
And Mark Epstein himself, is convinced that it was a homicide. And I do not think that Mark Epstein is otherwise like an erratic or irrational person. He always seems pretty grounded to me, because he's been unable to obtain documents from the New York City like health authority or health department related to his brother's death, even though he's the next of kin. And there's a bunch of other oddities. There are a lot of oddities, and so this might be seen as hypocritical on my part. I'm pointing to oddities and then not making a firm conclusion or not surmising something that's like coherent from them. Well, the coherent surmise I'm offering now is that there's reasonable doubt as to the matter of the death. Okay. 2.5 weeks prior to Epstein's ultimate death, there was an incident in which he was injured in the prison, and he told the prison psychologist that he was attacked by his cellmate and that he would never commit suicide. Some of this has come out. There was some more documentation about this that's come out recently, but this came out really. The first thing that I saw that comprehensively went all through this was the 2023 Department of Justice Inspector General report on the Bureau of Prisons. If people are curious, you can go read it. So he tells the prison psychologist that he would never kill himself. There's been other material that has said that he told the prison basically officials that it was forbidden in the Jewish religion and he was a Jew. I think that may have been a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek remark on his part, just like some of the other remarks that he made over the years. I'm not sure how observant a practitioner of Judaism he was, but he was, Jewish. And the cellmate at the time was this guy, Nicholas Tartaglione, who's kind of like a brutish former cop who was getting ready to stand trial for multiple murders and was convicted. And so Epstein reports that he's been attacked, right, by the cellmate, and then he changes the story and claims that actually he can't remember what happened. So it's very ambiguous. Because remember,
is it true that he then asked to be with that cellmate again later?
That he asked to be with the same cellmate later?
Yeah, I read that somewhere.
It's possible. I can't quite remember.
Okay.
Just remember, in prison, what's the culture? No snitching. You can't collaborate with the they call them the police. Anybody who's like a government worker in prison is the police, unless you can turn them, right? And then they're working almost for you, which also happens obviously in prison, the American prison system anyway. But you definitely can't rat anybody out. So that's different from just working with a prison guard. So Epstein basically retracts the statement. In any event, it's ambiguous what went on there.
Yeah.
Then one of the cameras was in fact disabled. That would have given a more direct view of who's going in and out of his cell. There were other cameras that were operational during that time, August 9th, 10th, 2019, where you can get like another angle of like the corridor in this cell block. But it's just a data point that there's no direct camera view of the Epstein cell. And so now, all that being said, let's say, for the sake of argument, hypothetically, it was a homicide. It need not, therefore, be the case that the homicide must have been perpetrated through some elaborate, grandiose espionage plot where some combination of Mossad and Donald Trump and, I don't know, the Clinton Foundation infiltrates the federal jail facility in Manhattan and takes Epstein out because he just knows too much. Okay, that's sort of a caricature of what could possibly be the case. I've always said, and I don't know how this never occurred to anyone before, apparently, that if he was perceived at the time, which he was, rightly or wrongly, I would say wrongly, but he was perceived at the time to be the most notorious pedophile in America, maybe in all of American history. Don't you think that might entail some potential security problems for somebody in prison, given how people who are accused of such things tend to be treated?
No conspiracy is required.
Yeah.
Well, or there could have been like a very low-level conspiracy. Like, for example, the guard looks the other way, lets the inmate go in and take him out. It's something like that.
That actually happens a fair bit. There was a guy who I think it was like a TLC documentary. There's some guy who and I think it was the guy who the internet like dubbed the prison pedophile killer. This guy was getting a ton of like admiration from people online for killing his pedophile cellmate. And he told the story. Apparently, he asked the warden of the jail to move him to a different cell because otherwise he's going to have to kill his pedophile cellmate. The warden literally told him, do what you got to do. So, like, pedophiles get no sympathy from fucking anybody. And I can guarantee you, yeah, like from the top down, security guards, the warden of the prison, they probably don't give two fucking shits about, you know, the safety of somebody who's convicted of pedophilia.
Yeah.
Right.
Nothing that would necessarily validate all our most deep longings for this climactic espionage drama.
Right.
Now, if I had to guess, like if you put a gun to my head, did he kill himself or was he killed? I would probably still say, he committed suicide. But my level of confidence is much lower than with virtually every other aspect of this entire story.
Yeah,
so that's just me trying to go based on the evidence,
I
like what reasonable conclusions are about what is most reasonable to conclude.
Yeah, I agree with you on that relative ranking. I mean, I know initially I was definitely given pause by the fact, and it might have been Michael Baden as much criticism as I threw on him that pointed this out, that the markings on his neck look to this layman, admittedly, I'm not a pathologist, I don't really know what I'm talking here, but anyone can look at this. It looks a lot more like someone pulled something horrible.
Let me see if I can find images. Jeffrey Epstein neck. Yeah, it actually does look like that. That somebody pulled straight back rather than like up. Yeah, it looks like somebody garroted him. I'm not going to show it on YouTube because I don't know what I don't know what the YouTube's community guidelines on this shit is. You can look it up yourself, but it looks like somebody created a makeshift garrote and strangled him from behind. That doesn't look like he hung himself, because the marks go like straight back.
Horizontally backwards, then someone self-hung from above, and this is one of the, I've never quite heard a satisfying explanation for why that would be the case, but it's the kind of thing where many times in the past an expert has simply explained to me, this can happen for that reason, and so
yeah, and also his legal options were far from exhausted at that point. He was still regularly meeting with his defense attorneys, and they had some potentially decent arguments to use on his behalf. For example, he was supposed to have been immunized from any further prosecution by that non-prosecution agreement. That was the whole point in 2008. But Under this avalanche of political and media pressure, the prosecutors in the Southern District of New York came up with all these cockamamie arguments for how they could basically circumvent the non-prosecution agreement and structure an indictment against Epstein that they claim was not bound by it. And that had yet to be tested, right, in the court proceedings. He had a bail hearing scheduled for so he was in on a Saturday, August 10th, and he had a bail hearing scheduled for either Monday or Tuesday, I believe, the following week, where he was being told that there was like a decent chance maybe he would actually be granted bail. So, yeah, again, there's some others.
That is weird.
Curiosities that I think justify at least being open-minded about the cause of death.
Got it. All right, Michael Tracy, let's leave it there.
Yeah, that is all really weird. All right. Well, hope you all enjoyed your Valentine's Day and found some good hentai to jerk off to. But I'm going to go get some rest. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Good chance I'll just do a gaming stream in the morning. If my elbow is feeling good enough, later in the day we'll also do some training. Supposed to train back, but we'll see how my elbow is doing. It's still pretty annoying. I don't know if I can really hold much weight and pull all that well, but we'll see. But I will be streaming later anyway. Thanks again, everybody. 3 donated $2. Surprise, Frank just deleted a load of shorts, the latest from a week ago, but luckily we reacted to them and he uploaded one new one. Yeah, no surprise. Yeah, I was right. He deleted the Paul Saladino one. I was totally right. I called it. I knew he was going to delete the Paul Saladino one.
You can't just sell at a local farmer's market. Application and entry is very tightly controlled. So when these influencers tell you support your local farmer's market, they're not mentioning that their corrupt buddies are the ones that are coincidentally selling at that farmer's market. It has nothing to do about how
this guy is like conspiracy brained like crazy. This is just full-blown psychosis.
Having the best business, offering the highest quality products,
corporations have infiltrated farmers markets,
having the best deals. It has nothing to do with the same corrupt lunatics that control our government and political system, which really ticks me off. I mean, to get in the best, highest quality, most affordable small business, they usually don't have.
Okay. I gotta pee really bad, but thanks again, everybody. I'll